Hunting Hollywood. Hello again, dear adventurers of the multiverse. Thanks for joining us once more on this epic journey. Remember, this story is pure science fiction from our wild imagination, so don't go trying to summon dragons in your backyard. The rights of this amazing novel belong entirely to its original author. We are only the narrators. Do you want more adventures? Show some love to our YouTube channel with a subscription and a like, and if you want exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting for you with open arms. Chapter 925. So I am the super rich. In addition to the 2-day itinerary, Simon's trip to China was planned to last 2 weeks. After Yangshuo, he had planned to visit other places, but the scenery was so beautiful that there was no need to care about the second-level scenery. So he stayed for 5 days in total. Every day, he went boating, watched dances, climbed mountains, tasted tea. He was reluctant to leave. The last stop before leaving was the Shunan Bamboo Sea. It was mainly because Janet wanted to see it. Ang Lee had already begun to conceive the script of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon during the filming of Eat Drink Man Woman in 1993, but it was shelved because the conditions on all sides were not mature. After the last meeting, Ang Lee stopped preparing for the ice storm and turned to this movie. Because many details had been brewing for a long time, it took only more than a week to complete the first draft of the script and sent it to Simon. When Janet accompanied Simon to read the script on the terrace of the villa, she saw the bamboo forest battle scene of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon that the man had casually sketched on the manuscript paper, and heard Simon talk about the vast and magnificent bamboo sea scenery, which gave rise to the interest of changing positions. Speaking of which, because of the release of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, China's bamboo sea landscape became famous at home and abroad for a while, and later became a check-in destination for many domestic and foreign tourists, and gradually evolved into one of the national tourism business cards. However, there are many opinions about where the bamboo sea battle scene of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was filmed. Because there are many bamboo sea landscapes in China, Shunan Bamboo Sea is just one of them. Simon has no time to entangle this. Since he came to Shunan Bamboo Sea, he decided directly. This vast bamboo sea covering an area of more than 120 square kilometers not only has natural bamboo scenery, but also has strange peaks, cliffs, mountain streams and quiet lakes created by heaven and earth, and there are also various ancient temples, mountain residences, pavilions and towers under the accumulation of thousands of years of history, which fully meet all the needs of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in memory. Therefore, after arriving, Simon asked someone to take a batch of photos and send them to Ang Lee. In fact, including personally finalizing the actor of Yu Jialong and other details, it is all to save preparation time. Without worrying about these trivialities, Ang Lee will have more time to carefully polish the film. May 4th, Saturday. After seeing the scenery of the bamboo sea, this trip to China came to an end. Come with joy, return with joy. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the private Boeing 767 of the Westeros family departed from Chengdu, without any stopover, and flew directly to Los Angeles on the other side of the ocean. Chen Qing and others who had been with Simon and his wife during this period stayed in the country temporarily to deal with the follow-up. Before that, the core members of the Westeros system who visited China together last week had all returned, including the U.S. government delegation headed by the Secretary of Commerce. In the cabin of the Boeing 767. After 2 weeks of rest, Simon started to get back to work after an estimated 15-hour flight. The cooperation agreement between Leveson Group and Hilton Hotels Group has been reached and will be signed next Monday. Walmart has contacted Leveson Group in recent days, hoping to discuss the establishment of a Beijing branch in Leveson International Center. Leveson Group has disputes over this project. Walmart's entry will bring a large number of customers, but it will also lower the style of Leveson International Center. In addition, the relevant documents also include a list of all companies that have reached an intention to move in. The Chinese side basically agrees to the 3 conditions proposed by Mr. Mickey Cantor regarding the film industry, and it is expected to be implemented together with China's latest film management regulations at the end of this month. Boss, I got an internal draft of the film management regulations. The official text should not change much. I have marked some of the clauses that need attention. Verizon Telecom's first version of the prospectus is scheduled to be submitted to the SEC next week, and the relevant documents have also been marked. Emmanuel Brandt has completed negotiations with residents around the site of Fusion Times headquarters and can begin planning for construction. In addition, there are resumes of the latest batch of applicants who have entered the final interview process. I have arranged an in-person interview schedule for next Wednesday for the boss. Kevin Watson, an engineer at SpaceX, proposed a plan to build a simulated rocket launch system. This system can integrate all the hardware and software equipment required for rocket launches into the simulation system to conduct thousands of virtual launches, so as to test the performance of components at the lowest cost. The engineer proposed this plan while at NASA and was rejected many times. However, the SpaceX team unanimously agreed that this plan is very practical and can help test most of SpaceX's self-produced accessories. Together, they compressed the initial budget of $7 million to $1.2 million. Watson has written a set of aerospace control software with a budget of only $10,000, which has successfully passed a NASA protocol test and can be used in this simulation system and future real rockets. I checked, and the lowest budget for several similar projects of NASA in previous years was $10 million. This information comes from a coffee plantation in Angola, Africa. According to a report by Mr. Victor Melisses, by the end of April, the first batch of 50,000 acres of coffee seedlings had been planted there, with a total cost of $7.35 million. It is expected that the remaining 100,000 acres of land will be planted during the same period next year. Because the foundation for the purchase of agricultural machinery and human resource training has been laid this year, Mr. Melisses expects that only $10 million will be needed to complete the development of the remaining land next year. In addition, before the first batch of coffee is harvested in 1999, an annual investment of about $5 million will be required. Mr. Anthony Johnston sent a privatization bidding document for Vale of Brazil. Japan is very determined to bid for this tender and is expected to become the main competitor of Johnston Holdings. I suggest that the boss try to use his connections in Washington. Now that U.S.-Japan trade relations are tense, Washington certainly does not want Japan to control a large mining giant. IGRT has reached an agreement with the International Olympic Committee to broadcast videos of past Olympic events on YouTube. The YouTube platform did not pay the fees, but promised promotional resources and long-term advertising revenue sharing. In addition, IGRT has recently negotiated with more than 150 top athletes in various fields to join the YouTube platform. Also, an email from the White House is still asking the boss about his views on the recent trend of the NASDAQ. This should be a continuation of the phone call from the president a few days ago. At the close of yesterday, the NASDAQ had reached 3,925 points, breaking 4,000 points. The White House should be very anxious about this. Finally, in Hollywood, Emmerich's Independence Day will start shooting next week. There will be a pre-shooting reception in Los Angeles tonight, hosted by MGM, mainly to entertain various investors in the first batch of packaged projects including Independence Day. Ms. Lansing hopes that the boss can attend tonight. The crew of Twister has entered Iowa and will officially start shooting next week. The set of Titanic on the Gold Coast of Australia has been completed, but Mr. Cameron has some ideas about special effects and is conducting experiments with Deanery's special effects team. The shooting date has been postponed to next month. And this is the movie schedule for this summer. Simon sat at the desk in the study room in the front cabin, listening to Lady A quickly introducing the list of documents that needed to be reviewed by him. On the desk in front of him were two large piles of documents that he could not finish reading all the way. When Lady A finally stopped reporting, Simon had already finished reading the first document about the companies that would be stationed in the Leveson International Center. He raised his pen to mark a few words on it and handed it to Allison, saying, "Tell the Leveson Group that the Walmart project must be won. We don't need to compete with the China World Trade Center for boring things such as style and positioning." Lady A nodded, but said, "Boss, I think we can neutralize it and put Walmart on the underground floor. There are such underground supermarkets in New York and London, which can maximize the use of space, and the rent is quite affordable. I think Walmart, which attaches great importance to cost control, will definitely be willing to do so, and the ground part can still maintain the entry specifications of the Leveson International Center." Simon had just opened the second film management regulations document. Hearing this, he looked up at Allison and smiled. "I think you should be responsible for this project. Those people are just a bunch of idiots." Lady A curled her lips in cooperation. but did not say anything. Levison International Center is currently only a preliminary plan. The specific design will start after the potential users are roughly determined. It will take 2 years for the actual construction to start. It is easy to add a supermarket on the underground floor. After a little consideration, Simon nodded and said, "Let's do it. Tell them that I came up with this idea and let those idiots reflect on it. That's why I am a super rich man." "Okay, boss. In addition, I will show up at the cocktail party you just mentioned in the evening." The west coast of the United States happened to be 15 hours later than China. Simon arrived in Los Angeles. It was still Saturday afternoon there, so he would not be late for the cocktail party in the evening. Lady A quickly wrote it down on the memo again. Simon thought for a while and then said, "Regarding the further reform of the Chinese film industry, if nothing unexpected happens, I think China Film will definitely take the lead in establishing the first cinema chain. You ask Amy to contact China Film and take the initiative to invite them to the United States for inspection. Odin Cinema, a subsidiary of Deaneries Entertainment, will be responsible for the reception. We can also provide them with cinema management system software." Allison didn't nod this time, but said, "Boss, I think we can go a step further and invite senior officials from China's Ministry of Radio, Film and Television, which is in charge of the film and television industry, to conduct an inspection and directly promote the networking of China's cinema ticketing system. I have studied some information on China's cinema industry these days. Because it is basically state-owned, this matter can be achieved without relying on the theater system. In addition, China's basic communication network has been connected throughout the country, and the Shanghai Data Center, which is about to open, can provide data storage and information processing support for this project. There are no obstacles in terms of software and hardware. China is now eager to promote the development of the information industry. Completing this project will also be a very bright political achievement for the responsible officials. At the same time, it will offend a lot of people." Simon thought about the local cinemas that gritted their teeth because they could not conceal the box office after the ticketing system was connected to the network, but anyway, they could not hate him, so he said, "That's it. Also remember to tell them that this idea was also proposed by me, so I am a super rich man." Girl A rolled her eyes at someone and lowered her head to write down the matter on the memo. Simon had quickly browsed to the clause in the film management regulations in his hand that was marked with a red pen. The annual screening time of domestic films by screening units shall not be less than 2/3 of the total annual screening time. Feeling Allison looking at him again, he smiled and said, "So, do you have any suggestions about the email from the White House?" Girl A shook her head this time. "The NASDAQ is now out of control, and it is best for us not to interfere. Otherwise, if improper operation leads to collapse, no one can bear the responsibility. Then please help me respond to Mr. President and say that I am optimistic about the future trend of the NASDAQ. Anyway, he just hopes that the NASDAQ can survive November. As long as the Republicans don't jump out to make trouble, there should be no problem. Boss, just say half of it, and you don't need to say the rest." "Of course, do I need to remind you of this? You are so stupid. No wonder you can only be an assistant to a super rich man like me." Girl A pretended to be angry and pursed her lips at someone, then continued to write down her thoughts on the memo and looked at Simon again. Simon's eyes had returned to the documents in front of him. "That's all for now. I'll tell you the rest after I've read these documents." Allison responded, turned around and quietly left the study. Working has become a habit and it is out of control. During the period, I ate an airplane meal that I don't know what I ordered. Janet went to sleep and saw Simon still sitting at his desk. The flight had already lasted for 10 hours, so she sent him to sleep. When Janet woke him up again, the plane was already over the west coast of the United States. After a simple wash and grooming, I found a fixed seat and fastened my seat belt. The Boeing 767 began to lower its altitude and landed smoothly on the runway of Los Angeles International Airport a few minutes later. After leaving for 2 weeks, there was no sense of long-lost homeland. Instead, I felt a little drifting away from my country. The security team and maids who had been traveling for 2 weeks were given a holiday on the spot. The new team sent by Cape Dumay Manor took over the follow-up. Jennifer also came to pick them up. Janet hugged Jennifer intimately and talked about various interesting things during the trip to China. Simon remembered to ask how the 5 little guys were doing recently. Of course they were fine. Veronica was still watching at home, so she came to pick them up. "Well, Simon and his wife were away, so Veronica came from Australia to help take care of the children at Cape Dumay Manor for the past half-month. Sophia also came to stay for a few days. Because it was Saturday, they were all at home. Melbourne still stayed with Veronica. Seattle was still very cold, holding a large encyclopedia that was completely inappropriate for her age. Little Nick still had the tendency to use his little white teeth for everything. The last pair of twins still remembered their father, and when Simon picked them up, they would take the initiative to call for him. Sure enough, their IQ seemed to be a little higher than their two brothers, but not as good as their second sister, which was good. I spent the whole afternoon happily with my family, opened gifts with the children, talked about recent trivial matters with Jennifer, and even examined my eldest son's recent homework in a serious manner. In the evening, we had a lively dinner together. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening that Girl A came over to ask if I still wanted to go to a cocktail party, and then I remembered. I reluctantly rushed to Century City. After all, this reception was for the investors behind the packaging plan that Simon designed for overseas film capital after the box office failure of Cutthroat Island. As the helmsman, he always has to show up to give people confidence. Among the 5 projects, Alien 2 has already started shooting and is expected to be released next Easter. Roland Emmerich's One Day at a Time is the highlight of next summer's summer season, followed by Robert Zemeckis' Contact scheduled for the end of next year. These are 3 of the first 5 packaging plans. According to the project plan, the remaining 2 films will be selected for approval next year and will be released in 1998. However, it is basically certain that they are all blockbusters. The entire plan is also the focus of MGM's business in the next few years, in addition to the spy movie universe. As long as it goes smoothly, MGM can basically completely restore the vitality that was exhausted in the 1980s, and even surpass Disney, Sony and other companies. Chapter 926, Beating. Beverly Hills, Century City Intercontinental Hotel. Simon walked out of the elevator and was greeted by Shirley Lansing, who was waiting. She personally led him through the corridor to a lively banquet hall. Some people who had received the news were already waiting at the door of the hall. Simon, let me introduce you, Shirley Lansing took the initiative to introduce. This is Bernd Eichinger, the chairman of Constantin Pictures. Actually, we know each other. Simon did not wait for Lansing to continue, and had already extended his hand to the middle-aged man with a short haircut and a simple appearance in front of him. Bernd, we meet again. Bernd Eichinger shook hands with Simon with a smile. Yes, Simon, I'm glad that we can cooperate this time. Simon's earliest contact with Constantin Pictures can be traced back to the time when he took back the copyright of Fantastic Four from the other party. Later, Simon went to Germany once and had dinner with Bernd Eichinger. Apart from that, there was not much intersection. Speaking of Constantin Pictures, the first thing that comes to mind for latecomers is often Resident Evil. In fact, this German film company has produced many hit projects, and its business focuses on distribution. It is one of the largest film distribution companies in Europe. Not only that, in the original time and space, Constantin Films also had a close relationship with another Hollywood film company, because Bernd Eichinger was also its founder and major shareholder. The company is called Summit Entertainment. In this foreign cooperation plan, Constantin Films will represent a group of German capital to participate in MGM's 5 packaged projects, accounting for 20% of the investment. According to the preliminary estimate of the total investment amount of $350 million for the 5 films, Constantin will invest $70 million and will also be responsible for part of the European distribution work. Therefore, it can be seen that Constantin is one of Simon's most successful cases of guiding overseas capital. If there was no guidance this time, Bernd Eichinger would bet on Summit Entertainment to enter the Hollywood production business in the next few years, and since the late 1990s, he has continuously participated in the production of a series of hit films such as Evita, Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels, and American Pie, and even reached the real peak with the later Twilight series. Now, because of the strength of Deanery's entertainment in Hollywood, the other major studios are having a hard time, not to mention those second and third tier small film companies. Simon now introduced these capitals into MGM's packaged cooperation project, further eliminating the possibility of similar capital rampaging in Hollywood or even accidentally becoming big. Shirley Lansing smiled and waited for the two to exchange pleasantries before introducing other people. Simon, this is Mr. Lawrence Birnbaum, chairman of the German Forge Investment Fund. This is Mr. Christian Stern, president of the German Navigator Films, and this one. Starting with Bernd Isinger, 6 people were introduced in succession, 4 of whom were from Germany, which was also the main fundraising target of this packaged project. There was also 1 from the UK and 1 from Spain. Simon had reread the information on the plane. The capital represented by these people behind the scenes invested a minimum of 5% and a maximum of 20% of the project share, accounting for 70% of the total investment of $350 million, and the remaining 30% was each held by MGM and Deaneries Entertainment. When it came to the last person, Shirley Lansing whispered in Simon's ear, "Mr. President's good friend," and then said, "Simon, this is Mr. Frank Giustra. He is from Canada, mainly engaged in mining business, but he is very interested in Hollywood." Without Shirley Lansing's introduction, Simon had already recognized the short middle-aged man with gray hair and a shrewd look in his mind with so many memories of Hollywood in his mind. Frank Giustra, founder of Lionsgate. Unlike other speculative capitals in Hollywood that have been repeatedly beaten on the beach, Lionsgate was once the most powerful emerging film company to challenge another big studio in Hollywood. It not only produced the super-selling Hunger Games series, but also swallowed up Summit Entertainment, which owned Twilight, and even in the field of TV series, there are masterpieces such as Mad Men. If it weren't for the fact that the pattern of Hollywood's entertainment industry had been finalized after the new century, it would be difficult for a single film production company to compete with the various studios backed by large media groups. Lionsgate might have really been promoted to the 7th largest film company in Hollywood at that time. Although he was introduced by Clinton, Simon smiled and greeted the other party, but he was slightly hostile in his heart. This was a spoiler. Because Frank Giustra was obviously not on the list of investors in this packaged project, the other party just came to Hollywood in the name of Clinton's friend to manage his connections and prepare for the next step into the film industry. According to the memory of the previous life, Simon also knew about the relationship between Giustra and Clinton. This Canadian businessman actually relied on coordinating donations for Clinton to successfully reach the top of the American political pyramid. The law stipulates that foreigners cannot make political donations to American politicians, but there are too many loopholes in it. Just like now, although Clinton has not established a Clinton Foundation, which is famous or notorious, he actually operates a Clinton Legal Defense Foundation that nominally provides legal aid to vulnerable groups. This foundation can accept overseas donations. In addition, even Giustra's own rise to wealth is actually very typical. In the 1980s, Giustra initially worked as a stockbroker at Merrill Lynch. Later, he accumulated enough connections and established a financial company focusing on mining financing, accumulating the first pot of gold through capital operation. Then, in the 1990s, through Clinton's introduction, he successfully entered Hollywood, established Lionsgate, and gradually reached the peak. In fact, Giustra never gave up his original business. In the original timeline, in 2005, Giustra was once involved in a large-scale uranium transaction scandal brokered by Clinton, involving more than $30 million in donations to the Clinton Foundation. In Simon's view, this man is very similar to another professional broker who wanders between capital and power. That's right. Jeffrey Epstein. The same small agent background, the same first pot of gold through capital operation, and the same gradual rise by relying on relationships with powerful people. Western media later constantly emphasized and belittled Epstein as a pimp. It is difficult to say whether there is a deliberate attempt to cover up the other party's other identity. After all, the Lolita Express is just a private hobby, and by the way, it entertains some distinguished guests. It would be strange to make hundreds of millions of dollars by pimping. If you go deeper, it is actually a tangled and intertwined network. No more to say. If Giustra didn't plan to get involved in Hollywood, Simon would be very interested in training him as a hidden agent like Epstein. Without talking to Giustra for long, Simon entertained the financiers of MGM's packaged projects again and turned to other guests at the cocktail party. The main creators of the 3 confirmed projects, Alien 2, One Day and Contact, were basically present as long as they were in Los Angeles. The first person to come to Simon was Natasha Henstridge, who was participating in the filming of Alien 2. Alien 2 was filmed in the Los Angeles area. It was a weekend off, so she could attend this cocktail party. After not seeing each other for a long time, the alien girl was a little worried whether someone still remembered her. On the plane, Henstridge signed a 1-year agreement. Originally, she could do whatever she wanted after 1 year. However, after becoming someone's lover, not only did she have a mansion in her name, but she also had the sense of superiority of being treated carefully by all kinds of people around her. She could easily get various roles and endorsements, enjoy all kinds of benefits as his woman, enter social circles that a female star of her status could hardly reach, and even receive valuable gifts on some holidays. And so on. As she gradually got used to this kind of life, Natasha Henstridge even doubted whether she could survive if she suddenly lost everything one day. Moreover, when she was with him, she was only 19 years old. Now she is 22 years old. She is so young, why should she be anxious? So more than 2 years have passed unknowingly. The only problem is that in these 2 years, she can count the number of times she has seen a certain man on one hand. If it weren't for the fact that there were a pair of female servants and guards of the Way family around her later, she would have doubted whether she had been dumped. 1 servant and 1 guard, this is the standard configuration of Simon's lover, monitoring and serving in one. If you want to cut off the relationship, just send them away, and someone did not force it at all. Seeing Natasha approaching, Simon naturally raised his hand and hugged the girl, praising, "Natasha, you are so beautiful tonight." Feeling the unimpeded and natural tone of the man in front of her, Natasha relaxed and boldly took the initiative to kiss him back. "Thank you, Simon." Then she walked to his side and took his arm. "I don't plan to let go tonight." As the most powerful man in Hollywood, everyone has become accustomed to the women around Simon Westeros, and they didn't show any abnormality. Some actresses who had their eyes shining when they saw Westeros appeared were even full of envy and jealousy towards Natasha Henstridge. Next, I greeted the crew of Independence Day. As the first blockbuster after Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, and the first project outside the DC movie universe, Roland Emmerich is very clear that this movie means whether he can get rid of the label of the director of the DC movie universe, so he attaches great importance to it. After several negotiations, Emmerich finally took a budget of $90 million, which is equivalent to Contact and $15 million more than the original version. Together with the $40 million of Alien 2, the total investment of the first 3 projects reached $220 million. The last 2 projects only have a share of $130 million, an average of $65 million. Although it has also reached the level of a blockbuster, the volume is obviously behind. Simon personally intervened in the selection of the main creators of Independence Day, basically following the original version, including Bill Pullman, Jeff Goldblum and Will Smith, who has become famous for his role as Cyborg. In addition, Stella Ward, who played the perfect housewife Brie Van Deeken in the new version of Desperate Housewives, was invited to play Jeff Goldblum's ex-wife who works in the White House. The overall cost-effectiveness of the main creative team's salary is very high. The 3 male protagonists only received a total of $10 million, but their influence is not much worse than that of Mel Gibson, Harrison Ford and other first-line big names who received more than $10 million. After the success of this project, the situation of Hollywood's super big names, who have already been impacted by blockbusters such as the DC movie universe, will further decline. It's been a long time since we last saw each other. Stella Ward is still as intellectual and elegant as before, but also has a bit of sharpness that makes people dare not approach easily. Simon is of course the one who dares to approach. He hugged the woman gently, and after letting go, he looked her up and down and praised her. "You are still so beautiful. By the way, are you married?" Yes, Stella Ward couldn't help but think of some scenes of getting along with a little man in front of her, as well as the 100 sets of clothing gift that made her remember it deeply. She glanced at a vase next to the man. "I'm not a little girl anymore. Of course I have to get married. My baby is 1 year old." Simon nodded in approval. "Actually, I prefer married people." Stella Ward glanced at him, becoming more and more charming. "Seeing the scene when you went to China, I thought you were a big shot, but you still like to mess around. Don't you know that the higher you stand, the more you like to mess around?" "Now I know." After chatting and joking, although Simon noticed the flaws in the woman's emotions that were unconsciously revealed, he did not take advantage of it and took Natasha to another place. Contact will not start shooting until the end of the year. In addition to director Robert Zemeckis, Simon plans to replace the male and female protagonists. The female lead has been given to Sandra Bullock. After all, over the years, although she doesn't have the aura of a queen like Jodie Foster, Sandra's popularity is no less than Foster's. Her image and age are also very compatible. What's more, the personal relationship between the two makes it impossible to give the opportunity to outsiders. The male lead needs to be replaced. Matthew McConaughey can't give people the feeling of a priest either in the play or outside the play. He is too ruffian. Simon initially thought of Nicolas Cage. Cage is still a handsome guy now, and his acting range is wide. His melancholy temperament just fits the setting of a priest. But he gave up quickly. It's too expensive. This summer, the new version of Mission Impossible 2 starring Cage will be released. In addition to some other blockbuster projects he has participated in recent years, Cage's salary for commercial films will not be less than $10 million. Contact is a standard blockbuster commercial film. Moreover, because it is a female-led movie with Sandra as the core, the male lead doesn't have many roles, so inviting Cage is a bit of a waste of talent, and it is not easy to negotiate the salary. The same goes for Keanu Reeves. Since Run Lola Run, Sandra and Keanu have been a perfect match on screen, but they just worked together on Speed before, and even without talking about the pay, it is not suitable for them to continue working together in the short term. So they are still selecting. Anyway, it is still early to start shooting. Simon discussed with Zemeckis at the reception, and the standard was that he must be handsome, very handsome, and the kind that can make women cry. The reason is that Sandra is not pretty enough, and the male lead's appearance needs to make up for the audience's loss. Okay. He was hit by an angry Sandra on the spot. Then there's Alien 2. This project has already started shooting. After several discussions, based on the first part, the sequel has no connection with the original plot. The core point is the duel between the first generation of aliens and the second generation of aliens. The story continues from the first part. After the alien played by Natasha was killed, humans brought back some alien tissue samples for further research, and as a result, a second generation of genetically mutated aliens were cultivated. Smarter, stronger, and more bloodthirsty. Due to the negligence of the researchers, the second generation of aliens escaped from the secret base again, and the authorities had to summon the team from the first film to hunt down the second generation of aliens. As a result, they returned empty-handed. In desperation, someone proposed a radical plan to clone the first generation of aliens through tissue samples, and use the territorial instincts of the aliens to make the two generations of aliens kill each other. The plan worked unexpectedly. The first generation of aliens played by Natasha killed the second generation of aliens after a hard fight. Instead of killing the donkey after it had done its work, humans froze the first generation of aliens. The story ends. Of course, it is not over. If there is a third film, it will be the story of the three generations of aliens. However, it is obvious that in order to ensure the success of this series, Natasha Henstridge is already like Schwarzenegger in the Terminator series. In the future, she must show up in the sequel in any way, so as not to give people a feeling of missing something. The original Henstridge did not appear in the third film, mainly because the second film in the series was messed up. The subsequent sequels simply did not enter the theaters and went directly to the videotape channel. If the new version of Alien 2 fails at the box office, the series will also adopt the mode of directly producing videotapes. Because the videotapes of the Alien series are very popular. Since the highlight is the confrontation between the two generations of aliens, the actor who plays the second generation of aliens is also very important. If it is too different from Natasha Henstridge, the appeal will inevitably be greatly reduced. The role finally confirmed is Megan Gale, an actor and model from Australia. Because a large number of Hollywood films have been shot in Australia in recent years, Australian actors have also unknowingly gained more opportunities to come to the fore. Megan Gale is one of them. Ordinary people have never heard of this name, but in the comic-adapted movie fan circle, many people know that Megan Gale almost became the actor of Diana Prince in George Miller's version of Justice League. The makeup photos have been completed, and only the shooting is about to start. However, due to various setbacks within Time Warner, the project was eventually aborted, leaving only a documentary called George Miller's Death of Justice League in 2007. However, Megan Gale later participated in George Miller's masterpiece Mad Max, Fury Road. Many people's first thought should be to think about which one of the harem of the immortal old Joe this model is. None of them. Mad Max, Fury Road was released in 2015. Megan Gale played the one who stood naked on a high platform as bait to hunt passers-by in the movie. She was one of the moms. Because the other party was 39 years old at the time, she missed Wonder Woman and never got another chance to turn over. Now Megan Gale is only 21 years old, just in her prime. One of the reasons George Miller chose Megan Gale to play Wonder Woman was that her image was very compatible. Well, that was the biggest difference between the TV version of Wonder Woman, Linda Carter, and the movie version, Gal Gadot. This is also why they were chosen for Alien 2. Because in the sequel, Natasha is responsible for the feelings, and Megan Gale is responsible for the beauty. Not only is she hot, but her height of 180 centimeters is more outstanding than Natasha's 178 centimeters. When Simon greeted the Alien 2 team, the two generations of aliens began to spark unconsciously. If there is a spark between women, if it is not a lesbian tendency, it is probably because of men. This time it is obviously the latter. Megan Gale, whose actor contract and model contract are signed by WMA and Elite respectively, is only 21 years old and has no name before. She is not even a famous model, let alone a supermodel, but she has been in this circle for several years and knows very well how Natasha Henstridge got to the top, not to mention meeting Simon Westeros himself at this time. If you don't catch such an opportunity, you may never meet it again in your life. Therefore, he was very proactive. After several small interactions between eyes and body, he boldly learned from Natasha to hold Simon's other arm. After chatting with the Alien 2 team for a while, Simon already had one on each side. After all, he just came back and didn't plan to stay outside tonight. He had already greeted everyone who should be greeted at this cocktail party. He was about to send the two women away and leave, but he unexpectedly saw Peter Jackson, who was in the crowd not far away, with a rosy face and high spirits, and was obviously very moist recently. So he walked over with the two women. Seeing Simon, Peter Jackson, who was holding a cocktail in his hand, was very enthusiastic and took the initiative to greet him. Simon looked at Jackson standing in the middle surrounded by several other people, smiled, and roughly understood the situation of the New Zealand director during this period. As the news of the Middle-earth cinematic universe spread, the news that Peter Jackson would be the director of the Lord of the Rings series also spread. Looking at the success of the DC movie universe, it is not difficult to imagine how glorious Peter Jackson will be as the core creator of the Middle-earth cinematic universe series in the future. What's more, this series must contain a lot of opportunities. Even if you know that Simon Westeros is the absolute controller of this series, it will definitely be beneficial to make friends with Peter Jackson at this time, so this director must be hot in the circle recently. Simon, it's great to see you again. Peter Jackson was still respectful to Simon, but he probably drank a little too much, so his words were a little floating, and he shook slightly when he stretched out his hand to Simon. Simon still had a smile on his lips, but he did not take Jackson's hand. Instead, he said to the people around him, "I'll talk to Peter, let's go." There were not many unknown people who could enter this cocktail party, but in front of Simon, no one dared to put on airs, and they all dispersed. Peter Jackson was just a little drunk, not drunk. Seeing Simon refuse to shake hands with him, he felt something was wrong. He looked around and wanted to put down the glass in his hand, but there was nothing around him, so he could only continue to hold the glass awkwardly. Simon looked him up and down. "Peter, are you feeling good recently?" Peter Jackson certainly understood what Simon was asking, grinned, and became more embarrassed. He was originally a sleek and sophisticated person. How could he not understand at this time that Simon Westeros was already dissatisfied with him? Simon slightly signaled to Megan Gale on the side, and the girl was very understanding, and took the initiative to take over Peter Jackson's wine glass, which was already hot, and put it on the round table not far away. Jackson relaxed a little after the cup was taken away. He said hesitantly, "Simon, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't drink so much?" Simon shook his head slightly. "Peter, you have to understand that everything you feel recently is fake, because you haven't really succeeded yet. Even if I say I've changed my mind now, you will be nothing the next second." Hearing Simon's words, Peter Jackson shuddered all over and no longer had a trace of alcohol in his body. I know, Simon, I'm very sorry." Simon suddenly asked again, "Have you seen the movie MR. Zombie?" "I have seen it." "How many times have you watched it?" I don't quite remember," Peter Jackson said vaguely, but immediately said solemnly, "But it must be more than 10 times. In that case, let's go back to New Zealand tomorrow." Simon was finally satisfied and said, do a good job on The Terror, and then do a good job on The Lord of the Rings in the future. By then, you will enjoy the glory you truly deserve, not the bubbles you have now. Simon, I swear. Then, what are you still doing here? Peter Jackson was stunned, said goodbye to Simon softly, and turned around and left the bustling banquet hall without hesitation. Chapter 927 Summer Schedule. After Simon returned from China, the 1996 summer season in North America will also start on May 10th. Because of the Atlanta Olympics, major studios deliberately avoided the 17 days from July 19th to August 4th this summer, and many movies were released earlier or later. For Deanery's Entertainment, this summer season will also be a potential watershed. Simon wants to control Hollywood to the greatest extent, but a packaged project cooperation plan to guide the direction of capital is obviously far from enough. The most direct way is to make the capital that intends to get involved in Hollywood feel unprofitable to the greatest extent. The method is simple. Hollywood resources are limited. Whether it is movie schedules, theater canvases or publicity resources, etc. Therefore, the more the Westeros system occupies, the less will be left for other studios. Simon has actually been quietly implementing this strategy in the past, and this is the case with movies cooperating with other studios. However, before this, in order to avoid triggering an overall backlash from other Hollywood competitors, Simon has always been quite restrained. Last year, the acquisition of Metropolitan ABC Group was completed. In addition, most of the other Hollywood studios are controlled by foreign capital. Simon no longer needs to worry too much. Therefore, this summer, Deanery's Entertainment, or the entire Westeros system, will truly advance on multiple fronts in Hollywood. Especially the three labels under Deanery's Entertainment. Compared with the previous summer seasons, which were dominated by Deanery's Pictures blockbusters or big-budget projects in cooperation with other studios, Gayman Pictures and New World Pictures will not make big moves in the summer season. This time, the three labels will work together. In addition, the actual control of Australian Capital Holdings is actually in Simon's hands. MGM Pictures. In summary, this summer season, from the beginning of May to the end of August, nearly 4 months, there are as many as 14 projects related to Deanery's Entertainment, far exceeding the number of summer movies released by other studios, which range from 4 to 5 or 2 to 3. Of the 14 films, 9 are produced and distributed by Deanery's Entertainment's own labels, 2 are external cooperation projects, and 3 are MGM. Moreover, if we look at the number of these 9 self-owned projects, they will be mainly produced by Highgate Pictures and New World Pictures. Deanery's Pictures has only produced and distributed one blockbuster film, Sleepy Hollow, directed by Tim Burton. Of course, if we count the 2 blockbuster films, The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2 that were co-produced with external parties, Deanery's Pictures is not light at all. The 3 films of MGM are centered on the 18007 movie Spectre, which is also the beginning of the MGM Agent movie universe planned by Simon. Malibu, Deanery's Studios. May 6th. Simon returned to Los Angeles, and the first day of work in the new week was to discuss the upcoming summer movie distribution with the heads of the 3 labels under Deanery's Entertainment. In chronological order, on May 10th, the first project of Deanery's Entertainment's summer season was the modern version of Romeo and Juliet directed by Baz Luhrmann and starring Leonardo DiCaprio and Claire Danes. In the past timeline, the North American distribution of Romeo and Juliet actually made a big mistake. Because it was just a low-cost movie with a production cost of more than $10 million, even though Baz Luhrmann's previous work Dancing Heroes had a good box office in North America, the producer 20th Century Fox Films still put the film on the unpopular schedule in early November, and the publicity resources and the number of screens given were not satisfactory. In such an unfavorable environment, this modern version of Romeo and Juliet still received more than $46 million in domestic box office. Realizing the potential of the film, 20th Century Fox adjusted its strategy during the overseas distribution process. As a result, the overseas box office of the film easily broke through the 100 million yuan mark. As for the reason, this is Romeo and Juliet. If that Westerner doesn't know the story, it's the same as the Chinese not knowing Dream of Red Mansions. To use a popular term in the entertainment industry, Romeo and Juliet is a super IP for all people. Once this project is done, tens of millions of dollars in publicity and promotion costs can be saved directly, because there is no need for publicity and promotion at all. Everyone knows, oh, Romeo and Juliet. There has always been a joke in Hollywood. Leonardo DiCaprio auditioned for Titanic, and the women in the whole building ran to watch. Director James Cameron therefore made up his mind to let Leo play the leading role. Why did this happen? Chinese movie fans probably haven't studied it in depth. In fact, it was because of Romeo and Juliet. Before this project, Leo's most famous role was just Johnny Depp's demented brother in A Different Sky. This image obviously could not gather the popularity of being watched by people. In fact, it also indirectly explains the success of Baz Luhrmann's modern version of Romeo and Juliet. Simon certainly won't make the same mistake as Fox again. May 10th may not be the most prime time of the summer season, but it is far better than the early November schedule in the original time and space. Moreover, based on the production cost of $15 million, the publicity and promotion of Romeo and Juliet also directly reached $15 million, and the number of screens opened was 2,107. In addition, it must be said that on May 10th, the same day, Warner Bros.'s super blockbuster The Evaporator starring Arnold Schwarzenegger, which cost $100 million, was released. In the eyes of ordinary people, the two projects are simply incomparable. However, compared with The Evaporator, Simon is more optimistic about Romeo and Juliet. The Evaporator in the original time and space is a standard for Schwarzenegger's personal career to go from prosperity to decline. Later, Schwarzenegger could only rely on the continuous remakes and failures of the Terminator sequel to maintain his popularity, but outside the Terminator series, after The Evaporator, Schwarzenegger has no masterpieces to show off. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. In any case, in front of the giant Vanadian, Romeo and Juliet seems too weak. It seems unwise to let the two compete directly. But if you want to hit the summer season, this is inevitable. You don't want to compete with big movies in the summer season. Compared with The Mummy, Mission Impossible 2, Spectre and so on, Vanadian is actually the weakest one, because Simon is very clear about the box office potential of this project. In the original time and space, Vanadian barely exceeded $100 million, just because there was no strong competitor in the same period. This time, although it also cost $100 million, with the rise and fall of various projects in the same period, Vanadian has little hope of breaking $100 million. On the contrary, Romeo and Juliet is very likely to become the first dark horse to break $100 million in the summer season. Because this romantic film with handsome men and beautiful women and backed by a national IP happens to be aimed at the main consumers of the summer season, young students. Think about the girls in the original time and space who ran to watch Leo's beautiful face. There is no escape. After the opening Romeo and Juliet, on May 17th, The Mummy will be the next. This project was put on May 17th, also under the premise that The Order might be a soft persimmon. The Mummy and The Order are the most direct competitors, and at the same time will not squeeze the living space of Romeo and Juliet too much. After several consecutive internal previews, the new version of The Mummy starring Val Kilmer and Rachel Weisz is at least as good as the Brendan Fraser version in Simon's opinion. Fox, which is responsible for the distribution, also regards this project as the focus of the summer season and has invested $35 million in the publicity and promotion budget. At the same time, with the support of Deaneries Entertainment, the number of screens for the opening of the film has reached 2,986. Then, on May 24th, there was another movie worth talking about, Black Mask. That's right. It was The Black Mask starring Jet Li. In recent years, Simon has been quietly pushing New World Pictures to introduce excellent Hong Kong films for distribution in North America. Rumble in the Bronx is a very successful one. Rush Hour, which was released on Valentine's Day at the beginning of the year, was a peak for Hong Kong stars to enter Hollywood. And Black Mask was finalized before Rush Hour was released. The production cost of the film was as high as 60 million Hong Kong dollars, which is definitely a super blockbuster level on the other side of the ocean, and the project was originally planned to enter Hollywood. Compared with Jack Chang's humorous Kung Fu, Simon prefers Jet Li, probably because of his sentimentality. Therefore, under the personal promotion of his big boss, the two sides hit it off. However, 60 million Hong Kong dollars on the other side of the ocean is actually just over $7 million when converted into US dollars, which suddenly became a low cost in Hollywood. As a co-producer, New World Pictures invested $2 million to obtain the full channel distribution rights of Black Mask in Europe and the United States. This is actually because the Hong Kong site is mainly testing the waters. After all, during the discussion of the project, Jack Chang tried to impact Hollywood so many times, and only Rumble in the Bronx could be presented. Therefore, the most important thing for them is the local market of Hong Kong Island and Southeast Asia, which is the bulk of Hong Kong films. Simon knows that Black Mask means as much to Jet Li as Rumble in the Bronx does to Jack Chang. Jack Chang filmed Rumble in the Bronx and went to the United States to shoot in order to enter the Western market. Jet Li attracted the attention of Hollywood entirely by his own charm. In the original time and space, after Black Mask was released in North America, it successfully achieved a box office of more than $12 million, far exceeding the production cost of $7 million. Not only that, the box office was still a small part. This kung fu movie from Hong Kong Island has achieved greater success in the videotape market, and the cumulative income from videotape rental and sales alone has exceeded $50 million. Because of the success of Black Mask, Jet Li was able to get a villain role in Mel Gibson's Lethal Weapon 4, which helped him successfully enter Hollywood, and further triggered a widely circulated wait for 2 hours joke. This time, as long as Black Mask can be successful, Simon plans to make some plans for Jet Li. In the past, Jet Li successfully opened up the Hollywood situation, but he starred in a series of B-level movies, which were really unsatisfactory. As for the villain in Lethal Weapon 4, he simply didn't get involved this time. In fact, there is a good opportunity recently. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In the original time and space, the first male lead considered for Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was Jet Li, but due to various reasons, they failed to reach a cooperation and were eventually taken over by Chow Yun-fat. Simon doesn't plan to change this time. Because fundamentally, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is more of a literary martial arts film, rather than a real kung fu martial arts film that pursues visual effects. In addition, in the film, the male protagonist Li Mubei does not have many fighting scenes, and the story focuses more on the two women, Yu Zilian and Yu Jialong. According to Ang Lee, this is a martial arts version of Sense and Sensibility, and the core is still the story of two women. Therefore, Chow Yun-fat is just right. Forcing Jet Li into this project may even backfire. After all, in the future, when the audience sees it, hey, the kind of clean and neat fighting in Black Mask, who wants to watch you and Yu Zilian talking about martial arts realms? We want to watch kung fu. On the other hand, Simon also instinctively hopes to introduce more outstanding Chinese actors to Hollywood. Giving Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon to the original Chow Yun-fat is based on this consideration. As long as everything goes well, Hollywood will have 3 well-known Chinese actors in the next few years, Jack Chang, Jet Li and Chow Yun-fat. In fact, there are 2 Chinese directors, Ang Lee and Beige Wu, who directed Mission Impossible 2, which was released on May 31st, right after Black Mask. In fact, as long as he doesn't talk about making war epics like Windtalkers and Red Cliff, Beige Wu will definitely stay in Hollywood for a longer time. Of course, Simon will definitely not let Ang Lee make the Hulk again. Life of Pi is much better. The original Mission Impossible 2 was directed by Beige Wu, and this time he is following the history. May 31st, Paramount's Mission Impossible 2. June 7th, New World Pictures' third project of this summer season, Adam Sandler's The Kids. This is Simon's consideration to support a new generation of comedians, including Ben Stiller, who has already auditioned to join the Terror. June 14th, MGM's Spectre, the beginning of the spy movie universe. This project does not have the funding of Deanery's Entertainment, but the situation will change when the subsequent spy movie universe begins to cross-integrate. June 21st, Police Empire. This crime film, written and directed by James Mangold and starring Sylvester Stallone, was initially considered for the awards season last year. After the film was completed, it was screened several times internally. Although the quality was quite good, neither the executives of Highgate Pictures nor the critics who participated in the screenings thought that the film would be favored by the Oscars. In addition, the competition for the Oscars last year was really fierce, so it was simply adjusted to this summer. It was planned to be released as a commercial film. Of course, there was not much expectation, so it was placed between Spectre on June 14th and Sleepy Hollow on June 28th. However, the production cost of the film was only $10 million, so it didn't matter even if it failed. What's more, with Stallone's appeal, it was a summer season after all, and a little publicity could still attract a lot of attention. On June 28th, Sleepy Hollow, no need to say more. July 4th, The Independence Day holiday, which was actually a Thursday, was released one day in advance of the normal box office week. Another important project of MGM, The Birdcage, was released. The Birdcage is a very alternative project, starring Robin Williams. The initial budget was $30 million, but it was slightly overspent during the production process, reaching $31 million. The film tells the story of a gay club. Yes, gay men. This project is very alternative in Hollywood, so when the project was first established, MGM was quite concerned. It was Simon who intervened a little. Because in Simon's memory, The Birdcage was the 7th highest box office in 1996 in the original time and space, and it only received $120 million in the local box office, and it happened to be produced by MGM. Although Simon was still not too interested after reading the script and the finished film, to be honest, he preferred lesbians, and beautiful and glamorous lilies were the king. But as long as the audience likes it, it's fine. Who can resist money? From May 10th to July 4th, 9 consecutive weeks, 9 movies, the important projects of the Westeros system have basically been launched. Then, there are different instincts, Fargo, The Inconsolables, Emma, and From Dusk Till Dawn, which are scattered in the subsequent summer vacation schedule spanning the Olympics. None of the 5 movies are unknown. Different Instincts is starred by John Travolta and produced by MGM. The release date is July 19th. Fargo is a new work of the Coen brothers, produced by Highgate Films, and released on July 26th. The Inconsolables and Emma are both adapted from famous books. The heroines of the 2 movies are Kate Beckinsale and Gwyneth Paltrow, respectively. They are also produced by Highgate Films, and the release dates are August 2nd and August 16th respectively. Although they seem to be adapted from British novels, the 2 projects are actually very different. The Inconsolables only bought the distribution rights from the UK, mainly to accumulate some exposure for Kate Beckinsale, who starred in Charlie's Angels. Emma is produced by the well-established Highgate Films, with a budget of $6 million. It seems that the release date of The Uncomfortable Farm is earlier, but the Olympics have not ended on August 2nd, so Emma is more important. Finally, From Dusk Till Dawn, a new film co-produced by Quentin Tarantino and George Clooney, is produced by New World Pictures and will be released on August 23rd, at the end of the summer season. Chapter 928 Solar City. After roughly handling the accumulated affairs of Deanery's Entertainment during this period, Simon set off for San Francisco on Wednesday, May 8th, to handle an employee interview of the Fusion Times team and other work in the Bay Area. After several months of continuous screening, the frameworks of the 3 companies, Fusion Times, Solar City and SYNOPSIS, have been basically built. Among them, Fusion Times and Solar City are located in Silicon Valley, and SYNOPSIS is located in Los Angeles. SYNOPSIS, which has the fastest progress, has begun to design the first rocket. Fusion Times is the most difficult. The team will settle at the Egret Park in Mountain View in a short time. In the early stage, it will mainly engage in theoretical research. After the construction of Fusion Times headquarters is completed, the actual nuclear fusion reactor construction will be carried out. As for Solar City, among the 3 companies, this company focusing on solar power generation seems to have the lowest technical content, and Simon attaches great importance to it. Because this company is the most promising project among the 3 companies to achieve sustainable commercial operation in a shorter period of time. In fact, Solar City in the past was actually a photovoltaic product distribution company founded by Musk's cousin. Because the one-time installation of photovoltaic power generation systems was too expensive, Solar City developed a new business model, which was to rent instead of sell. It first installed solar power generation systems for users, and then charged fees in the form of electricity rental. Moreover, the user's power generation system can also sell excess electricity through the internet. In fact, the electricity cost of this business model is not lower than that of general power grid charges. It just has the gimmick of clean energy, and it can indeed solve the electricity problems of residents in some remote areas. Therefore, it has achieved success and attracted a large number of followers to enter the market. Simon intends to follow this business model, but his ambition is far more than that. Mountain View, Egret Park. In a conference room at the headquarters of Solar City, Simon finished the interview with Fusion Times in the morning. After lunch, he rushed here and was discussing the specific plans of the newly established company with the 5-member core research team of Solar City. The core research team is dealing with the chief scientist system of many companies or research institutions. Simon initially considered that all three companies should adopt the chief scientist system, but after repeated consideration, he gave up. One person's plan is short. Moreover, although Simon is an elitist, he still believes more in the power of teamwork. Therefore, all three companies have adopted the structural strategy of the core scientific research team. At present, the core scientific research teams of the three companies are 5 people, and not all of them are top scientific researchers. They also include management-oriented personnel such as Emmanuel Brandt of Fusion Times. Because the core positioning of the three companies is commercial companies, they pursue profits. This is also the fundamental reason why Simon has thought about it for a long time and determined that such companies can develop rapidly and in the long run. Since it is a commercial company, it must pay attention to cost control and corporate management. Simon will not let a group of scientists squander their property crazily. Everything must be controllable. Therefore, when Emmanuel Brandt took the initiative to join Fusion Times, Simon quickly agreed and directly appointed the girl as the president of Fusion Times and a member of the core scientific research team. Compared with Simon, who is still a layman even if he has tried hard to read a lot of information, Emmanuel, who has a doctorate in particle physics, is much more professional than him. Moreover, Simon values Emmanuel's business thinking more. He is both professional and proficient in business management, so it is perfect for him to be in charge of such a project. On the SpaceX side, Simon naturally trained Elon Musk according to this type of talent. However, before that, Simon could not wait for Musk to grow up, so he recruited Gwynne Shotwell, the president of SpaceX in the original Time and Space, according to his memory. It was still a woman. Although she is a woman, Gwynne Shotwell, like Emmanuel Brandt, has a high IQ and high education. Gwynne Shotwell, 33 years old this year, has a double master's degree in mechanical engineering and applied mathematics from Northwestern University in the United States, and has joined a space company affiliated with NASA for 8 years since 1988, with an excellent work resume. In the past, Gwynne Shotwell joined SpaceX in 2002 and became Musk's right-hand man, mainly responsible for the daily operations of SpaceX. If Musk's thinking concept guides the corporate culture of SpaceX, then it is Gwynne Shotwell who truly turns this thinking concept into reality. Although it was 6 years ahead of schedule, the 33-year-old Shotwell was in Simon's golden age. Therefore, Gwynne Shotwell's appointment was similar to Emmanuel Brandt's, the president of SpaceX and a member of the core scientific research team. Since both companies were like this, Solar City simply sought perfection. The person in charge was also a woman named Daniela Greenwald, who was 31 years old this year. She not only had a PhD in materials science and engineering from MIT, but also took time to study for an MBA at Harvard University, according to the other party. Before being recruited by Simon to Solar City, this girl with brown short hair and capable temperament and glasses was planning to leave the National Renewable Energy Laboratory of the United States and planned to start a business in Silicon Valley. She also planned to set up a photovoltaic product research and development company. Faced with the opportunity given by Simon, Daniela Greenwald gave up working alone and chose to join Solar City, but she didn't expect to be appointed as the president of Solar City. She also boldly tested whether a guy had other intentions for her. After all, although she was not a big beauty, Daniela's appearance and figure were more than enough with a score of 70. Simon said yes. Daniela was relieved immediately. Men should listen to their words in reverse. Okay. First of all, the first question is, who knows when the earliest history of photovoltaics can be traced back? In the meeting room, Daniela Greenwater and others did not expect Simon to raise this question. Many people are quite disgusted by the similar chapters in many professional textbooks that often start with a talk about the history of related technology development. However, the few people did not disappoint Simon. One of them said, in 1839, the 19-year-old French scientist Edmond Becquerel first discovered the photovoltaic effect of silver chloride liquid and used it to make the first photovoltaic cell. Very good. Simon stood in front of a writing board in the front of the conference room and wrote the number 1839 with a pen, and then wrote the number 1996. From the discovery of the photovoltaic effect in 1839 to now, 1996, 157 years have passed. How do you feel? Several people looked at each other. After a moment, Daniela Greenwald finally said, 157 years, all wasted. Simon tapped the writing board lightly with a pen, nodded, and glanced at the others. So Danny is the president, and you are not. The other 3 men and 1 woman couldn't help but roll their eyes slightly. In fact, the employees of the 3 companies did not have much objection to the 3 women being the heads. Because, except for a few non-staff scientists who served as consultants, all other formal employees of the 3 companies were under 35 years old, and they were all young people. Therefore, there was no seniority-based promotion phenomenon in the R&D departments of many large companies or government laboratories. Moreover, Simon promised everyone that if the 3 did not do well, they would be removed soon. Similarly, if others performed well, he would personally promote them. Simon ignored a roll of eyes from several people and continued, in 157, alternating current, semiconductors, fossil energy, etc. have been widely used in our lives, but photovoltaic technology has been limited to a small number of fields. In my opinion, this is actually a waste. The energy of human society fundamentally comes from the sun. We have been ignoring this most direct and abundant energy application, and instead continue to consume the fossil energy accumulated and transformed by the Earth for billions of years. This is a very serious mistake. I founded Solar City in the hope that our application of energy can get back on track. After listening to Simon's speech, several people at the conference table nodded slightly. If they did not agree with this concept, they would not join this industry. Simon paused for a moment and continued, well, let's get to the point. We have accumulated 157 years of experience, and the mainstream photovoltaic materials that should be discovered have actually been discovered, as well as the related peripheral technologies. So, my request to you is definitely not to start from scratch. Just like Isaac Newton's phrase standing on the shoulders of giants, I hope that you can stand on the technological foundation accumulated by your predecessors for hundreds of years, and first conduct a comprehensive review and integration, of photovoltaic applications and peripheral technologies around the world. I know what you are thinking. This is certainly not easy for others, but it is not a problem for me, because I have enough capital to support you in this integration. Everyone smiled, but they also understood that this was the fact. The so-called integration, to put it bluntly, is still technical integration. Since it is technology, it must involve various patent issues. Whether it is direct acquisition or obtaining authorization, it requires a lot of financial support. At this stage, perhaps some people have such financial strength, but considering the investment risks involved, few people will do so. This is not a problem for Simon. Even if a super-rich person really has to take out billions of dollars to waste, he will not be hurt. In front of the writing board, Simon continued, of course, the integration I'm talking about is not just the integration of photovoltaic products. I hope you can build a complete industrial closed loop, from photovoltaic material production to final waste treatment. For many people, the biggest selling point of photovoltaic products is clean energy, which can reduce the pollution caused by fossil fuels. However, everyone actually understands that this statement is a scam, because photovoltaic materials will not only consume a lot of energy from the beginning of production, but also begin to cause various kinds of pollution, and photovoltaic waste and battery product waste used to store energy will cause even more serious pollution. Since we want to promote photovoltaic products in the name of environmental protection, then I hope we can really live up to the name to the greatest extent, and not just a gimmick. At least, we must achieve the final harmless treatment of photovoltaic waste and scrap batteries. As Simon spoke, he wrote down various keywords on the writing board. After completing the first step of technology sorting and integration, I require you to conduct deeper research and development based on the existing technology, and integrate a set of photovoltaic product operation plans that can be actually operated commercially. Remember, what I need is an optimal plan between cost and efficiency, which is also the direction of your future efforts. If anyone talks about the expensive photovoltaic materials on satellites that are more expensive than gold, I will directly fire you. Of course, this plan also involves the complete industrial chain from material production to waste treatment. I have discussed with you before Solar City's strategy of renting instead of selling, which is a business model that is very easy to imitate. However, as long as you can optimize costs to the extreme and form a complete industrial chain, it will be difficult for other followers to pose a threat to Solar City in the future. Starting from 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Simon stayed at the Solar City headquarters for 2 hours, discussing various issues with several core members of the company, and did not leave until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Then he rushed to a small town called Morgan Hill in the south of San Jose. Fusion Times purchased 50 hectares of land here, and just reached an agreement with the surrounding residents a few days ago to establish the headquarters of Fusion Times here. In fact, it was originally proposed to set up the headquarters of Fusion Times in Livermore, east of the Bay Area, near the Livermore National Laboratory under the U.S. Department of Energy. After all, if you want to study controlled nuclear fusion technology, even if it is a private company, you need to obtain permission and supervision from government departments. In this regard, the Westeros system has been authorized by the federal government and has reached some technical cooperation agreements. If Fusion Times headquarters is set up in Livermore, it will be more convenient to communicate with the Livermore National Laboratory team that is also conducting controlled nuclear fusion research. Simon chose to refuse directly. Because Simon hopes to build a company with the spirit of Silicon Valley, whether it is Fusion Times in Solar City in the Bay Area, or SpaceX in Los Angeles, Simon hopes that the teams of the three companies can be as enterprising and innovative as Silicon Valley companies. In comparison, the Livermore National Laboratory is almost a government department. Simon certainly does not deny the technical background of these national laboratories, but the rigid system and idle style within these laboratories also doom them to be difficult to achieve great technological breakthroughs. I remember that there are always people comparing the scientific research institutions in China and the West, and then they are heartbroken about the loss of top domestic scientific researchers. In fact, they are all the same. Otherwise, the United States' new moon landing plan would not rely on private companies like SpaceX. It's just that, relatively speaking, there are various large private companies or commercial research institutions in the West that accept top scientific researchers from all over the world, giving them enough room to play, just like SpaceX. Even 20 years later, fundamentally because of the shallow foundation, China has not formed such soil. In short, Simon does not want the Fusion Times team to be infected with the government department habits of the Livermore National Laboratory. Of course, stay away from it. The land that Simon purchased near Morgan Hill is only more than 20 kilometers away from downtown San Jose, and is basically within the scope of Silicon Valley. In fact, Simon also wanted to be more central, but the field involved by Fusion Times is sensitive after all, and it is not easy to purchase 50 hectares of land in the core area of Silicon Valley at one time. Morgan Hill, located in the valley south of San Jose, is a compromise. After looking at the site selection of Fusion Times and communicating with the architectural design team, Simon stayed in the Bay Area for one night at the end of the day's work, and set off again the next day to fly to New York. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 929, Capital is Ruthless. Simon's main reason for going to New York this time was for the IPO of Verizon Telecom and the subsequent layout of the Westeros system in the telecommunications field. On May 6, the long-prepared Verizon Telecom officially submitted the first version of its IPO prospectus to the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, announcing that the regional telecommunications giant that was privatized by Westeros 5 years ago would once again enter the capital market. From the acquisition of Bell Atlantic, the predecessor of Verizon, at the end of 1990, to the resubmission of the prospectus by Verizon on May 6, 1996, during the 5 full fiscal years, when the fixed-line telephone business in the United States was almost stagnant, relying on the rapid growth of the mobile communications industry, Verizon Telecom achieved an average annual growth rate of 31% for 5 consecutive years. In fiscal 1995, Verizon Telecom's annual revenue reached $15.36 billion, a 3.8-fold increase compared to the fiscal year 1990 before the acquisition. Moreover, even though Verizon still maintained its large-scale investment in the field of mobile communications, its net profit for the whole year of 1995 reached $1.35 billion. In 1990, excluding the $1.7 billion debt, Westeros bought Bell Atlantic, the predecessor of Verizon Telecom, with a cash offer of $7 billion. In 1996, according to the prospectus submitted on May 6, Verizon Telecom's total share capital was 3.673 billion shares, and it was expected to sell 500 million shares, with a preliminary issue price of $10.25. Based on this pricing, Verizon Telecom's IPO valuation reached $37.6 billion, equivalent to 5.3 times the initial purchase price of $7 billion. 5 times the growth in 5 years. Even if it is not as good as several direct women in the Westeros system, this investment return is eye-catching enough. Like the Tinkober IPO in February, of the 500 million shares listed this time, only 300 million shares are newly issued shares, and the other 200 million shares, of which 170 million shares are from Westeros, and the other 30 million shares are sold by Verizon executives at all levels. Because of the rapid development of Verizon Telecom, Simon is not stingy in equity rewards. Before the prospectus was submitted, the last reward was redeemed, and Westeros' shareholding in Verizon Telecom had dropped to 92.7%, with a shareholding of 3.405 billion shares. The other 268 million shares, about 7.3% of Verizon Telecom shares, were obtained by the company's management at all levels in the form of rewards or subscriptions. According to the IPO valuation of $37.6 billion, the total value of these 7.3% of shares reached $2.75 billion, of which Raymond Smith, chairman and CEO of Verizon Telecom, held 2.8% of the shares, equivalent to $1.05 billion, becoming another billionaire. Unlike emerging companies like Agrint that can enjoy the founder's dividend during the IPO process from scratch, Simon can still give such a large-scale equity reward to Verizon Telecom, which is already a mature and established company. It is definitely a generous move. On the other hand, according to the preliminary issue price of $10.25, the total scale of funds raised in this IPO reached $5.125 billion, another $5 billion. From the beginning of the year to now, the surge in the Nasdaq index has greatly increased the book wealth of countless investors by $1.4 trillion. The total market value of all Nasdaq stocks has now reached $5.1 trillion. In comparison, it seems that Simon's various cash withdrawals since the end of last year have accumulated only more than $10 billion, which seems not worth mentioning. However, many people understand that in the capital market, cash is king, and stock prices and market values are all virtual before cash withdrawal. From the beginning of the year to now, the book wealth of Nasdaq stocks seems to have increased by $1.4 trillion, but in fact, even if someone wants to cash out 1/10 of it, $140 billion, it will inevitably lead to the collapse of the Nasdaq, which has already been seriously bubbled. Therefore, not to mention the personal wealth that has also skyrocketed with this surge in the Nasdaq, Simon is also the biggest beneficiary of this wave of technology stocks in terms of cash withdrawal funds. And now how much cash do all the companies in the Westeros system, big and small, hold, and what Simon Westeros plans to do with this huge amount of cash in the future? Just think about it. The more you understand the horror of capital power, the more you feel chilled. What Simon will do, of course, is to expand. For example, the IPO of Verizon this time is mainly to facilitate a series of subsequent mergers and acquisitions after the securitization of the enterprise. This is also a major topic that Simon discussed with the senior executives of Verizon and AOL after arriving in New York. After going public, Verizon Telecom will first initiate the acquisition of NYNEX, another one of the 7 bells in the north of its own territory, and bring the Boston to Washington metropolitan area on the east coast of the United States into the sphere of influence of Verizon Telecom, and then integrate the resources of all parties with AOL. Simon initially considered the cooperation between AOL and Verizon Telecom, but later gave up the idea. If the two companies force a merger, it will be very difficult, whether it is the integration of their businesses or the antitrust review at the government level. Therefore, the two companies will continue to operate independently in the future, but after all, they have the same boss, so they will cooperate in many aspects. As for each of them, Verizon Telecom will continue to focus on the two major businesses of fixed-line telephones and mobile communications, among which mobile communications is the core direction in the future. As long as this is done well, the company can develop to considerable size. AOL will focus on the two major areas of network services and cable TV. As a result, the three-network integration promoted by various media after the promulgation of the latest Telecommunications Act in the United States at the end of last year will definitely not be implemented in the Westeros system. Speaking of which, in the original time and space, the United States did not achieve true three-network integration until 20 years later. On the contrary, China, across the ocean, has a fiber optic cable that includes telephone, television and internet, and will also bundle a mobile phone number, which is equivalent to 4 networks in one. If you want to talk about the reason, of course it is still profit. The integration of 3 networks allows operators to make full use of their own resources, thereby reducing costs and further benefiting their customers. However, if these businesses are separated and different businesses charge different fees, operators can naturally earn more, so why not? Capital is profit-seeking. Capital is ruthless and profit-seeking. If there is no intervention from strong external factors, capital will instinctively choose the path that maximizes its own interests. Just like the Westeros system. With the amount of personal wealth Simon has at this time, he is the biggest capitalist on the planet, no one else. Although Simon is still a good boss in front of his employees, and he himself does not have the tendency to do everything possible to squeeze every bit of interest in every industry involved in the Westeros system, the capital controlled by the Westeros system will inevitably choose to do so instinctively. It will inevitably go to evil. Because that is the nature of capital. As for why? Still taking the Westeros system as an example, millions of employees, these people have their own clear goals under the modern enterprise system, whether it is R&D goals, promotion goals, sales goals, or other various goals. Once these goals are not achieved, the relevant individuals or teams will face punishments ranging from salary reduction to being kicked out. Therefore, they must do their best. The ultimate essence of all these goals is actually 2 words: profit-seeking. Capital is profit-seeking. Therefore, the statement in Das Kapital that capital has come to the world could not be more true and cruel. No one should have the illusion that capital may be kind and gentle because of a certain person or a certain system. The day after Simon arrived in New York, May 10th, the North American summer season officially opened. Warner Brothers Pictures super blockbuster The Order and Deanery's Entertainment's New World Pictures' Romeo and Juliet were released on this day, as well as Paramount's Orion Pictures' crime thriller The Metropolis and several other insignificant independent films from second and third tier studios. Among the 3 films, Arnold Schwarzenegger's The Order opened on 2,816 screens. Leo's Romeo and Juliet opened on 2,017 screens, and the relatively large-scale The Metropolis opened on 474 screens. Because of Simon's emphasis on Romeo and Juliet, although the budget for publicity and promotion was only $15 million, the New World Pictures team still promoted the film to the extreme within the budget, with print media, television and the internet. The film's creators have been driven like donkeys recently, overwhelmed by various notices, and they also deliberately hyped up the gossip of the 2 protagonists. As the most direct competitor, the New World Pictures team also used some unsophisticated means against the big guy The Evaporator, deliberately releasing news about the poor quality of the film's internal preview on the internet, causing Schwarzenegger to clarify and fight back on his official Facebook page. However, Arnold's Facebook and news related to The Evaporator were all restricted on the increasingly important online platform for film promotion at this time. The internet belongs to Westeros. Limiting traffic is just a word. Deanery's and Time Warner's alliance is well known. However, this is capital seeking profit. Even if Simon and Jack Welch, chairman of General Electric, who had become the top boss of Time Warner, had enough tolerance not to do so, the lower-level team of the company would involuntarily take all the competitive means that could be used for their own performance. Then, from the opening day box office data of the summer season on May 10th, the whole Hollywood once again felt the fear of being dominated by Deanery's entertainment. The Evaporator was the undisputed single-day box office champion, earning $8.69 million on the first day of opening. It was followed closely. Romeo and Juliet, the first day box office, $6.92 million. It seems that The Evaporator has obviously won, but even if we don't talk about the huge gap between the production cost and publicity investment of the 2 films, just talking about the opening screen size, one is 2,816 and the other is 2,017. In terms of the first day box office, the average box office of The Evaporator is $3,086, while the average box office of Romeo and Juliet is $3,431. The small one with a production cost of $15 million unexpectedly overturned the big one with a budget of $100 million in terms of average theaters. You know, this is not a small-scale preview opening that is not comparable. Both movies are released on a large scale. Perhaps Romeo and Juliet has pushed up the average box office to a certain extent because it lacks nearly 800 canvases, but the fact that a super blockbuster with a cost of $100 million was suppressed by a low-cost love movie in terms of important theater data is a failure in itself. Moreover, the reputation of the two films is the same. Although the New World Pictures team released the news in advance, it is not intentional to smear it. The comprehensive media score of The Evaporator is only a pitiful 3.7 points, which is comparable to the 3.6 points of The Phantom Hero that Arnold messed up last time. The comprehensive media score of Romeo and Juliet reached 8.1 points. Excellent level. Of course, there will be some public relations factors involved, but if the quality of the film itself is not good enough, North American filmmakers who are still quite decent will not say that a substandard film is excellent, just like a big guy with a score of 3.7. After the first day, the news of the little guy overthrowing the big guy quickly occupied the entertainment pages, and the attention of Romeo and Juliet, which is already backed by the national IP, increased significantly. Since it has achieved a good start, the screen is certainly not a problem for Deanery's entertainment. After the first day box office was released, the New World Pictures team quickly contacted major theaters, and it is expected that the number of screens for Romeo and Juliet will increase to about 2,500 next week. It is still not as good as the 2,816 screens of The Evaporator, but it is enough for this film to fully realize its box office potential. The first 3 days of the weekend passed quickly. The box office data statistics are released. The box office of The Evaporator in the first 3 days of the film was $24.57 million, and the box office of Romeo and Juliet in the first weekend was $20.17 million. The difference is only a little over $4 million. Under the operation of the New World Pictures team, Leonardo DiCaprio, who quickly began to cooperate with the official second wave of publicity, has directly exploded from his previous acting skills in a different sky to popular first-line actor in Hollywood. Deanery's Entertainment did not miss this opportunity and began to properly warm up for Titanic, which will be filmed in June. It also conducted a joint promotion with the team of The Mummy, which will be released next week on The Late Show with David Letterman, which has already started on ABC TV network, because Rachel Weisz, who starred in The Mummy, is the heroine of Titanic. Various male and female protagonists, various sparks. In the end, in the box office week from May 10th to May 16th, The Evaporator still easily won the single-week box office championship, earning $36.42 million in the first 7 days of the filming. The second-place Romeo and Juliet had a box office of $31.46 million in the first week. As for the other film, Metropolis and other small films, they did not make any splashes at all. Everyone's attention was focused on the top two films. The first week's box office of $36.42 million seems to be pretty good, but it is actually far below Warner Brothers' expectation of $50 million to $60 million in the first week. After all, the production cost of Evaporation is $100 million, and Warner Brothers also invested $30 million in publicity and promotion. With a total investment of $130 million, it needs a global box office of $400 million to recover the cost. Now, even if it is quite optimistic, it would be a blessing for Evaporation to break through a $100 million in domestic box office. Even if the overseas box office is twice as much as the domestic box office, the global box office is only about $300 million. It will inevitably lose money in the short term. Warner can only hope to recover the cost through subsequent channels. Looking at Romeo and Juliet, it only took $31.46 million in the first week. According to the tiered profit-sharing rule, it has easily recovered most of the $15 million production budget and $15 million in publicity and promotion expenses. It is inevitable to make a profit in the second week of release. If the total box office of this movie is only about $30 million, it will be better, but this is just the beginning. With a market reputation and audience enthusiasm shown by Romeo and Juliet, although the opening box office is lower than the order, the subsequent domestic total box office is really uncertain, and it is obvious that Romeo and Juliet has a greater chance of winning. May 17th, the second week of the summer season. Leading the way are also two movies. Fox Films released Deanery's and Fox's fantasy adventure blockbuster The Mummy, and Disney's new film Austin Powers by Mike Myers, which is also worth mentioning. The final production cost of The Mummy is $70 million. Because of the relative cost advantage, Fox spent $35 million on the publicity and promotion budget, which is $5 million higher than The Order. The film opened on 2,986 screens. Austin Powers is a work that Mike Myers and Deaneries Entertainment turned to Disney last year after failing to reach a follow-up cooperation agreement after the Toy Story series. Because of the success of the Toy Story series, Disney generously gave Myers a salary of up to $15 million and a corresponding profit-sharing contract. The production cost of this Austin Powers reached $40 million, the publicity and distribution budget was $20 million, and the number of screens opened was 2,187. 4 movies in 2 weeks. Before the summer season started, almost everyone thought that The Evaporator and The Mummy would be the most direct competitors. If Austin Powers can continue the success of the Toy Story series, it will also be on par with the former two. The 3 films are considered the core of the May schedule at the beginning of the summer season. Although Mission Impossible 2 was released on May 31st, it was already considered the June schedule. Unexpectedly, a dark horse named Romeo and Juliet unexpectedly emerged. As the popularity of the film spread further, this film formed a viewing craze among the core youth audience group of the summer season, especially the young female audience group. Maybe not all age groups, but who would doubt women's spending power? So the situation suddenly became delicate. If The Mummy messes up again, although the probability is very small, this summer season will be quite out of this world. Moreover, because of the huge popularity attracted by Romeo and Juliet, the attention of Mike Myers' Austin Powers was unconsciously overshadowed. Los Angeles. While many people are closely watching the subsequent performance of the 2 new films released recently and the films that opened last week, some people can't stay calm. The wealthy area of Brentwood in the north of Santa Monica. At around 7 in the evening, a luxury car drove into the private residence of Joe Roth, president of Fox Films. Arnold Schwarzenegger got out of the car and followed Joe Roth into the villa party. He immediately felt the eyes of the people around him with various meanings. Few people in Hollywood have not experienced failure. Well, maybe someone is the exception. Moreover, The Evaporator is not too unsuccessful. At least it is much better than The Phantom Hero 3 years ago. However, after the failure of The Phantom Hero, because there was Terminator 2 before, and then quickly used True Lies to restore popularity, that project did not cause much impact on Arnold's status. This time is obviously different. After all, everyone has felt the increasingly clear changes in the Hollywood film industry in recent years. The most obvious point. Because of the rise of the DC movie universe and the prosperity of movie special effects, the once popular super first-line stars seem to be less valuable. If it were just like this, it wouldn't be a big deal. If the pay is reduced, it's fine. But, because it's no longer that valuable, it actually means that Hollywood's tolerance for superstars has also been greatly reduced. In the past, superstars could have the chance to rise again with a 3rd film if 1 or 2 films failed. Now, it may be that only 1 film fails, and it will be difficult for you to get better resources in the future. With a mediocre opening of The Order, everyone realized that Arnold Schwarzenegger might be the first superstar to fall into such an embarrassing situation. Moreover, it was not just caused by the movie The Order. It was a logical result after a series of accumulations. First of all, the poor market performance of The Order actually probably means that the old-school muscle man action movies that Schwarzenegger is best at are no longer popular. This trend has also been obvious in recent years. Among a series of similar films, only True Lies stood out, but there are a long list of failed projects. Sylvester Stallone's, Arnold Schwarzenegger's, Kevin Costner's, The Illusion, Clerks of the Mountain, The Enforcer, Judge Dredd, etc., and even the latest The Evaporator. It doesn't matter if the genre is not popular, as long as it can be transformed in time. That's the problem. After the lesson of The Illusion, Schwarzenegger obviously didn't react completely. After the success of True Lies, he thought that the genre he was good at was still full of the market, so he missed a great opportunity last year. Jumanji. And it is obviously a series. It is also a special effects blockbuster series that almost represents the general trend of Hollywood. Because the super big names are too expensive, there are actually not many opportunities for special effects blockbusters for them, because the super blockbuster with special effects as the main feature already has a selling point, and the producers often choose actors with relatively affordable pay. It is even more difficult to meet a project that suits you based on the corresponding genre. There are no secrets in the circle. Everyone knows that Simon Westeros initially preferred Arnold, and the conditions he offered were quite good. Unfortunately, this big star wanted more, and ended up dragging the opportunity down. What made the gossipers even more crazy was that this opportunity fell into the hands of Arnold's nemesis Stallone. Before this, Arnold had been suppressing Stallone for many years. It may not be the case in the future. After all, Arnold rejected Simon Westeros's project. Who knows if it will leave a knot on the heart of a young tycoon. In Hollywood today, as we all know, almost all the best resources come from Deaneries Entertainment, and are controlled by a young man who is only 28 years old this year. In Joe Ross's mansion, Schwarzenegger, who pretended not to feel all kinds of different looks, greeted some familiar guests, and soon avoided the party scene with Joe Ross and came to a reception room in the villa. Whether it is the two parties involved or the guests at the party, they can actually guess one or two. Because it is easy to guess. The box office of The Evaporator is not satisfactory, and Arnold must consider regaining popularity. In the original time and space, Schwarzenegger chose Batman and Robin in 1997. Although he received an overpaid salary of $25 million, it also caused a bigger box office disaster. This time there is no Batman series for Arnold to choose. So, what else? That's right. Of course, Terminator. The copyright of the Terminator series is currently jointly held by Fox Film and Deaneries Entertainment. In the movie, Arnold is the savior of the human world. Outside the movie, this movie is almost Arnold's savior. Chapter 930, first day of the next week. In the reception room of the villa, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Fox president Joe Roth were indeed talking about Terminator. Actually, after the success of Terminator 2, someone proposed to develop Terminator 3. Arnold, I think you must have heard about this. Many people, including me, were interested in it, but Simon personally rejected it later. If you want to restart the series, although, well, to be honest, you'd better communicate directly with Deaneries Entertainment. The original Terminator 2 was a cooperative project between the two parties, and Fox and Deaneries each shared half of the copyright. Arnold Schwarzenegger did not respond to Joe Ross's words, but said, "Joe, why don't we talk about another plan, such as Fox buying the other half of the copyright held by Deaneries and developing it independently? Deaneries Entertainment now has many popular projects, and Terminator is not lacking. I think as long as the price is right, they will be happy to make a move. By buying the copyright of Terminator, Fox will also have a trump card. Not to mention a sequel, it is not impossible to develop a Terminator universe in the future." Joe Ross felt Schwarzenegger's instigation, but he was not moved. He raised his hand and scratched his standard Jewish high nose bridge with his index finger twice, then looked directly at him and asked, "Arnold, you should have contacted Deaneries and been rejected, right?" A hint of embarrassment flashed across Schwarzenegger's face, and he nodded after thinking about it. Deaneries really has no intention of developing a sequel. But, Joe, wouldn't it be better to develop such a high-quality project independently? Maybe. Joe Ross was obviously not in a good mood. After a little hesitation, he said, "Arnold, to be honest, since Barry left, Rupert has not paid much attention to the film business. He is more interested in the television and newspaper fields that he is familiar with. In the past year, Fox has only released 9 movies in total. If it weren't for the market boom in recent years, the film business has been profitable. Rupert might have sold the film department directly. Moreover, you should also know the relationship between News Corporation and the Westeros system. Therefore, if Simon objects to the production of Terminator 3, even if we get the full copyright, Rupert may not agree, because Simon is not optimistic and because the project is too expensive." Schwarzenegger didn't expect that he would still hide a wall even if he came forward in person, and he couldn't help but said, "Joe, are you all willing to be a vassal of Deaneries Entertainment?" Facing Schwarzenegger's provocative tone, Joe Ross just smiled and said, "Arnold, if possible, no one wants to be a vassal, but the industry trend is like this. Speaking of it." At this point, Joe Ross didn't say anything, but just shrugged his shoulders. In front of this big star, it's better not to poke the scar directly. Maybe they will cooperate in the future. What Ross wanted to say was that Warner didn't want to be a vassal of Deaneries, so he insisted on investing in The Evaporator and the disastrous Waterworld last summer. If it weren't for these failed projects that swallowed up the profits, relying on the success of films such as Batman v Superman, Dawn of Justice, Warner's film performance would only be better. Blockbuster is indeed the trend in Hollywood. However, This field is not so easy to play. Especially when Deaneries Entertainment is becoming more and more powerful, a large number of resources are occupied by the other party. If other studios rashly invest in blockbuster movies, the risk will only increase. At this stage, it is the safest strategy to cooperate with Deaneries Entertainment. Just like the DC movie universe between Warner and Deaneries, just like Fox's The Mummy released today, and just like MGM, which is increasingly leaning on Westeros for resources. As for the future, if there is no present, who will care about the future? Arnold Schwarzenegger also understood the subtext that Joe Roth had not finished saying. If he was still at the peak of his popularity, he would definitely leave in anger. This time he could only swallow his displeasure and throw out the last set of plans. In this case, Joe, if I find other companies willing to invest in this movie, can Fox transfer the copyright of Terminator? Joe Roth was slightly startled, and then he was very straightforward. Arnold, it still depends on Deaneries' intention. If she is willing, Fox will definitely have no problem. In this case, Schwarzenegger knew that there was no need for him to stay any longer, so he stood up and said goodbye. After seeing Schwarzenegger off, Joe Ross did not immediately return to the party to socialize. He returned to the reception room, took out his cell phone and dialed a number. After a moment, the call was connected. Even through the microphone, Ross still showed a very sincere smile. "Good evening, Amy, I hope I didn't disturb you." "Haha, the same here. It's like this, Arnold just came over." After briefly talking about a meeting with Schwarzenegger, Ross hung up the phone and turned back to the party outside. Ross really didn't care about Schwarzenegger's provocation during the meeting. He was just a professional manager. What's more, even after a series of mergers and acquisitions, Hollywood is still the Hollywood of the Jews. Even if a certain young person is in his prime now, this circle cannot do without them if it wants to continue to operate. Hollywood is a flowing capital and flowing stars. Only the Jews are eternal. Maybe there is one more king now, but the king cannot handle everything alone and needs their assistance, so they still have power. Not too far from Brentwood, in Palisade, Simon's mansion on the hillside was also hosting a cocktail party, but it was Amy Pascal who was hosting it, entertaining a film industry delegation from China. It was an idea that Simon came up with on the plane when he returned from China. Amy Pascal took over personally, and the Chinese side responded positively and arrived in Los Angeles this morning for a 2-week inspection and exchange. Simon did not attend the reception. Even if you attach great importance to it, some things are not as good as too little. In many cases, being arrogant can achieve better results. After hanging up the phone call from Joe Ross, Amy thought for a while, called her assistant to give a few instructions, and picked up a glass of red wine again and walked to the 3 people who were chatting in the crowd. Mr. Liu, Jack, Jet, I'm so sorry, I took a call at the last minute. The 3 people are Liu, the Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television of China, one is Jack Chang, and the other is Jet Li. Black Mask will be released next week, and Jet Li has been cooperating in the United States to promote it recently. Jack Chang was invited by Deaneries Entertainment from across the ocean to come to support Black Mask. After all, the influence of Rush Hour at the beginning of the year is still there. Using a Chinese kung fu star who has already made a name for himself in North America to promote another kung fu star will definitely have a good effect. As for what Jack Chang thinks in his heart, it is not something we need to consider. Anyway, at the invitation of Deaneries Entertainment, he still came. After hearing what Amy said, the deputy minister surnamed Liu said first, "It's okay, Ms. Pascal." Amy Pascal did not have Simon's talent for languages. She cooperated with a translator beside her and asked with a smile, "What were you talking about just now?" Deputy Minister Liu said, "I also learned some information about Jet's Black Mask in advance. I never thought that Deaneries Entertainment would put this Chinese language movie in such a popular time slot as the summer vacation. Black Mask is a great movie, not to mention that it was confirmed by Simon himself. He has always had a good eye. We also noticed that Deaneries Entertainment has indeed released quite a few Chinese language movies in recent years. It's mainly because Simon likes Chinese culture very much. If you were here tonight, there would be no need for a translator. By the way, Simon is also personally leading the preparation of a martial arts movie recently. I hope we can cooperate with the Chinese side at that time." Deputy Minister Liu was very surprised. "Did I hear it right, Miss Pascal? You mean, a martial arts movie?" Jack Chang and Jet Li heard this, Although they did not interrupt rashly, their expressions moved slightly, and they looked at each other inconspicuously. Amy nodded and said, "Yes, a martial arts movie. Maybe my pronunciation is not very standard, but Mr. Liu did not understand it wrong. This is a movie adapted from a Chinese martial arts novel, called Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. If you have enough time, maybe we can arrange a meeting to exchange ideas." Vice Minister Liu couldn't remember who wrote Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon for a moment, but it did not prevent him from keenly capturing the significance of this project. This inspection involves the reform of China's film industry, which cannot be seen immediately, but if a film cooperation project is brought back, it will be a real political achievement, so there is a hint of excitement in the tone. Of course, we must hand it in. Regarding the matter of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Simon told Amy in advance to let the Chinese side know. Letting the inspection team directly bring back a cooperation project is also a favor. After all, as long as the Chinese side sees the general information of the project, they will understand that this is a good opportunity to promote Chinese culture abroad. Of course, in public, this project will still be kept as low-key as possible in accordance with Simon's promise to Ang Lee. I believe that as long as Deaneries Entertainment proposes, the Chinese side will cooperate to keep it confidential. After all, the recognition of Chinese-language films in the West is still very low. If they are promoted in advance, they may become a laughingstock once the project fails. The next day is Saturday. At Cape du May Manor, Simon still gets up early. Exercise, take a shower, change into refreshing and casual clothes, sit by the glass curtain wall of the Shale Villa, take advantage of the short free time before breakfast to read today's newspaper, and listen to some work reports of Girl A at the same time. With 5 more little ones, breakfast time at home always seems very lively, and it is impossible to read newspapers while eating. In terms of the overall situation, the 1996 U.S. presidential election is in full swing. Bill Clinton has not yet gotten rid of the quagmire of the Paula Jones case, and the recent Whitewater case has also erupted, which is dazzling. With Clinton's current poll spending rate, unless he voluntarily gives up or there are other irresistible changes, there is almost no suspense about his re-election. The Republicans are now tossing around, which is actually just continuing to hit the overall strength of the Democratic Party. Although Simon feels that doing so will only make the public disappointed with both parties in Washington. This is indeed the case. The main reason why the United States has fallen into the vicious circle of gerontocracy since the new century is that the public has completely lost interest in the intrigues in Washington, and has a laissez-faire mentality of letting you do whatever you want. Of course, this is actually good for jebel capital such as the Westeros system. Just like Japan's low desire society. The people are all peaceful and don't fight, quarrel or to make a fuss. How great. In Hollywood, the focus is still on the summer season. Yesterday's first-day box office for the summer season was released, which was unexpected and reasonable, causing a lot of excitement in the media. First of all, The Evaporator was overtaken by Romeo and Juliet. Although The Mummy is the first on the list as a matter of course. In addition, the Austin Powers that Disney had high hopes for this summer did not replicate the success of the Toy Story series. This is another story. At the beginning, Deaneries Entertainment did not renew the contract, and Simon Westeros was obviously not optimistic. So, how obvious? How obvious? Specifically, on the first day of opening, The Mummy, which has 2,986 screens, including the midnight show, earned $13.81 million on the first day, easily topping the list. It is expected that the box office for the first 3 days of the weekend will be around $40 million, and the first 7 days may break the $60 million mark. It may not be compared with a phenomenal DC movie universe series, but such results have fully met the expectations of the two producers. According to the opening of $60 million, the domestic box office of The Mummy is expected to reach about $150 million, which is enough to recover the film's $70 million production cost. The overseas box office of similar blockbusters has always been higher than that of domestic ones, so The Mummy is expected to make a profit in the theater distribution stage. Therefore, the sequel will be launched immediately. Perhaps we can also take advantage of the situation to expand the Mummy universe, which still needs to be planned. The second place on the single-day list is Romeo and Juliet. This is also the most unexpected and reasonable. Although the box office in the first week fell behind The Evaporator, Romeo and Juliet suppressed The Evaporator in terms of popularity and reputation in average theater data. The New World Pictures team also increased the number of screens from 2,017 to 2,534 in the second week. As a result, on the first day of the second week, Romeo and Juliet earned $5.69 million, which was only a year-on-year decrease of 18% compared with the first day of the opening last week. There may be a decline in the future, but even if calculated according to the 20% drop in the second week, Romeo and Juliet can earn about $25 million this week. By then, the film will have accumulated more than $56 million in 2 weeks. Because of the subject matter and audience, the powerful The Mummy obviously did not cause too obvious impact on Romeo and Juliet. I think the subsequent films such as Mission Impossible 2 are also the same. Therefore, Romeo and Juliet is expected to have a very beautiful long-term trend. The total domestic box office can not only easily exceed 100 million, but can even go up a lot. The order is not so lucky. On the first day of the second week, this super blockbuster costing $100 million plummeted from $8.69 million last week to $4.13 million, a year-on-year decline of 53%. Even if calculated according to the overall 50% decline in the second week, the box office of the order will only be around $18 million in the second week of its release, and the cumulative 2 weeks will be about $54 million. It seems to be almost the same as Romeo and Juliet, but because of the sharp decline, the film may only have a box office potential of $30 million in the future, and the overall North American box office is expected to be around $80 million. This is still a good estimate. The North American box office is tepid, and it is unlikely that there will be miracles overseas. Warner Brothers' losses in the theater distribution stage of this film will be further expanded. The last Austin Powers had a box office of $356 on the first day of its release, which was far below Disney's expectations. With such a start, the box office for the first 3 days of the weekend is expected to be around $10 million, and around $15 million in the first week. With a low opening in the first week, it is expected that the total domestic box office of Austin Powers will be around $30 million. The domestic box office of $30 million is $20 million less than in the past history, which is obviously due to the impact of films such as The Mummy. Because it is a localized vulgar spoof comedy, it will only be more bleak overseas. Considering the film's cost of $40 million and $20 million in publicity and promotion, Disney is destined to lose money in the theater distribution stage. Speaking of which, if the budget of the first Austin Powers was controlled within $20 million as in the original time and space, even if the first part only had $30 million, it would still be expected to start a sequel, and then it might continue to create the miracle of the last 2 Austin Powers in history. Now that the first film has failed and there is no sequel, Mike Myers can only look for other projects. This is not easy, because the new generation of comedy stars that Simon has quietly cultivated will gradually emerge in the next few years. Comedy is a genre that audiences watch for a sense of freshness. Otherwise, there would not be the phenomenon that comedy sequels are prone to failure. This sense of freshness is not only for the film, but also for the actors. Of course, Simon did not mean to deliberately suppress Mike Myers. Given his current position, the more Hollywood actors flourish, the better it is for the Westeros system. Chapter 931, Intricate Connections. Also, there is an email from Ms. Pascal. Arnold Schwarzenegger visited Joe Roth last night and proposed to restart The Terminator again. After being rejected, Arnold tried to find out whether Fox was willing to sell the copyright. He hoped to contact other studios to cooperate on this project. Simon, who was browsing a copy of The Washington Post, heard what Ms. A said and thought for a while and said, "In this case, let them talk." Tried to set a higher price. Although Schwarzenegger rejected Jumanji last year, Simon had no opinion on the actor. It was the same as Mike Myers. The more Hollywood A-listers there are, the more room for Deaneries Entertainment to choose and negotiate. Of course, with the exception of some filmmakers who had irreconcilable conflicts due to various disputes earlier, Simon no longer has any feelings for these guys who have gradually disappeared from Hollywood's vision. He doesn't remember some of them very well, but he will never let them go. Allison paused, looked at her boss who was still looking at the newspaper in front of her, and said, "If Terminator is rebooted, it will definitely be a blockbuster and may compete with similar projects of ours in the future." Simon looked up and glanced at Girl A, shook his head slightly and said, "Even if I stop it, there will still be other big-budget movies." It's better to launch a project that is within our expectations. In fact, the box office after the reboot of Terminator will definitely not be too bad, but the cost of this project will also be very high. Remember to remind Amy that if Arnold invites Cameron to continue to participate, don't stop him. We must also take the initiative to promote it. In this way, the third part will definitely not be able to be done without $150 million, which will occupy a lot of resources from our competitors. It is unlikely that James Cameron will continue to serve as the director of the Terminator series. However, even if he is just a nominal producer, given Cameron's nature of spending money, it will inevitably lead to a huge increase in the budget of Terminator 3. Girl A quickly figured out the key points, nodded, wrote it down on the memo, and suggested, "Boss, the comprehensive copyright value of Terminator is very high. In addition to movies, we can also develop TV, games and other products. Our game department has launched 2 Terminator-adapted games with good sales in recent years. So, I think we don't need to sell the copyright, just grant the right to shoot, and it is a one-time shooting right." Well, good idea. The two discussed various work matters until Indian girl Alia came to remind him that breakfast time was up, and Simon got up from the sofa next to the glass curtain wall. Today is Saturday. After breakfast, Simon did not leave to work again. But he was not idle. After breakfast, he continued to accompany the little ones for a while. Simon left the Shell Villa and went to another villa on the northwest side of the Cape Dumay Manor with Janet. The artificial lake was just excavated in the first half of the year. It is an irregular oval shape and covers an area of about 2 hectares. It is mainly to provide a habitat for the 2 wild ducks of the baby sun. In Los Angeles, luxury houses of a slightly larger scale will have independent swimming pools, but artificial lakes are rare, mainly because they do not conform to the planning of Western luxury houses. In addition, Los Angeles is a very water-scarce area. Maintaining an artificial lake and maintaining a swimming pool are definitely 2 different concepts. Just like the Cape Dumay Manor. In order to prevent this artificial lake from becoming a stagnant pool, several biology professors from the University of California were specially invited before the excavation of the project to carefully design a mini ecosystem. In addition, 6 additional pool water purification devices that operate 24 hours a day were also configured. The environment around the artificial lake has also been completely renovated to ensure that it is in harmony with the surrounding environment. The lakeside villa is a simple 2-story glass steel structure building that looks more like an office building. In fact, it is indeed used for office work. The couple came to the terrace where they could enjoy the nearby pool water and the Shell Villa in the sharp corner a little further away. Soon someone delivered a batch of documents. These are the latest information of the Westeros family's private intelligence team. To outsiders, after marrying Simon, Janet seemed to have become a housewife who didn't care about the world. In fact, Jennifer became a housewife after giving birth to Seattle. As for Janet, although she always looks lazy and unfocused, she is in charge of the 2 most important affairs of the Westeros family. One is finance. The absolute control of Cersei capital is still firmly in the hands of Simon and his wife, and Simon only makes some general direction based on the economic trends in his memory. Janet is the specific operator of many layouts, and also controls the crucial hedge fund team. This is why Apollo Management and BlackRock Asset Management have executives like Leon Black and Lawrence Fink, but Cersei Fund Management does not seem to have any outstanding managers. Because that person is Janet. In addition to financial business, another one is the private intelligence team of the Westeros family. Simon has never relaxed his attention to the family's private intelligence team. So far, this intelligence network has spread all over the world, and in recent years, it has helped the Westeros family solve many potential troubles and threats. After all, with trillions of wealth, there will be covetous eyes at every moment. Even if only 1/10,000th of these covetous eyes are put into action, it will be a continuous trouble for the Westeros family. With the continuous improvement of the private intelligence network of the Westeros family, similar potential troubles have been successfully blocked quietly in the past 2 years, and there has been no attempted assassination incident close to the members of the Westeros family as 2 years ago. To achieve this, those agents walking in the gray area alone will definitely not work. The current private intelligence team of the Westeros family is far more than a group of professional agents in secret. In addition, it has quietly infiltrated and integrated into the direct security team and made guard team around the Westeros family, the security departments of various subsidiaries, The private armed forces of the Westeros family, various gangs that have gone global with the Ukrainian mafia, a large number of private investigation consulting companies that have nothing to do with the Westeros family, and even employees of companies and governments in various countries, etc. It is crisscrossed and intricate. As the Westeros system expanded, Simon simply did not have enough energy to handle such a huge intelligence network in real time, and this matter could not be handed over to outsiders, so Janet took over. Janet also understood what this big network meant to the Westeros family, so she was more attentive than Cersei Capital. It just so happened that women had smart brains enough to handle this matter, and dealing with this big network was as easy as playing chess. On the terrace of the lakeside villa, Janet, who was reading various recent intelligence documents with Simon, was no longer as cheerful as usual, and she was not sick of Simon. The two sat opposite each other and discussed from time to time. I remember that before the 1992 election, we helped Clinton deal with some of the details of the Whitewater incident. I didn't expect that this matter would still be exposed, especially at such a sensitive time as now. You also said some. The Republicans found an insider who is not bought out by us. What we can do now is to get ourselves out of trouble, Janet said, looking up at Simon. In fact, the best way is to disappear from the face of the earth. I find more and more that we are really a family. Simon smiled and shook his head. In fact, we should try not to use some means if we can. It's for our own sake. If we keep lowering our bottom line, others will definitely lower their bottom line against us accordingly. Janet responded, but said, I didn't intend to use it, but look at this. I think some people may not be able to resist. Simon took the folder handed over by Janet and saw a secretly taken photo first, followed by a note. The man and woman in the photo were the personal assistants of a Republican official of the FBI, and the other was the wife of Vincent Foster, the White House legal counsel. It was obviously a secret private contact. When Simon saw the name Vincent Foster, he immediately thought of the White House official who committed suicide because of the Whitewater case. Unlike the Paula Jones case, which mainly involved the president's personal morality, if the Whitewater case involving land transaction fraud was confirmed, the risk of impeachment faced by Clinton would be much higher than the farce of the Zippergate, so there would definitely be no result. After browsing it roughly, Simon closed the information and said, let's ignore this matter and just watch. I think if the two parties are smart enough, they will not deliberately involve us now. Janet nodded. In fact, it is not easy to get involved. After all, even if the original operations were exposed, it would not be easy to find out the root cause and investigate the Westeros family. Putting this matter aside, Janet asked again, remember the last time the Clintons obtained a large number of Republican congressmen's information from the FBI? Simon was reading some incident reports in Ukraine, and asked, are you doing this again recently? Yes, Janet said, we missed the opportunity last time, and this time it's just right, so we also copied a batch and kept it. Be careful. Yes, Janet nodded, and asked, how is Ukraine? Simon gestured outside the terrace, just like the lawn, if it is not mowed regularly, weeds will definitely grow. It's inevitable. After all, if it's not in front of you for a while, there will always be people who will be restless. This is also human nature. Simon's attitude is to cut the weeds when they appear. Ukraine is a very important part of some of his plans, and it cannot be lost. Janet didn't ask in detail, but said, I saw last week that Lazarenko has been confirmed as the new prime minister. He will take office at the end of the month. Ukrainian politics will definitely be more lively in the future. It's better to be a little more chaotic. Actually, I'm most interested in that woman. Janet raised her head and looked at Simon again. Didn't she show her kindness to you? Tisk, with your personality, how could you not be interested? Simon knew that Janet was talking about a certain Ukrainian iron lady. He smiled and said, I'm afraid that after she shows her kindness to me, she will show her kindness to other men in the blink of an eye. You know, I am a man with a strong possessiveness and I can't stand this kind of thing. That's because you didn't accept her kindness. If you accepted her kindness, maybe she would be yours alone in the future. Okay, I'll try next time. Little bastard, Janet said, a familiar name that she hadn't used for a long time, and quickly turned to another topic. That Victor Melisses in Africa is very capable. Not only did he get our large tracts of land in Angola, he also took the initiative to contact Savimbi and reached a peaceful coexistence agreement with the other party. I'm optimistic about him, too. Now I just hope he won't take the initiative to do things beyond our expectations, so that in a few years, most of the affairs in Africa can be handed over to him. What's beyond our expectations? You know, all his family members died in the Angolan War. People who harbor hatred, even if they appear normal on the surface, will inevitably do irrational things at certain times. Janet blinked suddenly when she heard this, and stared at a guy opposite for a moment. Simon, then, what about you? Simon glanced at Janet puzzledly. Me what? You, still harbor hatred now? No. Really? Really? I don't believe it. Janet still stared at Simon like a cat. You must still hate your aunt a little. Really not. Actually, there's nothing wrong with hatred, but some things are really inappropriate. Simon looked up at Janet again and said firmly, I really don't hate her. I don't believe it. Actually, you can. Simon simply put down the documents in his hand, interrupted Janet and asked, have you talked to Leigh and her about what happened back then? Janet shook her head. Although she was curious, she also understood that such things were not suitable for further investigation, not to mention that even if she investigated deeply, she might not get the answer. So there are some things you don't know, Simon said here, hesitating slightly, and then continued, there was hatred at the beginning, but, well, the person who hated is dead. Janet's big eyes blinked a few times again, and she was inexplicably, your father. In fact, Janet wanted to add some action prelude. Privately, I have learned some psychological knowledge that men not only have an Oedipus complex, but also have a patricide plot. At this time, the guy sitting opposite with the personality of a prairie lion king is too obvious in both aspects. Simon shook his head helplessly, thinking of the conversation with Raymond Johnston in front of the glass curtain wall of Shale Villa a few years ago. It's better not to say anything. Seeing that Janet was still blinking her big eyes waiting for an answer, he simply stopped explaining and changed to a vicious expression, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Do you want to be abused? Janet showed an excited expression on her face. I do. It's useless to think. Work. Chapter 932 Guilty Heart. Ms. Wise, I watched The Mummy this weekend. You were so amazing in the film. Can you sign an autograph for me? Oh, no problem. And mine, Ms. Wise. Of course. Mind if we take a photo together? Well, let's do it together. Boston. At the set of Good Will Hunting in Cambridge, Rachel Wise, who came to visit the set, was recognized as soon as she appeared. She was surrounded by a group of temporarily idle staff and asked for autographs and photos. Finally, she took her assistant to a rest area next to her trailer and sat down. After unscrewing the cap and taking a sip of the mineral water that the staff had attentively brought, Rachel looked at the filming going on not far away, and her heart was still pounding. This is the feeling of being famous. Today is Tuesday, May 21st. The Mummy was released last Friday. The box office revenue for the first 3 days of the weekend was $41.46 million, more than double the second place of Romeo and Juliet, and became the biggest hit of the summer season so far. With her stunning appearance in this movie, the fledgling Rachel Wise became famous overnight. Even though the film producers heard that she had confirmed to star in James Cameron's Titanic, she still received a bunch of new scripts in recent days, and the other party said that they could accommodate her schedule. Coupled with this sudden increase in praise and compliments around her, even though she felt that her mind was mature enough, Rachel still felt a little flattered. After waiting for 4 or 5 minutes, the filming of the outdoor cafe area not far away finally ended. Kate Beckinsale waved to her and walked over, and Rachel also stood up with a smile. The two hugged each other warmly. After letting go, Kate asked, Rachel, didn't you say we would have dinner together tonight? The program here has been recorded, and the schedule has been changed temporarily. We will fly to Vancouver in the afternoon. Kate and Rachel sat down again together, smiling and said, I understand, you are a big star now. As she said this, 2 capable girls in white shirts and black trousers appeared. One handed Kate a folder, and the other handed her a cup of an unknown green drink. Kate took the cup and took a few sips, then put the folder on her knees and opened it. She noticed that Rachel was curiously looking at the 2 women next to her, so she waved at them and waited for them to walk away before saying, Are you envious? Rachel immediately denied, What is there to envy? I persuaded you to join in at the beginning. Since he slept with us, why shouldn't he be treated the same as those vases? I took the initiative to ask for it, and sure enough, I got it. You don't know, they may have done it, and they are very good at it. Anyway, my life is extremely comfortable now. Rachel said in a blow. Then what? You are publicly admitting that you are Westeros's lover. It's an honor to be Simon Westeros's lover now. I don't know how many little bitches envy me, Kate said, and gestured to a place not far away. There's one over there. She's been staying on the set all these days. Humph, the movie has started shooting. Does she think she can still snatch a role from me? Rachel followed Kate's line of sight, and coincidentally, a tall girl standing next to the male lead Matt Damon also glanced over here. Their eyes met, and they each looked away. In fact, he knows the other party. Matt Damon's current girlfriend is named Minnie Driver. At the beginning, Damon wanted to get the role of the heroine in Good Will Hunting for his girlfriend, but unfortunately it was easily snatched by Kate Beckinsale, who saw the script by chance. Minnie Driver is also a second-generation Hollywood star, and her stepmother is the famous Barbra Streisand. If it were other actresses, with a strong recommendation of the male lead and screenwriter, plus the other party's family background, they would definitely not be able to grab it. Unfortunately, he met Kate. This is originally a project of Deanery's Entertainment. Kate's appearance and acting skills are better than the other party, and the most important thing is that she is the little lover of her own big boss. Tisk, are you still competing? Thinking about this, Rachel suddenly felt a little lost for no reason, but asked, Kate, have you thought about the future? Of course, Kate said, I'm 23 now. In 2 years, I'll be 25, and I'll have established a firm foothold in Hollywood. By then, I'll send that pair of maids and guards away, and I'll be free. Hey, some media now always say that Simon is like Howard Hughes back then. I think he is much more generous than Hughes. This is the best lover template. Why do I feel like you are taking advantage of him? How could that be? I gave my best youth, and he just gave me some convenience in his career, and I'm at a disadvantage. Okay, Rachel, I still have one shot left in the morning, so wait another 15 minutes. Since you're leaving in the afternoon, I'll ask Morgan and the others to book a table. There's a great French restaurant nearby. Let's have lunch together later. Don't bother, there should be working meals here. Why not if you can make your life better? Kate said in a very impetuous manner. She called over 2 people not far away and gave them some instructions. She then put the cup of green drink that Rachel had been eyeing into her hand and said, Try it, kiwi juice. Rachel took it and tasted it. It was indeed much better than the bottle of mineral water just now, so she drank a few more sips. Okay. Kate lowered her head and browsed the footage that was about to be shot, and said, Hey, when will Titanic start shooting? If nothing unexpected happens, next month. The project was launched at about the same time as The Mummy and several other movies last year, and now The Mummy has been released. Rachel, according to the rules of Hollywood, the longer a project is delayed, the more likely it is to fail. Besides, you must have heard that James Cameron's projects are very tiring. If I were you, I would turn down this movie and choose something else. For some reason, the feeling of floating when Rachel just arrived was getting weaker and weaker, and her tone was a little resentful. I'm not you. How can I choose something else whenever I want? If I turn down this project, I may be out of work. What a greedy tone. With the current popularity of The Mummy, how could you not find other roles? Rachel felt Kate's teasing, and her face was a little embarrassed. I mean, this was decided by Simon himself. If I turned it down, he might be angry. No. Huh? Simon will definitely find another woman. Hey, girl, do you want to be famous? Go to bed with me. Kate glanced at her. You are not going to complain, are you? I am saying bad things about him behind his back. I am not that boring. I want you to complain. Rachel looked suspicious. Kate's expression still flashed with a little disappointment. In this way, he can notice you and probably remember me. The last time I saw him was at a party at the end of last year. Even for this role, I know he greeted me, but we have never communicated. And, can you imagine, until now, I have only slept with him once. Rachel opened her eyes slightly. Because of the experience at the beginning, the two of them were considered friends, but they were busy with their own work and didn't meet much. Seeing that she was followed by the Way family's maids and guards, I thought she met him often. You mean, that time we had? Yet, Rachel had a strange expression, and asked inexplicably, You want to sleep with him? Kate rolled her eyes at her, paused, and then said, Actually, I feel a little guilty. Rachel stared at her friend for a while, understood, and suddenly smiled. If Kate hadn't poked her in the ribs, she would have almost laughed out loud. In New York, on the East Coast, Jet Li, who had just finished recording The Late Show with David Letterman, also felt a little guilty. Of course, the nature was completely different. Jet Li was worried about the North American box office of Black Mask. If it was Asia, he wouldn't have such concerns, but this is the United States. Moreover, New World Pictures actually invested $3 million in the promotion and marketing of Black Mask and prepared 1,276 screens for the opening, and it was the summer season. These seem to be unattainable for other Hong Kong films, but in fact, they all mean that if he messes up, he will basically never get another chance in Hollywood in the future. Although Jack Cheng is now in the limelight, he has been trying his hand in Hollywood since the 1970s. The success of Rush Hour was obviously accidental. After the recording of the show was completed, a group of men and women with Oriental faces left the ABC headquarters in the Upper West Side. Jack Cheng, who also participated in the talk show shooting, left first on the pretext of having other things to do. Jet Li and others warmly saw him off to the car. In fact, they also understood that Jack Cheng was very loyal to do this. After all, although Chinese people should help each other abroad, there are really few who can do it. It's good not to dig holes for each other. After seeing Jack Cheng off, the others got into two business cars. When the cars started, a middle-aged man with a Chinese face sitting next to Jet Li said in awkward Cantonese, regarding the matter of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Mr. Friedman personally contacted Mr. Westeros. Unfortunately, Jet, this project has already decided on another male lead. You may know him. His surname is Zhou. He is very famous in Asia and has starred in Mr. Wu's A Better Tomorrow. The middle-aged man who spoke was an agent under WMA, named Jeremy Zhao. His ancestral home is in Guangdong, but he is already a second-generation immigrant. Because of the close relationship with Deaneries Entertainment and Simon's attention to Black Mask, WMA decisively signed Jet Li's agency rights in Hollywood and specially assigned him a Chinese agent. "Thank you for your help, Zhao," Jet Li said. His expression was still quite regretful. If he could get the role of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in advance, it would be like having another chance. Of course he knew who the agent was talking about. Since it was Simon Westeros who made the decision, it would be futile for him to fight for it unless the other party gave up on his own initiative. However, now that Hong Kong films as a whole are heading towards collapse, filmmakers on the other side of the ocean are looking for other ways out. As long as Fraja is not crazy, it is impossible for him to refuse the olive branch personally thrown by Simon Westeros. Jeremy Zhao did not say much, but turned to say, "In fact, there is another good news. There is a party in Greenwich tonight. Deaneries Entertainment has arranged for you to attend. At that time, they will record several videos to recommend this movie for you and put them on YouTube. Ang Lee will also be there, as well as Quentin. You may not have seen his Bloody Romeo, but he is a fan of Chinese kung fu movies and has seen many of your movies." Jet Li nodded and said, "I will try my best to cooperate." A total investment of $5 million to launch a Hong Kong film, which is still a popular summer season, is definitely a big risk in Hollywood. If it were not for the many internal previews of Black Mask and the specially selected Western audiences who gave very positive feedback, plus the information in his memory, Simon himself would not agree to this plan. However, even so, $2 million to purchase copyrights and $3 million for publicity and promotion are still very inconspicuous projects in Hollywood. Therefore, mainstream publicity methods such as newspapers and TV ads are basically not used. It is still necessary to take an unconventional approach. Pulling Jack Cheng to support Jet Li is a small unconventional approach. In addition to the appearance on The Late Show with David Letterman at night, the next day, YouTube also focused on promoting Jet Li's Black Mask recommendation videos by several directors such as Ang Lee and Quentin, as well as the trailer of Black Mask. In addition, after obtaining permission from the copyright owner, Deaneries Entertainment also edited some clips of Jet Li's previous films and put them on YouTube. With a continuous promotion, even if the New World Pictures team is still not sure about the market performance of Black Mask, the exposure rate of this movie has at least reached a level that is enough to support 1,276 screens. Next, it depends on whether the audience will buy it. As more and more people pay attention to Black Mask, the second week of the 1996 summer season also came to an end. From May 17th to May 23rd. In 7 days, The final box office of The Mummy in its first week of release reached $63.54 million, easily winning the championship of the single-week box office list. With excellent results in the first week, the two producers, Daenerys and Fox, immediately announced the news that the sequel was on the agenda. Subsequently, Romeo and Juliet, which was released in its second week, achieved a counterattack against Arnold Schwarzenegger's super blockbuster movie The Order, and earned $25.45 million in the second week. In the first 2 weeks of the release, the cumulative box office of Romeo and Juliet reached $56.91 million. New World Pictures has recovered all the production and publicity costs of $30 million in 2 weeks and started to make a profit. Moreover, because the box office fell by only 19% in the second week, the subsequent box office potential of the film can be said to be very good. In sharp contrast to Romeo and Juliet is undoubtedly The Order. In the second week of its release, the box office of Evaporator, which had a disappointing start, shrank by 51% in the second week under the impact of the blockbuster The Mummy, which was also a blockbuster. The cumulative box office of 2 weeks was $54.21 million, which seems to be a lot, but with a box office trend of Evaporator at this time, the final domestic box office will only be around $80 million. Warner Bros. Has invested a total of $130 million in this project, $80 million domestically, and cannot even recover half of the $100 million production cost. Because the overseas distribution ratio is very low, even if the overseas box office doubles compared to the domestic one, Warner still cannot escape losses in the theater distribution stage. The last Austin Powers finally had a box office of $15.94 million in the first week of its release. It is not a complete failure. But with a production cost of $40 million, it only opened for more than $15 million in the first week, which is equivalent to directly withdrawing from the competition of the summer season. May 24th. The third week of the summer season begins. Because the release date is between The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2, the two main new films this week are not large in scale. One is Leslie Nielsen's comedy The Detective, produced by Sony, with a production cost of $18 million and 22.86 million screens at the opening, which is still the routine of The Detective. The other is Black Mask, which has appeared in many people's vision unknowingly during this period. This Hong Kong film from the other side of the ocean opened on 1,276 screens, which may not seem to be much, but it is indeed the result of Daenerys Entertainment's use of its own influence. Otherwise, in the popular summer season, major North American theaters would not be willing to give a Hong Kong film. After all, in the North American market, only Jack Chang is recognized by the audience for so many years. Jack Chang's Rush Hour is still a standard Hollywood routine. As for Black Mask, it is rash to release such a movie whose main actors do not even have Western faces. If you are not careful, it may be a very bleak waste of money. Chapter 933 Arrival in the United States. The Boeing 747 landed on the runway of New York's Kennedy International Airport with a huge roar unique to large passenger planes. In the cabin, Chen Xingwei, like many girls around her, was both nervous and excited. From seeing the recruitment advertisement last year to submitting her resume, it took half a year before she finally arrived in the United States. This is the paradise that many people dream of in this era. Looking down at the city before landing, the large stretches of continuous urban areas, just like what I occasionally see on TV, reveal the prosperity that is far beyond that of China. It's just this obvious gap that makes people yearn for it. And the inevitable uneasiness. After all, I'm already in a foreign country, and everything I used to be familiar with is now separated. Even if this job is described as very beautiful, who can tell what the future will be like? I even couldn't help but have some thoughts of sticking together. When everyone got off the plane, they saw that Li Yaohu's bag was caught. The heavy grudge that had arisen during this period because the other party suddenly got a better opportunity suddenly faded a lot. He took the initiative to help. The always proud Li Yaohu also seemed a lot more approachable and took the initiative to thank him. The two walked out of the cabin side by side. Li Yaohu said, "Xingwei, I heard that the people in the U.S. Customs are very fierce. I hope I won't be harassed later." After such a long time, everyone has become more and more accustomed to each other's new names. Chen Xingwei did not have a good family background, like Li Yaohu, to find out a lot of overseas information. Hearing this, he just said, It shouldn't be. We are Mr. Westeros's, hired. The United States is a democratic society. It's not like our place where there are connections everywhere. Simon can't control the customs. Anyway, I have inquired about it. Several friends have been harassed when they came to the United States. They just stare at you. If you show a guilty expression, you will be taken away for questioning. Some people have clearly arrived in the United States, but because they can't pass the customs inspection, they are sent back. The two women chatted loudly, and the surrounding girls who came out along the aisle came over after hearing the words. All of them looked very worried. It is said that you can become a citizen here. If you get stuck at the last stage, you will be very unlucky. However, when the team of more than 100 people left Kennedy International Airport unimpeded through the VIP channel, the staff they met were very warm and kind. Li Yaohu immediately became the target of teasing by a group of girls. Chen Qing and Lin Su, who returned to the United States in advance, came to pick him up in person. This group of 109 people, including the staff of the Westeros family, left the airport in 5 luxury buses and headed east to East Hampton at the end of Long Island. On one of the buses, Li Yaohu, who was teased by his companions, didn't care. After a bit of noise, he finally developed some gossipy thoughts and whispered to Chen Xingwei, who was sitting next to him, "Did you see it just now?" The mother and daughter got into Miss Chen's car alone. Chen Xingwei was sitting by the window, curiously looking at the exotic scenery on both sides of the road. Hearing this, he retracted his gaze and subconsciously glanced around, and whispered in the same voice, "Why are you talking about this? There is something fishy." Chen Xingwei pretended not to understand. "Huh?" Li Yaohu said, "The choreographer team that came here this time, her qualifications may be better than ours, but she is not qualified to be an instructor at all. Besides, Teacher Wang and Teacher Xin both have children. Why is she the only one who can bring her daughter here, and she is obviously treated specially?" Chen Xingwei glanced at Li Yaohu's gossipy face, his eyes flashed slightly, and he was about to speak, but he saw Yu Yangshuli in the back row peeking out, and he shook his head, raised his voice slightly and changed the subject. "Hey, let's not talk about this, Yaohu. Have you noticed that we are leaving downtown New York? Have you?" "Of course, this is heading east," Chen Xingwei said, and he took out a New York map prepared in advance from his bag and unfolded it. "Look, Kennedy International Airport is here. If we want to go to the city, we should go north or west, but now we are heading east. This is already the suburbs of New York." This topic immediately attracted the attention of the girls around them. Yang Shuli, who had just peeked out from the back seat, stood up slightly, leaned on the backrest to look at the map in Chen Xingwei's hand, and looked out the window. "It's really heading east?" Wei Kansi, who was sitting next to Yang Shuli, had a confused expression on his face. "Isn't this heading north?" Yang Shuli smiled and tapped her on the head. "You still want to go up? You're a directionally challenged person." "You're the one with a directionally challenged personality," Wei Kansi retorted dissatisfiedly, fumbling to take out a compass from his bag, gesticulating for a while, and then confirming, "It's really heading east. Is this east, right?" No one paid any attention. Jing Xiaoming, who was sitting on the other side of the aisle, said, "I heard that rich people in the United States all live in the suburbs, which is true." Yin Kwei in the front row said, "But we are not rich either." Wei Kansi, who fiddled with the compass for a while but was still not sure where he was going, rejoined the discussion, "We are serving the rich. Is there anyone in the United States richer than Mr. Westeros?" Another girl, Zhou Caping, said, "Not all rich people live in the suburbs. Do you know the Upper East Side? The Upper East Side of Manhattan, that's where the real rich people live." "Where is the Upper East Side of Manhattan? Is it far from New York?" "Guliao Shao, you've wasted such a good name, otherwise give it to me." Su Fengnian, Su Fengnian, Su Fengnian, auspicious snow means a good harvest. Twist you. "Oh, let go, we're in the car, I'm angry." "Okay, stop making trouble," Li Yaohu said in a big sister-like manner, stopping the two girls from making a scene. "Anyway, we'll live wherever they take us. They won't sell us out. Actually, my mom still thinks I might have been cheated. She can't believe I can find a job that pays $100,000 a year. Then why are you coming? If I hadn't really met Mr. Westeros last time, I might not have dared to come." As they chatted, the bus headed east for more than 2 hours. The surrounding buildings became increasingly sparse, and the population became increasingly sparse. Although the scenery became better and better, the girls on the buses became more and more confused because they discovered a certain problem. They wouldn't really be taken to some corner and sold, would they? Fortunately, after the bus re-entered an urban area, it shuttled along a small road shaded by thick hedges and finally entered a private manor. At the entrance of the manor was a guarded black iron gate, and the neat and dense holly on both sides was 2 meters high, completely blocking any possible prying eyes. The bus entered the manor, and the view suddenly widened. After passing through a wide corridor, we arrived at a 3-story villa that looked like a castle near the sea. Someone was already there to greet us. There were 5 rows of people standing neatly. At a glance, there were probably hundreds of people, and they were all wearing standard white shirts, black trousers and high heels. The girls who got off the bus felt a little guilty. It was the first time they saw so many foreign girls, more than the ones around Simon Westeros last time. Moreover, they all looked pretty. What were these people doing? Even though they recognized that the girls were wearing the standard uniforms of the Westeros family's female maids and guards, the girls found it hard to believe that these people were serving them. This was not normal. Fortunately, the backbone soon appeared. Chen Qing got off the black Mercedes she was riding in, walked straight to the elegant woman at the front of the 2 rows of foreign girls and said a few words, then turned to the girls who were gathered together like shy chicks. These ladies will be your waiters in the future. There are 100 people. Each of you will have 1 waiter and 1 guard. Find your own waiter. In addition to their main work, they will be directly responsible for your daily life. In addition, everyone's luggage has arrived in advance and has been delivered to your room. That's it for today. Have a good rest. We will talk about other things tomorrow. After giving these instructions, Chen Qing curled her lips slightly when she saw that the group of little quails had not moved, but she ignored them and walked towards another group of older women besides the girls. These are the top dance teachers that Chen Qing has also recruited from China. Not counting a mother and daughter, there are a total of 7 people, plus a certain Ms. Liu. These people will be responsible for the girls' daily training and dance creation in the future. In fact, there are some other functional personnel. For example, the girl band that performed on the terrace of Dongling Villa last time, as well as the talents responsible for costumes and music, will either stay in China for a long time or wait for the next batch to come. For convenience, 7 of the teachers will live here with the girls. Chen Qing chatted with a few people for a few words, handed over the follow-up arrangements to Lin Su, and then walked towards a mother and daughter. Sister Liu, get in the car, you will live in another place. Ms. Liu was just looking at the villa not far away. She was stunned when she heard this, and looked at the other ladies who were personally led to the villa by Lin Su. Her heart skipped a beat, and she asked nervously, Xiao Chen, don't we live here? Yes, you have a better place, a separate villa. Ms. Liu is not a fool. She obviously hesitated and refused to get in the car. Xiao Chen, I don't quite understand. Chen Qing looked at the beautiful and charming face of the woman in front of her, and said, this is arranged by Mr. Westeros himself. He has a villa nearby and hopes you live there. These words were so straightforward that even the little girl whose hand was held by Ms. Liu couldn't help but look up at her mother. The doll-like little girl's beautiful black eyes obviously did not show that kind of ignorant confusion. Seeing that the other party was hesitant, Chen Qing said again, Sister Chen, the conditions there are much better than here, and there will be a team of waiters specially serving you and your daughter. In addition, Mr. Westeros personally instructed that you two will have $1 million in living expenses every year. When Ms. Liu heard a certain number, her eyes widened slightly. $1 million. The dark eyes of the little girl, who had been silent all the time, brightened a little when she heard this. Yes, more than me. Chen Qing was more straightforward. Lin Su and I only have $200,000 a year. After Chen Qing finished speaking, she stepped forward and opened the car door herself. Get in the car first, Sister Liu. Simon is actually a very good person, you will know in the future. If there are some things you don't want to do, he won't force you. If you don't believe me, just look. Lin Su and I are living very well. Probably because Chen Qing kept using herself and Lin Su as examples, plus this encouragement, although Ms. Liu's face was slightly red, she still pulled her daughter into the car. After Chen Qing sat in the co-pilot and the driver started the car, she asked again, then, what about the work here? Of course it's still the same. People can only be fulfilled when they work, just like Lin and I of course. If you don't want to work, Sister Liu, it's okay. Simon never forces you to do anything. Chen Qing turned her head and glanced at the doll-like little girl again. By the way, how old is your sister this year? Ms. Liu said, 8 years old. Well, not bad. Chen Qing nodded, and smiled as she reached out to pinch the little girl's face. Seeing the little girl burying her head in her mother's arms embarrassedly, she said, you can send her to private school soon. The private schools in East Hampton are great. Haha, Sister Liu, you may think this place is a little far from the city, right? Ms. Liu paused, but still nodded slightly. Chen Qing said, you don't understand. In fact, this is one of the top wealthy areas in New York. Not only Simon, but many billionaires, celebrities, directors, and government officials all have their own private villas here. Of course, many people mainly use it for vacation, but you can imagine the specifications here. Oh, look, that corridor, at the end is the manor of the great director Steven Spielberg. You must know Spielberg, right? Yes. Oh, in fact, other people are nothing. In this country, or even in this world, no one is richer than Simon. Just like the manor where everyone lives just now, even many billionaires may not be able to afford it. Simon only uses it for the girls of the National Style Art Troupe to live in. Only Simon can afford it. Ms. Liu listened to Chen Qing's various intoxicating words and felt a little dizzy. She couldn't help but have a certain thought in her mind. $1 million. The contract she signed before was for an annual salary of $100,000 for 5 years. Just this $100,000 made her think about how to spend it. After all, in China, it is definitely a huge sum of money when converted into RMB. Unexpectedly, it increased 10 times in the blink of an eye. As for, anyway, Chen Qing in front of her is like this. She is single now, so it is not difficult to accept. After all, in the process of striving for this job, she realized that her ability is not that outstanding. She is more of a dancer, not as good as those women who basically have the title of university professors. Just now Chen Qing pointed it out, but she suddenly understood it in her heart. It is true. And deep in her heart, she has never had much resistance from beginning to end. In fact, as long as she can get American citizenship, it doesn't matter even if there is number $1 million. If she hadn't gotten this job by accident, she would have tried other ways to go abroad. The channels have been found. First go to the United States, then find a Chinese American, or marry someone with American citizenship, and you can get a green card smoothly. Now, being able to climb up the towering tree of Simon Westeros unexpectedly is actually the best result that she never even dreamed of. Chapter 934. There is a problem. As people grow older, they will gradually feel that there is always a gap between imagination and reality in many, many things, so it is said that most things are not as they wish. But this time is different. After only one night in the United States, the girls of the National Style Art Troupe, who always felt that this job was more or less unreal, found that the reality was better than they imagined, so much better that most of the girls were so excited that they stayed up all night, and explored everything in the villa curiously like a cat that just arrived at a new home. The castle-like villa is completely out of the scope of the dormitory. In addition to the bedrooms that the girls can feel are a bit luxurious, even if they don't have much experience, the villa has a library, entertainment room, gym, indoor bar, private screening room and other configurations. For example, the luxurious private screening room on the first underground floor, which covers an area of hundreds of square meters, can not only accommodate 100 people at a time, but also has countless standard 35mm movie copies stored in the film library, at least thousands of them. After asking the waitress who always accompanied them patiently, the screening room was specially transformed for them. The girls who explored everywhere like treasure hunting also found a wine cellar. The spacious and retro underground space, with 5-meter-high mahogany wine racks, is laid out like a library room. When you step into it, it's like a dense honeycomb filled with all kinds of wine. According to the waitress, there are a total of 10,000 bottles, and the girls can use them at will. Early in the morning, when she woke up, she looked at her watch. It was 6:15 in the morning. Chen Xingwei sat up, and after a moment of confusion, she finally remembered where she was. The bright summer light shone through the gaps in the curtains. It was a beautiful day. She glanced at the other side of the big bed, and Li Yaohu was gone. If there was only one problem with this job, it was probably here. For some reason, since they were still in China, 100 girls have been divided into 50 groups, living together in daily life, Especially two girls have only one bed, even if they are of the same sex. In fact, many people have never been used to it. Chen Xingwei is the one who is not used to it. After all, even though they have known each other for many years, her relationship with Li Yaohu has never been very good. However, it seems that it doesn't matter now. Compared with the superior life at this time, not to mention sleeping together, even if there are 4 people in one bed, probably few girls would object. Chen Xingwei got out of bed barefoot, took off her silk suspender pajamas, and was about to go to the bathroom. She remembered something and took off the Van Cleef & Arpels watch on her wrist. She had just received it yesterday. Each girl who stayed in the room had a complete set of personal items related to food, clothing, housing and transportation, so that many girls wanted to throw away all the daily necessities they had specially prepared when they came. Living in such an environment, and using the things brought from China, it looked very inconsistent. After washing up carefully and taking a shower, Chen Xingwei walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, came to the closet and opened the door. Inside was a full cabinet of brand new women's clothing. Yesterday, a girl specially listed them. There were all kinds of luxury brands they knew and didn't know. After picking and choosing for a long time, she finally chose a black Fendi long skirt. I might meet that person today. Imagine that other girls must be flashy. She chose a conservative long skirt, which should attract some extra attention. She also bought herself a pair of black high heels in the shoe cabinet, put them on, sat in front of the dressing table and put on some light makeup, and finally put on the Van Cleef & Arpels ladies' watch again, took a Hermes burgundy shoulder bag, and walked out of the bedroom. It was already past 7 o'clock. When she came to the outer room, she found that Li Yaohu had not left, but was sitting in front of the computer on the balcony, staring at the screen intently. Moreover, the other party was only wearing a black bottom, with a slender waist and long legs. The graceful figure trained by many years of dance career looked infinitely beautiful. Speaking of which, the reason why both of them were able to get up early was mainly because Li Yaohu was very rational or reserved last night and did not explore and experience everywhere in the villa like other girls. He went to bed on time at 10 o'clock in the evening, and kept muttering about a group of unworldly little country girls. Even though he was equally curious in his heart, Chen Xingwei forced himself to rest with Li Yaohu. Did not join in the fun. Seeing the other party sitting in front of the computer desk, Chen Xingwei asked, "Yaohu, what are you doing? There's a problem." Chen Xingwei was puzzled. Huh? Li Yaohu tapped on the keyboard clumsily for a few more times, and finally turned his head to look at him. "Xingwei, do you think we are worth, well, all this around us? I just checked, but the Vacheron Constantin watch I got yesterday, the price is as high as $16,000 US. According to my salary in China, I can't afford it in 20 years. I think this may be a trap." Chen Xingwei walked over, stood behind Li Yaohu and looked at the LCD screen that she had never seen in China. There was a translation interface on it, which was roughly about Simon Westeros's information. After a few glances, she asked, "Then what did you find? What's the problem?" Li Yaohu shook his head. "No, but I think this is not normal." "Okay." Chen Xingwei couldn't help but curled his lips. "Let's think about things simply. What do you think we can do that is worthy of Mr. Westeros's conspiracy?" Li Yaohu thought for a while, turned his head to look at her for a few times, and suddenly said, "Xingwei, you are still, that, right?" Chen Xingwei saw Li Yaohu's eyes slide down to her waist, and glared at her. "Why are you talking about this?" "Me too," Li Yaohu said, "and now I understand why Zhou Yu, who entered the final interview stage with us, was eliminated after the second physical examination, because she and her boyfriend secretly checked into a hotel. Zhou Yu is another colleague of theirs in the Oriental Song and Dance troupe." Chen Xingwei heard Li Yaohu say this and asked, "Does this have anything to do with the problem you found?" "Of course, didn't you just ask us what is worthy of Simon Westeros's plot?" Li Yaohu gently shook her slender figure on the leather chair. "This is it." "That's it. Why are you still entangled?" "I haven't finished yet," Li Yaohu said. "This is just one reason I thought of, but if it's just like this, I think the reason is still not sufficient. So, this is a situation, and there may be something waiting for us next." In terms of thinking, Li Yaohu, who has a straightforward character, is far inferior to Chen Xingwei. Chen Xingwei also had doubts about this issue in private, but she didn't have the same entanglement as Li Yaohu. Anyway, as Li Yaohu just said, the most precious thing for them now is probably this body. If that man wants to take it away, Chen Xingwei feels that she will not refuse. As for the rest, she doesn't think that there is anything worth plotting for that high and mighty man. Moreover, what she has already obtained now is far more than she is willing to pay. Even if nothing comes in the end, as long as she can successfully obtain American citizenship in the near future, it will be enough. Chen Xingwei left her hometown to study dance in Beijing when she was young. She has a strong ability to be independent. After obtaining American citizenship, even if everything she has now disappears, she believes that she can live well with her own abilities. After all, this is the United States. Thinking of this, Chen Xingwei patted Li Yaohu on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it. You should go wash up and go downstairs for breakfast. Miss Chen will come in the morning." At this point, Chen Xingwei paused for a moment and did not continue. She wanted to say that someone might show up today. However, there is no need to remind the other party of this matter. Li Yaohu, however, was not in a hurry at all. He also raised his wrist and looked at the Vacheron Constantin watch he got yesterday. "It's still early. By the way, Xingwei, I just checked the watch on your hand." "Huh? $3,000 US? Huh?" Li Yaohu showed a gloating smile. "Anyway, you chose it first yesterday. You can only blame yourself. My Vacheron Constantin is worth $16,000 US, and your Van Cleef & Arpels is only $3,000 US." Having said that, Li Yaohu turned back to the computer in front of him and typed for a while. Soon, the price information of the two women's watches appeared on the screen. Without waiting for Chen Xingwei to react, Li Yaohu had already jumped up from the office chair and was about to return to the bedroom. Seeing Chen Xingwei's eyes wide open, staring blankly at the computer screen, she suddenly felt a little sorry for her roommate. However, she was unwilling to exchange her $16,000 watch for the other party's $3,000. Seeing Chen Xingwei's burgundy Hermes bag next to her, she hesitated and added, "But, Xingwei, your Hermes is much more expensive than my Gucci." "Well, yours is good." This statement was obviously not confident. "Because I also secretly checked that Hermes is the king of luggage, but although Chen Xingwei's is not the worst, it is still several levels away from the top platinum bag, and the price is only $3,000. The orange Gucci handbag that Li Yaohu picked yesterday costs $1,800. Obviously, there is a difference, but it is not as big as the difference between the two watches. After all, the difference of $13,000 US, according to the salary standard when they were in the Oriental Song and Dance troupe, converted, it would take more than 10 years to earn so much money." After washing up, Li Yaohu, who only changed into a small t-shirt and jeans, walked out of the bedroom again. Someone was gone. He went downstairs to the restaurant. Chen Xingwei was also nowhere to be seen. He skillfully took the daily menu handed over by the waiter and selected a breakfast. He began to chat with the girls in the restaurant who were basically dressed up, and soon understood the girls' thoughts. Everyone thought that Simon Westeros would appear today, so they were so concerned, and at the same time, they also understood their roommate's thoughts. Li Yaohu was just a little carefree and straightforward, but he was definitely not stupid. After breakfast, he was still hesitating whether to go upstairs to change clothes quickly, and someone notified him that Chen Qing was about to arrive and asked everyone to gather in the nearby practice room first. Yesterday, he was familiar with the general layout of this manor. In addition to the main villa, there are 3 other large and small affiliated villas, mainly the residences of the waiters. Going west along the corridor on the west side of the main villa, through a fence, there was originally a sparse forest. Further away was a long lake that connected to the sea in the south and extended to the northeast, separating the manor in the southwest of East Hampton in a corner of the city. Now there is a single-story red brick-style building in the woods facing the lake and the sea. The square appearance looks like a factory building at first glance, but this building has obviously been designed. Although it is newly built, the appearance has been deliberately made old and has a modeled appearance, which perfectly fits the surrounding environment and gives people a feeling of a holiday villa in the wilderness. This is where the girls will practice and rehearse in the future. Initially, they considered letting the girls practice dancing directly in the villa. In fact, there is enough space, but it will eventually appear crowded, so this special practice room was built. I just saw it from the outside yesterday. When Li Yaohu and other girls walked into this building together, they suddenly felt enlightened. Although it is a single-story design, the training room has a high ceiling of 8 meters. The overall building is square in layout, with each section being 50 meters long. In addition to 5 training rooms of different sizes, there are also facilities such as changing rooms, medical clinics, and lounges. Everyone quickly gathered in the largest training room. This is a room facing the lake. Outside the wide glass window on the west side is the vast green lake in summer. A little further away is the other side of the lake. The distance is not far, but because the vegetation is sparser than on this side of the lake, there are only low shrubs and weeds everywhere, and the view is very open. You can see other villas among the green trees. It feels completely different from when I was in China. After all, China is really densely populated. Even in remote areas, residents are often tightly gathered together, and it is difficult to have such a clear sense of space. Everyone was killing time, when suddenly a girl standing by the window pointed to the sky and said, "Look, there are helicopters coming." "Ah, they are really helicopters, 2 of them. Let me see, let me see. Are they coming to our side?" "It seems so, the altitude has dropped." "Wow, they are so big." "I don't think so, they seem to be military helicopters, civilian helicopters are not that big." While they were wondering, 2 huge black helicopters flew over the roof of the training room, slightly to the north into the lawn area of the manor, and began to land. So it was confirmed. No one ran out to watch, that would be too conspicuous, but the girls still couldn't help but talk about it. Some people also thought that the appearance of 2 helicopters that looked unusual might be Simon Westeros' arrival, and they couldn't help but quietly pay attention to their clothes and makeup. Li Yahu, the only one in the crowd wearing a small t-shirt and jeans, regretted it even more. This time it was over. It's a pity that it is definitely impossible to run back to change clothes now. Originally, I still had some luck. After all, Miss Chen only said yesterday that she would come today, but she didn't say Simon Westeros would show up. However, when a handsome young man with a tall figure entered the practice room with Chen Qing and several followers, Li Yaohu's fantasy was completely shattered. He had to quietly hide himself behind the crowd and secretly beg someone not to notice him. Then everyone discovered another problem. Simon Westeros had entered the door, and everyone was still in a mess. A certain man didn't seem to mind it, but Chen Qing, who was following him, looked obviously unhappy. When Westeros went to greet several choreographers first, he came over and motioned the girls to gather on the stands on one side of the practice room. This largest practice room covers an area of about 500 square meters, with a 5-level stand on the south side. After hearing the order, the girls quickly sat and rose on the stands. Then they looked at someone. Li Yahu, who was hiding in a corner of the stands, was still gossiping about the interaction between Simon Westeros and a certain Ms. Liu, but unfortunately he was a little disappointed and didn't find anything special. Simon greeted the choreographers, turned around, clapped his hands twice, and asked in standard Chinese, "Are you used to it?" "Yes." The girls almost said in unison that if they were still not used to such excellent conditions, they would really have to go to heaven. However, no one dared to respond, and at most they just smiled at a man. Simon did not force the girls to answer, and his smile was still gentle. "Okay, let's get down to business. I have established a Guofang Art Fund in the name of the Guofang Art Troupe. Chen Qing will explain the details to you later. Basically, you will be responsible for the operation of this fund in the future, and it will mainly engage in various charitable activities. I will first inject a sum of money, but the follow-up will require you to raise funds through performances." After saying this, Simon gave the girls some time to digest it, and then continued, "Then, it's about the tour. This was decided last time in Yangshuo. It's the end of May now. Next, you have half a year to prepare. I originally planned to give you 1 year time as needed, but think about it, you are all the best dancers, half a year should be enough. I hope everyone will try to participate in making suggestions, and there will be rewards in the future if you do well. In addition, this year's choreography theme is Book of Songs, and dances will be created based on chapters in Book of Songs, such as Picking Way, which can be directly decided. You need to finalize a 90-minute to 120-minute program. At the end of this year, I will arrange for everyone to try it out in New York first. If the response is good, then go on a global tour. Of course, if it fails, there will be no more." After Simon finished speaking, many girls' eyes fell on a girl in a black Fendi dress again. Chen Xingwei. At the terrace of the mountaintop villa, it was because of the other party's words that Simon Westeros changed his mind and let them go on the so-called public tour, and said that if they failed and embarrassed him, they would be fired. During this period, Because of someone's joking tone at the time, everyone almost forgot about it. Unexpectedly, Simon Westeros did not forget it. The sentence "if it fails, there will be no more" in someone's words just now probably means the same thing as it did at that time, right? But who can be sure that foreigners will like the dance with the theme of Book of Songs? After all, even they themselves, if their names were not from audition, would not be too interested in this ancient book. The contract signed by everyone is 5 years. Originally, if there were 5 years like this, it would be worth a lifetime. But now, it is likely to be shortened to half a year. How can I be willing? Chen Xingwei in the stands felt the eyes of the people around him, and the pressure suddenly doubled. He secretly regretted why he said so much. As for the Guofang Art Fund mentioned by Simon at the same time, the girls who knew little about the Western Foundation system did not care too much. What everyone was thinking about at this time was how to keep their jobs. After Simon finished speaking briefly, he also noticed the girls' gazes, just smiled slightly, and said again, "So, do you have any questions?" The girls looked at each other. There are a lot of questions. But this time, no one dared to speak rashly. After all, if they asked questions that shouldn't be asked like Chen Xingwei, they would become the target of public criticism again. After a few seconds of silence, no one had the courage to speak. Simon stopped waiting and clapped his hands again, saying, "In that case, let Chen Qing tell everyone about your future daily arrangements." Just as he was about to leave, someone in the corner of the stands finally raised his hand. Simon looked over and asked, "Is there a fox?" Li Yao, who didn't want to show up, but she was impatient and really wanted to know the answer. It was better to confirm it in advance than to wait for half a year to get the result, so she said, "Mr. Westeros, I want to ask, half a year later, if our performance fails, will we really be expelled?" Simon felt that 100 pairs of bright eyes were focused on him after hearing what Li Yao said. He paused for a moment before saying, "No. However, if the public performance fails, you can only dance for me in the future. Of course, I'm not saying this to make you slack off, because if even I don't like your dancing, then there is no need for the National Style Art Troupe to exist." Huh? It was obvious that all the girls were relieved at the scene. Chen Xingwei almost cried. If it weren't for the man's explanation, she could imagine that her next days would be extremely sad. The biggest problem was solved, the atmosphere relaxed, and another girl raised her hand. Simon looked over and also recognized accurately, "Can see. Mr. Westeros, we should dance mainly for you, right? Then when will you watch us dance?" Simon smiled and said, "Whenever you want to watch." "Then, do you have time today?" "Yes. Actually, I recently conceived a solo dance." Bitch. Scheming. In public, so shameless. When Wei Kansi said this, a bunch of girls in the stands couldn't help but send bullet comments in their minds. "Is that so? Then let's go to the practice room next door. Let me take a look first." Simon was also very straightforward. After agreeing, he smiled and said to the others, "Okay, that's it, let Chen tell you next." After speaking, he gestured to Wei Kansi and turned to go out. The girl who was originally sitting in the group of girls with a gentle temperament and a poor sense of direction in private did not drag her feet at all. She stood up, jumped off the stands, and followed a man out the door. Bitch. Scheming. In public, so shameless. The girls who saw this situation were filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. They noticed that Wei Kansi was not wearing the expensive brand clothes that he had received after arriving here, but an oriental retro long skirt. They realized that he had obviously prepared in advance. Oh. I should have prepared earlier. The dancers here are top dancers selected from hundreds of thousands of candidates. Their excellence is beyond doubt. Who doesn't have some unique ideas? Unfortunately, the opportunity is fleeting. Chen Qing did not give them the opportunity to make a move. She stepped forward and began to talk about the future arrangements. It was also simple. It was the work and life arrangements for the next period. Starting from next Monday, 5 days a week, from 9 to 5, and not all dance practice. In the first 3 months, every afternoon was English training. Outside of work hours, including weekends, everything is arranged by yourself. Chen Qing also added that if the girls want to achieve better results, such as public performances in half a year, it is better to take the initiative to invest more extra time. However, this is not mandatory, it all depends on personal awareness. Chapter 935, Jianjia. Wei Kansi asked Simon to come out, and the two of them went to the next door training room, which was only half the size of the previous one. The girl looked out first. There was no stand here. Except for the bar for legs stretching on the wall, it was empty, and there was not even a chair. She hesitated for a moment. Simon walked in directly and said, "I can just stand and watch." After hearing what Simon said, the girl followed in and found that two burly and stern-looking bodyguards behind her also followed in. She subconsciously quickened her pace and came to the man's side. Simon waved to the two bodyguards, and the two looked around for a few times, then walked out again and closed the door behind them. The well-soundproofed practice room suddenly seemed empty and quiet. Simon leaned against the bar by the wall and looked at the girl in front of him with a smile. "What dance are you going to show me?" Even though there were many people next door, Wei Kanxi's face was still slightly red at this moment, but he took out a Walkman from his bag, handed it to Simon, and tried to look the man straight in the eye and said, "Mr. Westeros, you gave us so many names related to the Book of Songs, you must be very familiar with them, why don't you guess?" Simon took the Walkman handed over by the girl, knowing that it should be the background music, and pointed to the bag on her shoulder, indicating that she could give it to him, still with a smile. "Of course you can guess, but what if I can't guess it? I might get angry and embarrassed. What should I do then?" Wei Kanxi also handed the bag to Simon. His bright eyes still looked at the man. Perhaps because of the gentle smile, although his heartbeat accelerated inexplicably, he did not feel nervous at all. He blurted out, "If you can't guess it, Mr. Westeros, do whatever you want, but I believe you can guess it." Simon nodded. "Okay, I'll see." Wei Kanxi took off his shoes again, walked to the center of the practice room, nodded to him, and Simon pressed the play button of the Walkman. The soothing sound of the flute sounded. It should be recorded directly with the Walkman. The sound quality is very rough, but it can't hide the solid foundation. The music is leisurely and has a hint of melancholy. Not far away, a graceful girl, wearing a retro white gauze dress, tiptoed slightly, slowly stretched and raised her arms, like a girl who had just woken up from a late spring sleep, and like a reed that gradually bloomed in the wilderness. Innocent and romantic. And all kinds of expectations for the world. The sound of the flute trembled slightly. The wind blows. A girl in love, a newly sprouted reed. Dancing lightly. Simon leans against the bar against the wall, holding the Walkman in his hand, admiring the graceful dancing of the girls in the field, with a smile on his face. The reeds are green, and the white dew turns to frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. This is reeds. On the other side, Chen Qing introduced the girl's future work and daily life, answered some questions, and announced the disbandment. Then she called Li Yaohu to her side. Chen Qing also looked at Li Yaohu's casual outfit with some dissatisfaction. She didn't say anything, but said, "Yaohu, you should prepare in the next 2 days and go to the city to meet Director Li next Monday. If there is no objection, you will need to continue to take acting classes until the filming of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon starts." Li Yaohu nodded obediently. He did not dare to show his arrogance in front of Chen Qing. Instead, he asked, "Sister Chen, are the acting classes here or in downtown New York?" "Here, we will invite an acting teacher to come here specifically for you. In addition, you must not give up your dance skills, because there will be a lot of action scenes in the future." Li Yaohu hesitated, then Chen Qing knew what she was asking, and said, "Of course you still have to pay for the acting teacher's expenses, but your salary is enough. Or, if you don't want to, I think other people will be happy to accept this role." No. Li Yaohu shook his head quickly, thought for a while, and said, "Sister Chen, can I invite a teacher from China, that is, Teacher Qin from the Central Academy of Drama? I have talked to her and she is happy to come." Chen Qing puzzled, Li Yaohu raised his hand slightly and gestured, "Sister Chen, you know, my English is very poor. It should be difficult to find a Chinese acting teacher here, and, Chen Qing is also a smart person, and continued, "Cheap. Yes." Li Yaohu and Chen Xingwei joined the Oriental Song and Dance Troupe directly after graduating from the affiliated middle school of the Dance Academy. They did not have the professional background of Chen Qing, who graduated from Shanghai International Studies University. The first obstacle to taking acting classes here was language. Secondly, of course, it was also related to money. Even if they had not met directly, the girls knew that labor costs in the United States were very expensive, and the money for the acting class happened to be paid by Li Yaohu herself. Of course, she would save as much as possible. She had taken acting classes in Beijing for about a month before. When she left, she gave Teacher Qin a red envelope of 2,000 yuan. From the other party's enthusiastic attitude later, Li Yaohu realized that she had obviously spent money lavishly. She did not regret it, but instead had other thoughts. 2,000 RMB, which is only $240 in conversion. She was sure that it would be difficult to find a good enough acting teacher in the United States with $2,400, let alone $240. If she could let Teacher Qin continue to come to teach her, even if the salary was increased a little, it would undoubtedly be the best choice. Chen Qing guessed what Li Yaohu was thinking, but did not nod. Yaohu, if you plan to develop in the long run in acting, it is necessary to hire a long-term acting teacher, and this is not the time to save money. So, go to see the director next Monday. After passing, you need to start classes immediately. I will help you find a teacher who can speak Chinese. Of course, you can also continue to contact Teacher Qin and replace her after she arrives. Li Yaohu paused, and said, Sister Chen, can't you help? Help Teacher Qin get a visa? Yet? No. Chen Qing threw out 2 words lightly, turned around and walked out of the practice room. When I came to the corridor, I saw 2 bodyguards standing on the left and right of the door of the practice room next door. Lin Su was also guarding outside and was chatting with Ms. Liu, who also did not leave. So I walked up and asked, Boss, are you not done yet? Lin Su glanced at the door with a slightly strange expression and shook his head. Chen Qing walked over, raised her hand, but did not knock. She turned around and saw the 2 women looking at her. She shrugged and looked at Ms. Liu. Sister Liu, you don't have to stay here, go back first. Ms. Liu was not a weak person, and insisted, I want to say hello to Mr. Westeros later. No need, Chen Qing did not discuss it and continued to drive people away. Besides, the boss may go to the villa tonight. At this point, Chen Qing remembered something, walked forward, got close to look at Ms. Liu's face, and sniffed, then said, Not bad, but, Ms. Liu, you still need to do some maintenance. After saying that, she no longer paid attention to the other party and took out a mobile phone from her bag. A moment later, she and Lin Su's maid Lily Favell appeared. Chen Qing gave instructions, and Favell took Ms. Liu away, who was still reluctant but obeyed in the end. After everyone else disappeared, Chen Qing said to Lin Su, Go, knock on the door. Lin Su stood still. Why don't you knock? I don't dare. You. I won't knock either. Then wait, anyway, I don't have so many things to discuss with the boss. I have to help my brother arrange study abroad, help hometown enterprises attract investment. Tisk tisk, in ancient times, you are the most disgusting kind of relatives. Lin Su simply ignored her. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Qing finally stepped forward and knocked on the door gently. There was a response from inside. Chen Qing pushed the door open and saw Simon sitting cross-legged on the smooth wooden floor of the practice room, holding a notebook in his hand and writing and drawing. Next to him was the cat-like Wei Kansi. The girl's expression was full of admiration. When she saw Chen Qing coming in, she just looked up at her and obviously set her eyes on the notebook in Simon's hand again, without fear. Chen Qing walked forward a little and saw Simon writing a piece of musical notation quickly, and could only sigh. Even without the halo of wealth and power, it is too easy for my boss to pick up girls. Just like the one next to me at this moment. It looks like if my boss is willing, he can do anything here. Chen Qing knocked on the door and came in. Simon also knew that the time was almost up. He quickly finished the last piece of music, handed the notebook to the girl next to him, and said, That's it. You have to fill in the rest by yourselves. For this Jiangjia, stage lighting is very important. I will find a few good lighting designers from Hollywood to help you design it. And the costumes I just drew need lighter materials, but don't make them like Poplar catkins, because it will look frivolous. Wei Kansi kept nodding her head, and her petite and pretty face unconsciously moved to the side of Simon's face. After the man finished speaking, she took the initiative to move closer, and then closer. Seeing that the man turned his head and smiled at her, he did not mean to refuse, so he took the initiative to kiss Simon on the cheek. After they separated, her pretty face was already red to her ears. Simon recalled the fleeting cool touch on his cheek and smiled. Actually, I didn't shave today. Does it hurt? Wei Kansi shook his head. In fact, she also noticed it, but the man with a little stubble made her feel more attracted to him. Simon grabbed the girl's hand and held it in his palm. "There are still many things to do today. I almost didn't attend the morning court because of you, a little devil. This is not good." Wei Kansi recovered a little from the shyness just now, feeling the warmth of the big hand, and looked up at Simon again. "Boss, today is the weekend." Chen Qing, who was standing next to him, heard the girl's name and raised her eyebrows slightly. She knew that it must be Simon who reminded a girl that he liked the name boss more. She felt a little bit jealous in her heart, but did not interrupt. Simon said, "Yeah, but it's a pity that I have to work on weekends. You can go around these 2 days." Wei Kanchi unconsciously hugged Simon's arm, and his voice was soft. "I'll stay with the boss today, okay? I promise not to disturb your work." "No, you're just disturbing my work when you're with me. It's too distracting." Wei Kanchi knew that this was a disguised compliment, and he was a little embarrassed. "No. Okay, let's talk about it next time when we have time. Be good today." "Yeah. Come on, kiss me one last time. It felt good just now." When the two Black Hawk helicopters left the manor, the girls completely gave up some of their thoughts for today and began to plan this weekend. The first thing they thought of was to go out and have a look. After all, when they came to the United States, they didn't think of staying in this manor at the end of Long Island all the time, and there seemed to be no restrictions in this regard. However, after all, they were new here, and thinking was one thing, and putting it into action was another. Let's say New York, where everyone wants to go the most, is more than 150 kilometers away from here. It took more than 2 hours to take a bus from Kennedy International Airport to East Hampton yesterday. It was too troublesome. Moreover, if you ask the waiter team around you, in addition to the residence villa that has not been fully explored, they actually have a lot of things to do in the city of East Hampton. For example, the private beach bordering the manor. You can swim. You can sunbathe. Most girls have never seen the sea before, let alone occupy a private beach. In addition, there are also many places to visit in the city of East Hampton, including the girls also have membership in some beauty salons, shooting clubs, and golf clubs. If you are someone who is familiar with the rules of some circles, you will probably go crazy if you know the treatment enjoyed by the girls. For example, in various clubs, if there is no Simon, these girls may not even be qualified to go in as caddies. Many people who want to take shortcuts happen to try every means to enter these upper-class circles as peripheral waiters in order to meet a mentor who can help them rise to the top. Of course, some girls still left East Hampton. Li Yaohu was one of them. After some persuasion, Li Yaohu took his maid and several other people to Manhattan in 2 cars. There were 8 people in total. Not many of the girls could drive, but there was no shortage of cars. When they arrived yesterday, they saw 50 brand new cars of various types parked in the manor parking lot, with an average of 2 people per car. It was already noon when they arrived in Manhattan. On the way, the maid introduced them and found that they also had many benefits here. For example, there was a villa in the Upper West Side where they could stay temporarily or even overnight. It was a 5-story single-family house, and it was no problem for 20 to 30 people to stay at a time. In addition, there were privileges for ordering meals. The girls didn't feel anything special about this. They only knew that the maid made a phone call and they booked a row of 8 seats in a Michelin 3-star restaurant in Midtown. If some ladies in the Upper East Side who like to show off intentionally or unintentionally which famous restaurant they dined with their husbands at on the weekend and accidentally met a certain celebrity knew about it, they would probably still go crazy. The so-called problem that Li Yaohu felt was actually correct. Simon was raising a princess. Just like those girls who are still scattered around the world and are being trained as princesses. As for the reason? Well, before the girls arrived, they had received a month's salary in advance. Li Yaohu and his party strolled around Manhattan for the whole afternoon. Because they went to places that cost a lot of money, and women are born with shopping genes, they couldn't help themselves when they saw a lot of good things. Unconsciously, except for the 2 waitresses, the 6 girls spent most of their monthly salary. Since they have a place to stay in Manhattan, they don't plan to go back tonight. In the evening, they had dinner at St. George's Restaurant in the Upper West Side. After dinner, the girls did not drive again, but walked north along Broadway to return to their residence. Manhattan was brightly lit at night. They heard that the United States was very chaotic beforehand, and even though the girls were all Chinese, their appearance and figures were too eye-catching, but they were not too worried about their own safety. On the one hand, the security situation in the Upper West Side was not bad. On the other hand, the girls found that the two people who had been accompanying them were carrying weapons. The girls who first discovered this were shocked. They went forward to touch and ask if it was true or not. Some even thought about whether it was legal. In the end, all that was left was a sense of security. It was not yet 8 o'clock in the evening. The group was chatting and laughing as they walked through the crowded Broadway street on weekend nights. They passed a movie theater and one of the girls, Lin Zijin, said, "It's still early, why don't we go to the movies?" Chen Xingwei did not come along. Li Yaohu carelessly took the arm of another girl named Qi Jianjia and said, "We don't understand it again." "I mean this," Lin Zijin pointed to a poster outside the theater, "Jetter Li, Black Mask, we can definitely understand this." After Lin Zijin's reminder, the girls all noticed the eye-catching poster outside the theater. "Wow, that's true. This poster looks amazing. I still don't think it's good enough. Since it's released in the United States, it must be dubbed in English. Then you have to watch it. Li's movie can be released in the United States. This is a glory for the country. Of course we have to support it." After listening to the chatter, Li Yaohu once again took the attitude of a big sister. "Okay, raise your hands if you want to watch it." The girls all looked over. There were people coming and going on the pedestrian street around. "Why raise your hands? Do you want to be watched?" Li Yaohu also noticed this problem, grinned, and changed his words. "In this case, raise your hands if you don't want to watch it." Well, unanimous approval, let's go in. Everyone complained in their hearts, but they went into the theater together. Today is May 25th, Saturday. The second day of the release of Black Mask. Although only two small-scale films, Black Mask and The Last Detective, were released yesterday, it was a summer weekend after all, and the theater was still crowded, so that the two waitresses had to stand on both sides of the girls to prevent some malicious guys around from approaching and taking advantage of them, and directly block those who wanted to chat up. The various experiences of the past day and night have gradually made the girls feel less restrained in a foreign land. Now they are proud and not afraid of strangers at all. Li Yaohu refused to queue up with the two waiters and volunteered to take Qi Jianjia, who spoke relatively good English, to buy tickets together. He also told the other girls to prepare popcorn and other things. The two of them lined up at the window. The fat middle-aged ticket seller saw the two beautiful Chinese girls and couldn't help but take a few more glances. He asked naturally, "Black Mask?" Qi Jianjia nodded and said in English, 8 tickets. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 936 Small Miracle. The middle-aged ticket seller was slightly surprised to hear two beautiful Asian girls asking for 8 tickets for the movie Black Mask at once, but he still diligently checked the showtime information on the ticketing system. It happened that there was a show at 8:15. After confirming again, he collected the money and issued the tickets. "Have a good movie," he said a polite and formal sentence, and sent the two girls away. The middle-aged ticket seller began to greet the next customer. This was a young white guy dressed fashionably and obviously slightly groomed. With the middle-aged ticket seller's sharp eyes, he could tell at a glance that the other party was probably on a date tonight, and his girlfriend was probably buying popcorn or something. Based on recent experience, he thought the young man was likely to watch Romeo and Juliet. But he guessed wrong this time. Or, he guessed half right. The young man really asked for 2 tickets, but they were still Black Mask. After sending the other party away again, the middle-aged ticket seller looked at the showtime information on the computer screen and found that 103 tickets were sold in the 120-person screening room for Black Mask at 8:15, which was really a bit surprising. In particular, the ticket seller cut to Leslie Nielsen's The Detective, which was released at the same time yesterday. The same 8:15 show, the same medium-sized screening room with 120 people, only sold 87 tickets during the prime time of 8 p.m. on Saturday. Although he is just an ordinary ticket seller in this multi-hall theater under the AMC cinema line that opened 2 years ago, the middle-aged man still knows some recent anecdotes in the circle. Most theaters don't want a movie Black Mask. This is the summer season. If it was January or February or September or October, it would be fine, but in such a popular time period as the summer season, What's the matter with taking a Hong Kong movie that looks cheap? What's more, it's not Jack Chang. Who is Jet Li? Another point is that there is not even a European or American face in this movie, which will inevitably make American audiences more repulsive. As for Kung Fu, well, this is indeed a selling point, but there are not many Kung Fu elements in this movie, but it is more like a gun battle movie. In short, if you want to show Black Mask, you might as well add a few more screens for The Mummy. Although I think so, major theaters finally opened a total of more than 1,000 canvases for Black Mask. Because Deanery's entertainment is too strong at the moment. If you don't want Black Mask, then do you want The Mummy, Mission Impossible 2, or Spectre? Okay. This is actually the package sale that the Paramount Act explicitly prohibited back then, but many things have always been a policy from the top and a countermeasure from the bottom. It is forbidden to package multiple movies and sign distribution agreements with theaters, and you can only negotiate one by one, right? Then negotiate one by one. However, if you think Black Mask is not good and don't want to give me canvases, then I also think you are not sincere enough and don't give you a copy of The Mummy. Well, it's not appropriate not to give it. It's easy to get sued. Then it's okay to give less. You need 200 copies, I only give you 100, and the remaining 100 screens will continue to show The Evaporator. Other theaters charge an average of 15,000 yuan, while your theater charges an average of 1,500 yuan. Tisk. Speaking of which, the three movies The Mummy, Mission Impossible 2 and Spectre were not even distributed by Deanery's Entertainment, but Deanery's Entertainment could use these three blockbusters as bargaining chips. With such power, who dares not obey? Therefore, Black Mask could not only be rejected, but it could not even be perfunctorily stuffed into the small hall, and the theater posters and the like that should be given could not be missing at all. Now it seems that this movie is not as bad as imagined. However, the middle-aged ticket seller of AMC Theater who kept sending out movie tickets on busy weekend nights still felt that it was inappropriate, but, no matter how inappropriate it was, this matter might not be solved for a long time in the future, and major theaters would be more likely to continue to allocate more resources to Deanery's Entertainment's films. No matter good or bad. Then, the strong will become stronger. On the other side of the theater, the 8 girls who got the movie tickets found a screening room on the 3rd floor and went in directly. Unlike the streets outside, people started to approach them during the waiting period after entering the theater. The girls were naturally fearless when they thought of a man, and they were not like some new immigrants who were trying to please them. The 2 waitresses also played a good role in keeping them away. In addition, they found that the clothes worn by the girls were expensive, so they did not get too entangled with the approaching girls. After being rejected, they walked away tactfully. When the lights in the theater dimmed, the first thing that came out was a few patch ads. The girls who gathered together and sat in the front and back rows were also very interested in this, although most of them did not understand it. Soon, the main film of Black Mask began. After the label logo, the opening was a fierce action scene. Jet Li fought hard and broke through the siege. The Chinese and English titles of Black Mask appeared on the screen. Li Yaohu, who was sitting between Shi Jianjia and a waitress named Katie Roderick, watched with great interest. In China, she was the type who could afford to watch movies and had a VCR at home. However, there were not many movie sources in China after all. What's more, the screen and sound effects of this AMC theater, which had only been open for 2 years, were far from comparable to those in China. As for the film itself, for North American movie fans, the cheapy movie style can be seen at a glance, but Li Yaohu didn't think it was wrong. After all, he was used to it. But the subsequent literary drama made Li Yaohu start to lose his mind quickly. Because he couldn't understand, he couldn't guess the lip syncing because the original version was in Cantonese. He could only roughly understand that the black man played by Jet Li became a librarian incognito, had a good relationship with his colleagues, and had a police friend. So he couldn't help but look around. Shi Jianjia looked very seriously. Okay. An annoying academic bully. Li Yaohu knew that Shi Jianjia's family background was also good. Before getting this job, she was a senior student at the Shanghai Theatre Academy of Dance. She is 21 years old this year. Not only has she danced for more than 10 years, but her other cultural skills are also very good. Although she has gone abroad now, she's still locked in the graduation diploma of the Shanghai Theatre Academy in advance. In fact, none of the 100 girls selected from hundreds of thousands of resumes were simple. Excellent dance skills and knowledge base. Others such as piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are everywhere. Privately calculating, Li Yaohu even felt that she and Chen Xingwei might be the last two, as if they had gotten a job through the back door. There's a problem. On the other side, Katie Roderick certainly understood, but she was obviously not very interested in the film. Seeing Li Yaohu looking over, Katie also retracted her gaze and smiled at her. Katie is Li Yaohu's designated maid. Li Yaohu also smiled, leaned over a little, and asked in Chinese, "Katie, what do you think?" The maids and guards in the manor have all received Chinese training, and there is basically no problem with daily conversation. "It's okay, I don't like it very much, Ellie may be more interested," Katie answered, and the Ellie she was talking about was named Alyssa Camuel, and she was Chen Xingwei's designated female guard. To be precise, it should be the standard configuration of one maid and one guard for Li Yaohu and Chen Xingwei. Alyssa is a standard Wei family female guard from the Wei Family Private Army (MCSS) training base in Ohio. She is a girl with a very tough temperament and is very proficient in fighting and firearms. Besides Katie, there was another female guard who followed and escorted the 6 girls. However, because they had been repeatedly told to pay special attention to the safety of the girls, Katie, who had also received professional firearms training, also brought a gun. Li Yaohu listened to Katie's concise Chinese with an obvious accent, and knew that it was impossible to have a deep conversation, so he had to turn back to the big screen and quietly pay attention to the reactions of the audience around him. After all, as a girl said before entering the venue, Jet Li's movie can be shown in the United States, which can be regarded as a glory for the country. Li Yaohu felt the same way. She didn't understand the twists and turns of the movie schedule, and she didn't even understand what the occupancy rate of more than 80% in this theater meant at this time. However, noticing the voices of discussion or exclamation in the theater as the plot progressed, she was still able to determine that these foreigners probably liked this movie very much. So it was inevitable that she had a little sense of pride. After the movie ended, Li Yaohu continued to walk out of the screening room with Qi Jianjia's arm, listening to the heated discussions of the people around him. Even though she didn't understand a few words in the previous 90 minutes, she was still quite satisfied. Several other white youths passed by the girls. They had tried to chat with them before the movie started, but did not pursue them after being rejected. At this moment, they were still looking at them openly and deliberately raising their voices, obviously trying to attract their attention. Unfortunately, it didn't work until the two sides walked away from each other. Li Yaohu was very disdainful of these young people's showing off. Seeing Qi Jianjia with a smile on her face, he asked, "What did they say just now?" "They said that Black Mask is more exciting than Arnold Schwarzenegger's Vanishing." "Schwarzenegger, I know. I've seen both Terminator movies. Is Vanishing Order his latest movie?" Qi Jianjia raised her hand and pointed to a poster on the wall inside the theater. "That's it. In fact, the main thing is that they also said that the production cost of Vanishing Order was $100 million, and Black Mask may not even cost $10 million. Li Yaohu glanced at the poster on the wall. It was obviously a photo of Schwarzenegger. He didn't recognize the other English words, but he was also proud. 10 million beat 100 million, that's amazing. However, $100 million to make a movie is equivalent to more than 800 million RMB, which is too extravagant. Qi Jianjia smiled and said, "In fact, the box office of Black Mask is definitely not as good as that of Vanishing Order, but the fact that this movie can be released in North America is already very impressive. Anyway, I'm definitely on the side of Black Mask." Li Yaohu and Qi Jianjia chatted like this, unaware that their topic happened to coincide with a rapidly rising argument in recent days. It quickly spread on the internet. The general trend was that Black Mask, which came from across the ocean, was better than the $100 million film The Evaporated Order. A famous film critic from the New York Times said on his Facebook, "As a popcorn commercial film, Black Mask may be rough, but the gunfights and fighting scenes have many remarkable points. In comparison, The Evaporated Order is like a slow-moving giant, clumsy and boring." This view was recognized by many people for a while. The popularity of Black Mask has increased again. Moreover, it happened that the villains in the final battles of Black Mask and The Evaporated Order both used pulse weapons. Due to cost constraints, the pulse weapons in Black Mask looked like toys, while the pulse weapons in The Evaporated Order were undoubtedly much more professional. However, in contrast to the two plots, the pulse weapon battle in Black Mask is thrilling and exciting. In Evaporator, except for Schwarzenegger pulling a steel bar from his thigh with a grin, nothing else left much impression. This sudden discussion is of course the result of the behind-the-scenes operation of the Black Mask distribution team. Later, this is a standard way to get attention. The official announcement of a small film with a cost of only $7 million is pulling a big movie with a cost of $100 million. How does the saying go? I am weak but I am right. After all, it is only $7 million. So all the highlights of the weaker one are repeatedly magnified, while the stronger one happens to fail, so all his body becomes a disadvantage. In short, starting from the release on Friday, the first 3 days of the weekend, because of this rapidly rising hot discussion, Black Mask once again brought at least millions of dollars worth of publicity. The weekend passed in a flash. May 27th, Monday. East Hampton. After getting up in the morning, Simon was a little surprised to get the box office report for the past weekend. In the first 3 days after its release, Black Mask earned $6.56 million in the first weekend with a scale of 1,276 screens, and the 3-day average reached $5,141. Simon's initial expectation was that the average of the theaters in the first 7 days of the film's first week would be a success if it could reach the level of $5,000. Now, the 3-day average has exceeded $5,000, and the average of the theaters in the first week of Black Mask may reach about $8,000. This is already considered a hot-selling level. Although it is still a little short of the threshold of $10,000 per theater, with the size of Black Mask, an average of $8,000 per theater is already a small miracle. It is not obvious when viewed alone. In comparison, the success of Black Mask is more obvious. The Detective, the new film of white-haired detective Leslie Nielsen, which was also released last Friday, had a box office of $10.45 million in the first 3 days of its release. It seems to be more than Black Man, but the number of screens for the opening of this movie is 2,286, nearly twice that of Black Man. The average box office in the first 3 days of the film's first weekend was only $4,570, which is lower than Black Man. Just like the comparison between Black Man and The Evaporator on the internet platform. At first glance, there is actually no comparability. After all, no matter how good The Evaporator is, its box office in the first week may exceed the total North American box office of Black Man, and the volume of The Evaporator is much larger than Black Man. The production cost of the film alone reached $18 million, which is equivalent to 2.5 Black Man, not to mention that New World Pictures only spent $2 million to obtain the European and American distribution rights of Black Man, and the investment in publicity and distribution was only $3 million. Therefore, in terms of returns, Black Man recovered a large part of the total cost of $5 million in just the first 3 days of the weekend, and it may be able to recover its investment and start to make a profit in the first week. On the contrary, whether it is The Evaporator or The Evaporator, with the box office trends they are showing at this time, it is unlikely to make a profit in the theater distribution stage. Moreover, although it seems to be small in size, the profit of Black Mask is definitely not negligible. The first 3 days of the weekend grossed $6.56 million, which means that the North American box office of the film is expected to break the $20 million mark. It is only the North American box office, deducting the total investment of $5 million in production and publicity, and it is expected to realize a profit of more than $5 million. New World Pictures still got all the copyrights for the European and American markets. For such a small film, Europe will certainly not share the distribution, and it will definitely be sold out directly. With the popularity accumulated by the North American box office, it is not a big problem to recover another $5 million if the film is sold out directly in Europe. Next is the videotape and TV peripherals. In my memory, the videotape of Black Mask was a big seller in North America, and the income from this aspect alone exceeded $50 million. This time, even if it is the same as before, according to the 40% gross profit calculation, it is another $20 million. The gross profit of the videotape is actually the net income of the film project, which is mainly different from the subsequent after-tax profit calculation of the entire studio. In fact, the box office and other aspects are the same. Finally, add the TV broadcast, which is another sum. Calculate another $5 million. Without mentioning the long-term operation, this is actually the expected income in the next 2 years or so. a total of $35 million US. After calculation, a small film bought by New World Pictures for $2 million US has a higher overall income than many blockbuster films. Just like The Evaporating Order, with the current low box office overseas gradually being comparable to that in North America, the global box office of this movie may only be around $160 million US, mainly because The Evaporating Order was also sniped by The Mummy overseas. The total cost of production and promotion of The Evaporating Order reached $130 million US, with a global box office of $160 million US. It is expected to recover $70 million US in share, and lose $60 million in the theater distribution stage. The failure of both the film's reputation and box office will inevitably affect the subsequent channels. In the next 2 years, the revenue of the videotape and TV broadcast channels of The Evaporating Order combined may not even make up for the loss of $60 million US, let alone generate income. Chapter 937. The loss outweighs the gain. Long Island, in a villa in East Hampton. Simon finished reading the box office report for the 3 days of the weekend and was looking through some event notes while discussing the European itinerary for the next few days with Lady A. Two figures, one big and one small, appeared at the open door of the study. Ms. Liu, wearing a black Givenchy dress, took her daughter's hand and knocked on the door gently. "Simon, breakfast is ready." Simon nodded, patted the armrest of the sofa, and said to the woman with a smile, "Come here." Ms. Liu glanced at Lady A, hesitated slightly, and still took her daughter forward and sat on the armrest of the sofa where Simon was. However, as soon as she sat down, her body was embraced by a big hand and fell into the man's arms. After a symbolic struggle, Ms. Liu obeyed and said to the girl next to her, "Miu Miu, you go to the restaurant and wait first." Miu Miu, this is the name Simon gave the little girl at the weekend. It has the same name as a French actress and is also the name of Prada's sub-brand that was just established a few years ago. Since it was a name given by a man, Ms. Liu, who had wanted to change her daughter's name, did not think there was anything wrong with it, so she agreed. Girl A had been in Manhattan over the weekend and had just come here by helicopter this morning. When she heard the little girl's name, her eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't say anything. However, "Miu Miu, isn't it just meow?" Simon hugged the woman in his arms, and did not stop the little girl from leaving. He switched back to English and said to Allison, "As for Russia, I won't go to Moscow. I will only stay in St. Petersburg for 1 day, and the extra time will be counted as in Italy." In addition, regarding Ukraine, the special student aid program that Celia and I discussed yesterday is mainly for the children of senior Ukrainian politicians and businessmen. Please prepare a set of materials for Jenny. Girl A lowered her head and wrote it down on the memo, and then said, "Boss, I was thinking, why not add Russia as well?" Simon said, "This is a long-term plan. Not only Russia, but all other countries that the Westeros system focuses on will not be missed. Celia is only responsible for Ukraine." Hearing this, Girl A roughly understood that her boss asked her to prepare the materials and hand them over to his wife, which should be related to the arrangements for other countries. The Westeros family's foundation system is mainly managed by the two ladies. This kind of student aid program will definitely be carried out in the name of various shell funds. But this is beyond the work of Lady A. However, Allison still said, "Also, boss, since you told Ms. Miller yesterday that this matter should be kept low-key, isn't 100 people a bit too many in the first batch after the summer vacation? We can conduct a more detailed screening to determine the candidates who are useful to us." Simon smiled. "It is precisely because there are more people that we can low-key select those who are useful to us. If there are only 3 or 5, it will be obvious to others that they are the target. Moreover, even if others are not selected, as long as they accept our funding, they are useful to the Westeros system." This time Allison was a little confused. Simon felt the doubtful eyes of Girl A, held the quiet and obedient woman in his arms and changed his posture, feeling the pleasant smell of the woman, and said in a casual voice, "I remember seeing a point of view in a book, the fish on the shore are no longer fish." Girl A obviously couldn't have read a certain novel, so she couldn't understand the cruelty contained in this seemingly simple sentence. Simon didn't explain any more, and continued to finalize some matters. He pushed the woman in his arms, and the three of them left the study and walked to the restaurant. While looking at the woman's dress today, he praised, "Very beautiful. This is the extension of Audrey Hepburn's classic little black dress in Breakfast at Tiffany's. You have a good figure and temperament." The woman took Simon's arm, a little embarrassed, but after all, she dressed up to please herself, and learned the habit of Westerners and said, "Thank you, Simon." Arriving at the restaurant, Chen Qing, Lin Su and the little girl who changed her name to Miu Miu were all waiting. Simon sat down at the dining table, waited for the waitresses to serve breakfast and leave, took a sip of milk, picked up the cutlery and started eating, and said to Lin Su at the same time, "Your brother's matter has come to fruition. A professor at the MIT Earth Resources Laboratory can accept him as a doctoral student, focusing on exploration. This is a very practical research direction, and after graduation, he can enter a large oil and mining company. Of course, the premise is that your brother must be able to graduate smoothly. Science and engineering disciplines are different from literature, history and law majors. If his professional skills are not solid enough, even if I help him get a degree in the future, there will be no future development." Lin Su nodded, with gratitude on her face, but it was difficult to say too much in front of the women around. Moreover, there was something he wanted to say but stopped. Simon didn't wait for Lin Su to speak, and said directly, "Forget about the other one. If she wants to come to the United States, I suggest that she marry your brother directly, and then come here as a family member to accompany her to study. There is no need to go to any school to waste time." Lin Su suddenly felt a little resentful again. However, she also knew that this could not be forced. It was unexpected that a man could help her brother, not to mention MIT. Lin Su's younger brother Lin Dong is studying geophysics at Peking University and will complete his master's degree this year. In fact, since his undergraduate studies, Lin Dong has been applying for overseas study, but he failed at that time and had to stay in school for graduate studies. Now that his graduate school is about to graduate, Lin Dong has thought about studying abroad for a doctorate. His initial goal is of course the two most powerful geophysics schools, MIT and Caltech. Unfortunately, he applied several times but got no results, and finally only got a self-funded study offer from Northwestern University. Although it is also a top-notch university in the United States, Northwestern University is not among the Ivy League, and its geophysics ranking is even lower. Originally, if it weren't for Simon's help, Lin Dong would still choose this school for a doctorate. The last time he asked his sister for help, he mainly hoped that she could help find out and help his girlfriend by land go abroad. Lin Su didn't want to do this at first. Because a guy likes to do this very much, she thinks he has bad intentions, but she can't stand her brother's begging. She mustered up the courage to talk to Simon on the weekend, but she didn't expect to get the results so quickly, and it was MIT. MIT. Because she was worried about her brother's study abroad, Lin Su also happened to know that among the graduates of Peking University this year, only 2 students with bachelor's, master's and doctoral degrees were admitted to MIT, and they all paid their own money. In addition, from what he just said, Lin Su also knew that the man was very dedicated to this and even considered his brother's future employment. Before this, Lin Su had also paid attention to it. Geophysics is a strong major in Peking University, but it is not too popular. Although Peking University graduates will definitely not lack jobs, it is not easy to find a good job in the context of the abolition of the graduate allocation system in China this year. Most graduates of this major have previously entered various government research departments, such as earthquake bureaus or research institutes. The better ones are oil and mining companies, which requires connections. The Lin family is not short of connections, but Lin Dong is not satisfied with some of the previous arrangements. That's why he hopes to study abroad. Moreover, the expectations for future careers that Lin Dong and Lin Su had talked about before coincided with Simon's arrangements. After all, marginal departments such as earthquake bureaus and research institutes have very narrow channels for promotion, and oil and gas mining companies are the best choice, which requires research directions that are biased towards exploration. However, the man obviously ignored the other one. Lin Dong's girlfriend, the girl named Bai Lan, is different from the second sister Lin Lan who is dissatisfied with Bai Lan. Lin Su actually has a good impression of the girl. Think about the man's suggestion again. Get married, and then come as a family member to accompany the child to study. Humph. Male chauvinism. Of course, I only dare to think about it in my heart. Although, I don't know why, I feel deep down that this may be a method. The girl is studying applied physics at Beijing University of Technology. Because she is beautiful, she was favored by his younger brother during the exchange process of some schools. He pursued her before he finally got her. However, no matter Beijing University of Technology itself or the girl's academic performance, in short, She has not received a single offer since she started applying for studying abroad last year. Anyway, if you are unwilling to help, I will do it myself. Male chauvinism. While thinking about this, Lin Su heard Simon say, also, if you don't want to raise a loser, when your brother comes, I suggest you don't pay for his tuition, let him work and study. Also, if he wants to go further in the future, it's best to take a business administration course while studying for a doctorate, and get a degree. Lin Su knew that the man's suggestions were alright, but she was a little indignant about a certain word in his words. My brother is not a loser. Yes, I have seen his resume during his time at Peking University, it's still very good. That's why I remind you not to give him money. He is 24 years old now, and it's too late for him to enter society. If you don't let him accept some of the sufferings of the world, he will lack the ability to deal with things, and he may become a nerd in the future. The best way out for such a person is to do scientific research for a lifetime and stay in an ivory tower. Lin Su wanted to refute, but after hesitating for a while, he still nodded lightly. Simon suddenly showed a somewhat evil smile, looked at Lin Su and said, if you can't bear it, then I will help you. Lin Su was puzzled, and was a little wary because of the man's smile. Simon's smile spread across his face. According to a relationship, your brother is also my brother-in-law, and it is natural for a brother-in-law to teach his brother-in-law a lesson. When Lin Su heard this, she was stunned for a moment, and suddenly her face turned red. She lowered her head and dared not look at the man again. Simon was interested, then it settled. According to what Chinese parents often say, the child is in my care. Don't be polite when you need to beat or scold him. Don't worry, I won't be polite. Lin Su almost wanted to run away, but she still held back and subconsciously said, don't beat him. Don't worry, it won't hurt. After Simon said this, he still felt unsatisfied, so he turned to Chen Qing. This won't work. So he looked at Ms. Liu again. Turn again. Then his eyes fell on a little girl. The little girl who was eating felt Simon's eyes and raised her face to look at him. In fact, she had been listening just now, and the little girl was far from being as ignorant as she looked. It was just some kind of instinct that she thought that this would please the adults. Simon looked at a certain little girl and said in a gentle and persuasive way, Mew Mew, can you call me Daddy from now on? The little girl blinked her eyes, looked at her mother, got some hints and encouragement, and soon said in a sweet voice, Dad. Simon was very satisfied, and finally saw the girl lay next to him. Allison rolled her eyes at her boss who was not in tune with her, and suddenly said softly, Dad, Simon couldn't stand being stared at by several women of all ages with strange eyes. He coughed dryly and changed the subject. He said to Lin Su, also, I have also seen several project proposals submitted by Hung Zhou. Only two are relatively good. One is the investment in Wahaha. This is a very outstanding company and must be won. In addition, there is the Nongfu Spring drinking water project. We can invest in it. Wahaha is needless to say. Nongfu Spring became famous later, but now this company does not exist. It is just a project being planned by a company in Zhejiang province. Simon had never thought of buying out Wahaha, which was established in the 1980s and has developed very rapidly. This company is now almost on par with Jian Liveo. Therefore, it was actually a bit beyond Simon's expectations that he could buy a stake this time. No matter how much he invested or how many shares he got, it was definitely a very cost-effective investment. As for Nongfu Spring, since it is a planned drinking water project, thinking about the future development prospects, it would be better to buy it out directly. Simon changed the subject, and the women at the table did not pursue the small details just now. Although it was Lin Su's hometown that was attracting investment, Chen Qing was actually following up. After Simon finished speaking, she asked before Lin Su could speak, Boss, what about Geely? I think Geely has the greatest potential among the several projects. Boss has been paying attention to China's automobile industry and should know this. Simon nodded, yes. Although the current Chinese automobile market has an annual sales volume of only about 1.5 million vehicles, it is definitely a highly profitable industry. All types of models are in a seller's market at this time, and the profits are very lucrative. Moreover, the greater potential of China's automobile industry is in the future. 10 or 20 years later, for global auto companies, whoever wins China will win the world. Chen Qing was even more confused. Then, Simon suddenly changed to English and said to Chen Qing, that's why we can't invest. At the table, The little girl who was listening raised her head in confusion, not understanding why Simon suddenly changed to English that she couldn't understand. Ms. Liu also paused slightly. In order to prepare to go abroad earlier, she actually knew some English, but it was limited to daily communication. She did understand this sentence just now, but at this time she was very smart to pretend that she didn't understand and continued to eat slowly. Seeing that her boss had changed to English, Chen Qing glanced around and simply changed to French. "Boss, I don't understand it very well." Now even Lin Su couldn't understand. Simon also changed to French and said to Chen Qing, "The threshold for entering the automobile industry in China now is very high. You must know this. You must also think that with the influence accumulated from my last trip to China, if we invest in Geely, it will definitely be no problem to get a car production license, right?" Chen Qing nodded. Simon said, "But have you ever thought that we are competing with the current major state-owned automobile giants in China for the market and profits? The automobile industry is a private land for some people, so this is a very offensive thing, which will quickly consume the favor I accumulated during my last trip to China. Favor is like wine. If you drink it immediately after it is brewed, it is a waste of natural resources. Therefore, it needs to be stored in a cellar and released at the right time in the future to maximize the benefits." Chen Qing understood. The layout in China has been too smooth in the past 2 years. Chen Qing realized at this time that he had been a little arrogant and lazy. For some things that should have been easy to remember in the past, he was not as sharp as his boss, and he couldn't help but reflect on himself. Across the table, Simon continued, "Moreover, if the benefits are big enough, I don't mind using up the corresponding affection in advance. But in fact, because the economy is improving, the European and American auto industry cycles are at their peak. If we want to invest in the Chinese auto industry, we can't just have money. We must cooperate with European and American auto companies. Because the industry is overheated, seeking such cooperation now will cost a lot, and the gains will not outweigh the losses." Chapter 938. Some are happy, some are sad. Want to know how profitable China's auto industry is in this era? The famous Santana is the most typical example. The new generation Santana 2000, which China just started mass production last year, has a standard price of 180,000 yuan, which does not include tax, not to mention the price increase caused by the hot sales. In short, don't even think about picking up the car without more than 200,000 yuan. Santana is based on the Passat model of Volkswagen in Germany. Santana 2000 is modified from the Passat B3 platform. When it was mass-produced in China, the overseas B3 platform had actually been eliminated. In 1996, Volkswagen's Passat B-series had developed to the B5 platform. So, what is the price of the latest Passat B5 model? $3,000 to $5,000 US. At the current RMB to USD exchange rate of around 8.31, even if the overseas market is calculated at a high configuration of $5,000 US, the price of this sedan is only a little over 40,000 yuan in RMB, 40,000 overseas and 180,000 domestically. The price difference is a full 4.5 times. Because it is a joint venture brand, only some parts of Santana 2000 that need to be imported involve higher tariffs. According to public information, the current self-production rate of Santana series parts of Shanghai Volkswagen has reached more than 60%. With a low domestic manufacturing cost, even if the tariff on imported parts is included, the cost of domestic Santana 2000 will not be much different from that of similar overseas models. However, the price can be 4.5 times different. You can imagine the huge profits. Such huge profits are obviously not something that anyone can get. At this stage, like telecommunications, oil and other fields, the automobile industry is basically monopolized by large state-owned enterprises. Since the market economy has begun to be encouraged, it is not impossible for private enterprises to build cars, but there is a threshold. A very clear threshold: 1.5 billion. If you can come up with 1.5 billion, I can consider giving you a car production license. Tisk. At this stage in China, most companies can't squeeze out 1.5 billion even if they are squeezed. Therefore, until the policy was gradually relaxed after 2000, many domestic automobile brands in China, whether state-owned or private, were actually black cars without household registration, quietly surviving in the gray area between local protection and policy. After all, the huge profits in the domestic automobile industry are too tempting. Of course, Less than 1 in 10 survived in the end. Geely is one of them. Although Lin Su was entrusted by his hometown to attract investment, Chen Qing obviously did a lot of homework. After Simon rejected it, Lin Su lowered her head and said nothing more because of what the man had just said. Chen Qing still wanted to fight for it. Boss, we have carefully investigated. Li from Geely is a very capable person. Didn't you say that the most important thing about investing in China at this stage is to bet on people? Since the complete plan doesn't work, perhaps we can invest less. Simon asked with a smile, how much do you think is appropriate? Chen Qing said, Geely's assets are about 100 million yuan. We invest 10 million US dollars and should be able to get about 40% of the shares. Boss, this is a very cost-effective deal. Simon smiled, then, whether actively or passively, the Westeros system will be tied to this company, and the Chinese side will also determine that I am interested in getting involved in the automotive industry. In addition, you are so restless, the result is hard to predict. Chen Qing was immediately hurt by her boss's blunt call for restlessness, and said pitifully, Boss, I listen to you very much. Now is not a good time for either side to get involved in the automotive industry. 2 conditions, wait for China to join the WTO, wait for the next automotive industry downturn, and then we will make a move. Simon ignored Chen Qing's pretending to be pitiful, shook his head again, and then changed the subject directly, switching from French to Chinese. Let's talk about another thing. How is your computer company preparing? Chen Qing found that there was no room for discussion, so she stopped struggling and switched to Chinese. The first computer has begun preheating in promotion. Also, the running software that the boss mentioned, the team I hired in Silicon Valley has completed the development and is undergoing internal testing. By the way, boss, do you want to give this software a name? This goblin obviously caught a little hobby of Simon. Naming it. Simon did not refuse. After thinking for a moment, he noticed a lolly who was eating obediently across the table, and said, Mew Mew. The little girl immediately looked up at him. Huh? Simon gestured to the little girl, and said to Chen Qing, just call it Mew Mew, Mew Mew running points. When Ms. Liu heard that Simon was going to use her daughter's new name to name a software, she subconsciously dissuaded him. Simon, isn't this a bad idea? But Chen Qing immediately said with certainty, it's Mew Mew. This is also a woman's name. The companies in the Westeros system named after women, such as Daenerys, Melisandre, Ygritte, etc., are all very powerful. It's a good start. After hearing what Chen Qing said, Simon realized that he had accidentally created another woman. He smiled and said, I suggest that you release this software in North America first, and then turn to China. Of course, the main target is China, don't get it wrong. Chen Qing nodded, and curled the corners of her mouth, smiling like a little fox. Boss, I was planning to do this. With the current domestic atmosphere, even in 10 or 20 years, people are very superstitious about imported products. Since it is an American software, it must be very authoritative. Who objects? After breakfast, Simon and his party took a helicopter to Manhattan, stayed for another morning, and set off for Europe at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It was mainly about Ukraine. In order to ensure the layout of the Westeros system in Ukraine, Simon recently launched a weeding operation there again, noticing that someone was beginning to be restless again. In addition, it is expected that the one-week trip will also go to Finland, Russia, Italy and other countries one after another, and return next week. In New York. After Simon left, the girls of the National Style Art Troupe, who arrived last Friday, quickly got on track from the beginning of the new week. With the help of the Westeros family team, they began to prepare for the public performance in half a year. And 2 programs have been basically decided. Picking Way that Simon personally took out, and the solo dance Zhang Jia performed by Wei Kansi on Saturday. Except for Li Yaohu. Met with Ang Lee on Monday morning, Li Yaohu did not disappoint Simon's expectations and was successfully selected by the director. In Ang Lee's opinion, the girl's inherent pride and arrogance are exactly the same as the Yu Jialong he imagined. Moreover, although she has not received much professional performance training, she is a dancer after all, so her foundation is not zero, and she is also full of talent for performance. Through the performance training in the next few months, Ang Lee also believes that it will not be a problem for Li Yaohu to meet the standards before filming. At the same time, the North American summer season is still going on. From May 24th to May 30th. Another box office week has passed quickly. In the third week of the summer season, Deaneries and Fox's The Mummy easily won the weekly box office championship. In the second week of its release, because there were no strong new films released, The Mummy only fell by 34% in the second week, earning another $41.93 million. After 2 weeks of release, the cumulative box office of this currently the most popular blockbuster in the summer season has easily exceeded $100 million, reaching $105.47 million. The second place on the list is still Romeo and Juliet, which is both unexpected and reasonable. In its third week, this modern romance film based on a classic novel earned another $18.83 million, with a decline of only 26%, which was even better than that of The Mummy. In 3 weeks, Romeo and Juliet, which cost only $30 million to produce and promote, has accumulated a box office of $75.74 million. So far, this romance film is the biggest dark horse of the 1996 summer season. Arnold Schwarzenegger's The Evaporator barely managed to hold on to its third place on the list this week. Although the weekly decline was narrowed to 27%, after a failed start and a sharp drop in the second week, The Evaporator's box office in its third week was only $12.98 million. After 3 weeks of release, the total North American box office of this super blockbuster movie, which cost $100 million, was only $67.19 million. Moreover, what made the producer Warner Brothers most uncomfortable was the overseas market performance of The Evaporator. Because it was also impacted by films such as The Mummy and Romeo and Juliet overseas, with more than 30 overseas box office locations opening one after another, the overseas box office of The Evaporator is less than $50 million in the same 3 weeks. All parties generally predict that the North American and overseas box office of this super blockbuster will be basically the same, both around $80 million. The global total box office is about $160 million. In the past, action stars such as Stallone and Schwarzenegger have always had strong overseas box office appeal. Even if they are not popular in North America, they can often make a lot of money overseas to make a profit. This time, The Evaporator did not achieve success outside the wall, and completely cut off Warner's idea of making up for losses in the global market. In comparison, The Mummy, which was released a week later than The Evaporator, easily achieved a box office of over $100 million in 2 weeks overseas, and this was under the premise that it was not released in some large box office locations, such as Japan and France. The domestic box office of The Mummy is expected to be only about $150 million, but based on the performance at this time, the overseas box office of the film is likely to achieve Warner's expectations for The Evaporator, reaching twice the domestic box office and hitting a high of $300 million. The fourth place is Leslie Nielsen's The Evaporator. This medium-sized comedy film followed The Evaporator and took in $12.49 million in the first 7 days of its release. The box office difference between the two is less than $500,000. In addition, the production cost of The Evaporator is $18 million, and Sony's publicity and distribution costs are about $10 million. With a start of $12.49 million, the domestic box office should be between $20 million and $30 million. Leslie Nielsen also has some box office appeal overseas, and he will definitely be able to recover a lot. Therefore, this project is not a success for the producer Sony, but it is not a failure either. It can only be said to be tepid. The fifth place is Black Mask. This Hong Kong film from across the ocean, with no Western faces in the starring role, unexpectedly squeezed out Austin Powers, which failed to start last week, and occupied the fifth place in the weekly box office list. After giving a small surprise in the first 3 days of the weekend, the full first week box office of Black Mask finally reached $10.38 million. Compared with a total investment of $5 million in production and publicity by Deaneries Entertainment, the distributor directly recovered the cost and began to make a profit after only 1 week of release. In fact, the media reputation of Black Mask has not been good at all since its release. To be precise, it is a bit bad. Even with the public relations operation of New World Pictures, the media comprehensive score of this movie is only 5.3 points, which does not meet the passing level. Most of the criticisms are focused on the weak story of the film and the rough picture. Both points are true. Because the North American version has been edited again, the text background introduction at the beginning of the Hong Kong version was directly deleted, leaving only an opening wedge. Therefore, for a long time after the opening, for the audience who are not willing to use their brains, They don't quite understand what the story is about. As for the rough picture, it is understandable. After all, the production cost of this movie is only $7 million. If it is compared with The Evaporator, which burned $100 million, it is too difficult. However, despite the poor reputation, the marketing of the publicity and promotion team was too good. With a strong recommendation of big names like Jackie Chan and Quentin Tarantino, and in contrast to The Evaporator, the discussion on the internet platform was even more lively. In short, the potential audiences who should know about it basically knew about this film, and those who should not know about it also heard the name of Black Mask, intentionally or unintentionally. So they bought tickets and entered the theater. The final result was that this Hong Kong film, which was almost not favored by everyone in advance, unexpectedly squeezed into the top 5 weekly box office of the popular summer season. Although the box office was only $10.38 million, based on 1,276 screens, the average theater data of Black Mask in the first week of its opening was as high as $8,137, which was far better than the average theater data of $5,466 of The Detective in the fourth place. Just to make room for the upcoming Mission Impossible 2, Deaneries Entertainment's Easter time movies Ace Ventura 2 and The Haunting of the Morgue 2 were taken off screen this week. While giving enough resources to Mission Impossible 2, the New World Pictures team also added more than 200 screens to the film in some areas with fewer resources, bringing the number of screens to 1,534 in the second week because of the outstanding performance of Black Mask. After all, the average theater box office of more than $8,000 is enough to meet the standard of adding screens. Most of the time, the world is so wonderful. The same movie. Some people are happy. Some people are sad. At the same time as Black Mask was released in North America, the film was also released in Hong Kong across the ocean, and the film was hyped up by the publicity gimmick of successfully squeezing into the North American summer season. Unfortunately, after 7 days of opening, the Hong Kong box office of Black Mask was only $3.79 million Hong Kong dollars. With such a start, the total domestic box office of the film is likely to be only around $10 million. Even if New World Pictures, as a partner, borne the production cost of $2 million, the Hong Kong production company still invested $45 million Hong Kong dollars. Only $10 million Hong Kong dollars were recovered in the local market. Even if the box office in Southeast Asia is 2 or 3 times that of the local market, the final loss may be as high as $30 million Hong Kong dollars. It is a huge loss. Looking at North America, the first week was $10.38 million. According to the exchange rate of around 7.76 Hong Kong dollars to US dollars at that time, the box office equivalent to more than 80 million Hong Kong dollars was recovered in 1 week. New World Pictures invested only $5 million in total, and it started to make a profit in 1 week, and it has been profitable since then. It is all profitable. It is just that the North American theater distribution, the first week was $10.38 million, and the total box office expectation has increased again compared to the initial, and it is expected to reach about $25 million. According to the typical Hollywood distribution ratio of 55%, this part of the profit alone is more than $8 million, equivalent to more than 60 million Hong Kong dollars. This does not include the European distribution income. This does not include the subsequent videotape and TV broadcast income. On one side is a loss of 30 million Hong Kong dollars, and on the other side is a profit of 60 million Hong Kong dollars. Moreover, according to the original investment agreement, the interests of both sides are clearly divided. There is no possibility of compensation at all. A big man who invested in the production of Black Mask on the other side of the ocean saw such a loss-profit comparison, and he wanted to vomit blood and had an uncontrollable urge to kill people. Simon Westeros, please don't let me see you in Hong Kong. Chapter 939 Strong. When the video call screen was connected, Amy Pascal, who was far away in Los Angeles, was slightly stunned, because the first thing she saw was a delicate little girl who looked like a doll, blinking her light-colored eyes and looking at her curiously. The screen was shaking. Simon appeared immediately, hugged the little girl in his arms, and gestured, "Nina, where are your manners?" The little girl seemed to react and greeted the camera obediently. "Good afternoon, Mom. My name is Nina, and you?" Amy was sure that this was not some guy's illegitimate daughter, because if she really was, Her boss would not hide such a thing at all. She thought that she was the daughter of some lover. Seeing that the little girl was so beautiful, her mother must be good. Moreover, she was obviously very favored to be able to sit in Simon's arms at this time. So she said patiently, "Hello, you can call me Amy. Amy, nice to meet you. Are you far away from us?" "Of course, this is Los Angeles." "Nina, where are you?" Mom said, "This is called St. Petersburg." "Oh, I know, it's a very beautiful city." "Yes, and many people here speak Russian." Mom said, "Because this is my hometown, Russian is my mother tongue." "Amy, what is your mother tongue?" Amy soon discovered that the little girl on the screen was a bit chatty, but she remained patient and smiled. "English is the language we are speaking now." Then, "Amy, do you speak Russian?" "No." "Why?" "Nina can speak Russian, and so can Dad, Mom, Ivana, Yulia, and Vera, but Vera is only 2 years old and has just learned to speak." The little girl was chattering non-stop, and a pair of white and slender arms that were obviously women reached out and picked up the little girl. Amy only caught a glimpse of the little girl's dissatisfied shaking and recognized the woman who took the child away, Yulia Shelshikina. During the London Girls live broadcast 2 years ago, this woman with a delicate face and perfect figure like an elf was once noticed by many people. And last year's amazing ballet solo MV Box Last Day once again made Yulia Shelshikina a sensation. Then it fell silent again. Everyone knows that this woman is kept in Simon Westeros' secret house. No matter how indignant many fans who have watched The Last Day of Bach are, she has never shown up again. The outside world only knows that she lives in London. At first, she was followed by the media for a while, but later the London tabloids were warned and things cooled down again. I didn't expect to see it in the video today. And the other party has such a cute daughter, although she is a bit talkative. However, after the little guy was carried away by Shelshikina, Amy did not say much about her boss's private life, and directly talked to Simon about business. "Boss, have you seen the news about the film industry in China yesterday?" Simon nodded. "Today is May 31st, and it is 9 o'clock in the morning in Los Angeles, just to go to work. In St. Petersburg, the local time is 7 o'clock in the afternoon, and in the evening, the time difference between the two places is exactly 10 hours. And just yesterday, on May 30th, local time in China, the Chinese government officially promulgated 2 documents on the film industry. The first one is the film management regulations that have been brewing for a long time. This document issued by the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television mainly stipulates various matters such as the production, review, and distribution of Chinese films. Simon had already browsed the general content before the document was released. In his opinion, the only thing that has a slight impact on Hollywood is that it clarifies that the duration of domestic films screened in Chinese theaters must not be less than 2/3 of the total duration. This is a clear domestic protection after the Chinese film market has been dominated by imported films in the past 2 years. As for the rest, it is basically the same as before. At most, some of the unspoken rules in the past have been made clear on paper. Another document that Simon is more interested in is the interim regulations on foreign investment in cinemas. This is an achievement Simon has won during his last trip to China. There is no need to say much about the detailed terms. The core is that China is opening up foreign investment in mainland cinemas. Of course, the main restrictions are also within Simon's expectations. The mainland does not accept wholly foreign-owned enterprises for the time being, only cooperation, and the shareholding ratio of foreign capital in joint venture cinemas shall not exceed 49%, and the controlling rights must be held by the Chinese side. In front of the call screen, seeing her boss nod, Amy said, "Boss, in this case, should we still stick to the established plan? I have recently gained a deeper understanding of the film industry in mainland China. Affected by television and piracy, most theaters in mainland China are losing money. What's more, we don't even have control." Simon leaned back in the leather chair with his hands crossed in front of him, shaking his head and said, "Amy, the impact of television and piracy is actually the same in the United States and even around the world. When television and video first appeared, Hollywood was also facing a formidable enemy. What's the result? These channels have only increased our income. China is different. Yes, but it's only temporary. Moreover, as long as there are enough interests, the Chinese government will definitely take measures to promote the progress of the industry. The 3 items that have been basically determined now Theater chain reform, theater networking, and this opening up of theater investment to the outside world are a kind of progress. Amy, don't forget that China has a population of 1.2 billion. In that case, what about the issue of control? Boss, if we invest but don't have a say, the results may be very bad. You got one thing wrong, Amy. An absolute majority stake does not mean that our partners in China will insist on controlling the cinema. And, you know, I have a lot of investments in China, so many affiliated companies. As long as you get some of them to participate in the investment, 49% can become 51%. So, you can organize a team from the Odin Cinema line to go to China for inspection. It just so happens that they can go with the inspection team of the Ministry of Radio, Film and Television of China, which can be regarded as our return visit. Don't worry, I have other arrangements there. Since Simon has thought it through, Amy said no more and nodded, then I will do it as soon as possible. After the two talked about this, they discussed some other work and ended the call. Los Angeles. In the office of Deanery's Cinema in Malibu, Amy first notified her assistant to arrange an evening dinner with Blake McKiernan, president of the Odin Cinema line under Deanery's Entertainment, to discuss the layout of China in detail, and then picked up a box office report. In addition to the past week, this report also involves the box office overview of Deanery's Entertainment's films released in the first half of the year. Because as of May 30th yesterday, the screening of movies in the first half of 1996 was basically completed. The first one is Rush Hour, released in February. Because it was released earlier, the global distribution of this action movie starring Jackie Chan and costing $30 million has basically ended. The film's North American box office finally reached $141 million. Its overseas performance was weaker, but it also reached $126 million. The global cumulative total is $267 million. It is definitely a big profit. At present, Rush Hour 2 is already in preparation. Of course, Hollywood will not be as rushed as Hong Kong. The sequel is expected to be released in 2 years. Then there are the two movies in the Easter schedule. In order to give up the screen resources for Mission Impossible 2, which opened on a large scale today, the two movies in the Easter schedule, The Haunting of the Mortuary 2 and Ace Ventura 2, were taken off the screen together yesterday. The domestic box office of The Haunting of the Mortuary 2 finally reached $137 million. With the same production cost of $30 million, it has already achieved profitability in the local market. Overseas, the distribution of this horror film in the Conjuring movie universe has not yet been completely completed, but the overseas box office has reached $116 million. It is expected that the final overseas box office will be around $150 million, which is stronger than North America. The global box office is expected to be close to $300 million. With a production cost of $30 million and a global revenue of $300 million, the further success of the Conjuring movie universe is undoubtedly demonstrated. The third film, Ace Ventura 2, co-produced by Jim Carrey and Deanery's Entertainment, finally grossed $108 million at the domestic box office. It also cost $30 million to produce. It also achieved profitability at the domestic level. In addition, the overseas distribution of this film is also continuing. The current overseas box office is about $76 million, and it is expected to exceed $100 million. It is expected to gross $200 million worldwide, which is obviously an order of magnitude lower than The Morgue 2. In fact, if it were not for the initial friction, Jim Carrey would have been able to achieve higher achievements. The two sides have apparently eased, and Deanery's Entertainment will not be able to give each other too much support after all. In any case, before the start of the summer season in 1996, the only $3 billion box office club films in the North American film market were all produced by Deanery's Entertainment. Moreover, since the beginning of the summer season, the two films released by Deanery's Entertainment, Romeo and Juliet and Black Mask, are only small films in the eyes of many people, but they have shown the potential of box office dark horses. In addition to the equally strong co-production films, The Mummy and Mission Impossible 2, which was just released today. In sharp contrast, all other Hollywood studios are eclipsed. Amy Pascal couldn't help but sigh again. It seems that it was a long time ago that she gave up her position as vice president of Fox and joined a small startup film company at the instigation of a guy who was still just a young boy. At that time, she never thought that she could reach the level she is today. Another place in Los Angeles. Jet Li, who has been busy with various social activities in recent days, feels the same way. For Black Mask, of course, they thought about impacting the North American market at first. In fact, no Hong Kong film company has not had this idea, but there are only a few successful ones. Black Mask did not have too many expectations at first, otherwise it would definitely learn from Jack Cheng and take the initiative to add some Hollywood elements. No one expected it to be successful. Although the first week only had $10.38 million, and the total North American box office was expected to be only $25 million, it was converted to nearly 200 million Hong Kong dollars, and the highest box office record in Hong Kong was far from this level. Moreover, even in North America, such a box office is not insignificant. After all, the cost is there. Jet Li has also seen discussions in newspapers recently. The expected revenue of Black Mask will exceed that of the Evaporator, which cost $100 million. Just this point is too proud. Moreover, at this moment, in the internal cafe of the Sunset Tower Hotel in Beverly Hills, Jet Li met James Kendrick, a producer under Sony Pictures, at a party some time ago, but it was far less warm than at this time. If the other party had not obviously overestimated his English ability and ran over without a translator, Jet Li would actually be happy to chat with him more. Li, I know what you're thinking. If you continue to work with Deanery's Entertainment, they might be able to promote you to the same level as Jack, right? Although he roughly understood this sentence, Jet Li did not comment and even glanced at the entrance of the cafe. James Kendrick did not care about Jet Li's absent-mindedness at all. He was not angry when the other party did not answer, and continued, Jet, you must think so. But have you ever thought that the living space for Chinese actors in Hollywood is already very small? Since Deanery's has already promoted a famous Chinese actor, and Jack now has the Rush Hour series, how many resources can Deanery's Entertainment provide for you? After saying this, seeing that the other party was still unmoved, Kendrick went straight to the hard dish. So, why not cooperate with Sony? You know, although I am not an Oriental, Sony is a Japanese company after all, and Oriental culture is common. Moreover, as long as you agree, we can sign an agreement immediately. The contract is $2 million per film. What do you think? Hearing the figure of $2 million, Jet Li raised his eyebrows slightly. Of course, it is not too much. However, if we go by his previous worth, it is certainly not small. However, how can it be the same before and after Black Mask? The waiting agent has not arrived yet. Jet Li is about to deal with a few words and then leave directly, when his cell phone suddenly rings. Gestured to the other party, Jet Li answered, hello. A slightly distorted voice came from the other side, probably because of the transatlantic call. Jet Li sat up slightly. Hello, Mr. Xiang. Yes, everything is fine. How about you, Mr. Xiang? This, I can only help ask. In fact, Mr. Xiang, you can contact Deanery's Entertainment directly, okay? Of course, no problem. As for me, I may not be able to go back recently. Definitely, okay, goodbye. After hanging up the phone, Jet Li's expression was subtle. James Kendrick waited for Jet Li to hang up the phone, put down the coffee cup, and then said, Jet, let's continue. Or, 2 million, maybe a little less. How about 2.5 million? You have to know that Jack Chundu didn't have such treatment at the beginning, and we can pay you half of the salary in advance, and then we can choose the script together, or, if you have any good ideas, we can also discuss it. The other party was talking fluently, and finally another Asian face walked into the entrance of the coffee shop. Jet Li nodded to the other side, stood up to greet him, and hugged him. Jeremy Zhao looked apologetic. I'm so sorry, I'm late. Oh, Mr. Kendrick, you are here too. Sony's producer stood up. Who are you? Jeremy Zhao, I'm Jet's agent, the Asian middle-aged man said, handed over a business card, and added, we met at the party last week, but you must not remember me. Oh, I remember, Jerry, you came at the right time. Everyone sit down and chat, I'll treat you. I'm so sorry, Jet and I already have an appointment, so I have to go there now. It doesn't matter, why don't we talk tomorrow, or whenever you two have time? Jeremy Zhao and Jet Li looked at each other and nodded. No problem, Mr. Kendrick. Jim, just call me Jim. Oh, Jim, why don't you give me a business card? If you don't mind, I'll call you when I have time. Of course, James Kendrick quickly took out a business card and handed it over. "This has all my contact information. Call me anytime, I'll definitely be there." Chapter 940 Rules. Kendrick is just an ordinary contracted producer under Sony, who mainly makes B-level movies. He doesn't even have his own studio. He's not a very mainstream one. Jet, I have to remind you that because of Black Mask, many people will contact you privately bypassing us recently. However, don't promise anything rashly. In any case, at least discuss it with me. After the two left the Sunset Tower Hotel, Jeremy Zhao personally drove Jet Li to Deanery Studios in Malibu and said this to the customer in the passenger seat. Jet Li has been in the industry for so many years and has experienced many ups and downs. Of course, he is not lacking in caution, but he still said, "I think he is very sincere. He promised to pay half of the salary in advance as long as I agree." Jet, don't be so naive. Do you think you can get the money? Isn't Hollywood very formal? If I really sign a contract with him, I will definitely write this in the contract. Jeremy turned the steering wheel and accelerated to overtake a Ford in front. He shook his head and said, "Jet, perfect laws and compliance with contracts are definitely the pre-impressions of this country for many of you guys who have just arrived in the United States. I dare not say about other areas, but in Hollywood, these do not exist. Hollywood is a place full of deception and fraud. Just like the guy just now, you signed a contract with him. If everything goes well, everyone will be happy. However, once something goes wrong, even if it is clearly stipulated in the contract, he will not pay you." Jet Li said, "Then why don't we sue?" "Of course, that's the problem. If you sue him, your chances of winning are very high. However, if you are entangled in such a lawsuit, it will take 3 to 5 months at the shortest, and a year and a half at the longest. During this time, you will not be able to do anything else, and you will have to spend a lot of lawyer fees. Do you think you can afford it?" Hearing this, Jet Li thought of some past events and suddenly stopped talking. The agent glanced at him and added, "So, no matter how big a star is in Hollywood, they have all encountered things like unpaid wages and breach of contract. Most of the time, they resolve it privately because no one can afford to waste time. Besides, they may still work together in the future and rarely have a falling out." Jet Li was silent for a moment before finally speaking again. "Are there no rules?" "Of course there are, Jet. The rules in Hollywood are actually very simple. As long as you can prove your value and always have value, then you are the rule. Not to mention the high and mighty Simon Westeros, those evergreen directors and stars in Hollywood, like Steven Spielberg, George Lucas, Robert De Niro, Tom Hanks, etc., are all the objects pursued by major studios. Of course, once they lose their value, they can only abide by other people's rules. This is too realistic. If it weren't like this, Hollywood wouldn't be so prosperous. So, Jet, I hope you can be very cautious about this opportunity to break into Hollywood. You know, Jack started trying to enter Hollywood a long time ago, and it wasn't until the beginning of this year's rush hour that he successfully entered the mainstream. This is actually more successful than Bruce Lee back then. It's a miracle for us Chinese." At this point, Jeremy Zhao, who was originally looking at the road ahead seriously, paused, turned his head and looked at Jet Li, and said, "I hope you can be the next miracle." Jet Li had actually never been very accustomed to this agent with a strange Cantonese accent before, but when he suddenly heard the other party's words and felt the middle-aged man's sincere eyes, he was suddenly a little moved, and the inexplicable pride that followed, he stretched out his hand to the other party and said, "Jerry, I also hope that I can live up to your expectations." The middle-aged Chinese agent freed up one hand to shake Jet Li's hand, and said again, "In fact, in my opinion, Jet, if you want to make a breakthrough in Hollywood, the key is still Deanery's entertainment. As far as I know, Rush Hour, which allowed Jack to enter the mainstream, was the idea of Simon Westeros himself. Westeros's talent in movies is unmatched. I believe Black Mask should also be related to him. If I guess right, then there will definitely not be only one Black Mask." Jet Li nodded in approval and couldn't help saying, "In fact, I'm still thinking about Mr. Ang Lee's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Can't we try again?" Jeremy shook his head. "Jetter, this project is really not suitable for you. I have watched all of Lee's films recently, and also dug deeper into the details of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. In general, Lee's positioning is more inclined to be an art film director. Although Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon is a martial arts film, It should also be an art martial arts film. It requires very high acting skills, which is not what you are good at. Your specialty should be action. In any case, we will meet with Danny Morris, the president of New World Pictures, later. If Simon Westeros is very interested in you, there should be a result today. Jet Li was disappointed again, but he also understood the correctness of his agent's words. He said no more, remembered one thing, and said, "By the way, Jerry, I just received a call from Hong Kong from the producer of Black Mask. They asked me to help find out if Daenerys is interested in making a sequel. I heard that the box office there is very bad and there may be huge losses." Of course, Jet Li was more informed than the agent about this. He nodded and said, "It only took in 3.79 million Hong Kong dollars in the first week, and is expected to lose 30 million Hong Kong dollars. The agent roughly knew the division of the copyright of Black Mask, and also understood that a film company on the other side of the ocean would probably suffer a serious loss if it lost 30 million Hong Kong dollars. He was a little shocked, but he quickly said, "I think Daenerys is not interested in the sequel." "Why?" The agent did not answer, but asked in return, "Jet, frankly, do you think Black Mask is a good movie?" Jet Li paused, and still shook his head slightly. The agent said, "Therefore, the success of this movie, on the one hand, is that North American audiences are interested in your kung fu, and on the other hand, in fact, the main reason is that it relies on the strong distribution of Daenerys entertainment. For a movie, the reputation is not good, and the box office, to be honest, 25 million is nothing in North America, so there is no need to develop a sequel at all." Jet Li hesitated for a moment before saying, "Jerry, the gentleman who developed this movie did me, well, he did me a favor. I can't reply to him like this, can I?" Jeremy asked, "If they want to develop a sequel, do they need Daenerys' consent?" "Well, I'm not sure about the specific terms of the contract." Jeremy thought for a moment and said, "If it were me, and Daenerys no longer participated in the sequel, I would cooperate with other Hollywood film companies. After all, the box office of Black Mask is pretty good, and I should be able to find a partner. Moreover, this time it would be best to sell the sequel copyright directly in a package to make up for the losses of the first part." The agent said it in a tactful way, but Jet Li understood that it was actually to trick the foreigners to make up for his losses. Thinking about it carefully, this is the best way to make up for it. So he made up his mind to test Daenerys' attitude later. If the other party has no intention of developing a sequel, he plans to reply to Hong Kong in this way. Seeing Jet Li's understanding expression, Jeremy continued, "In addition, Jet, I advise you not to participate in the sequel. If it is a favor, you may be compensated in other ways, but if you participate in the sequel, it may have a negative effect on your popularity." Jet Li hesitated this time. The agent noticed his hesitation, thought for a while, and said, "In this way, you can delay. Or, if we can reach an agreement with Daenerys later, the excuse will be more sufficient. Hong Kong has lost so much money. If they want to make up for the losses as soon as possible, they certainly can't afford to delay, and they should try to use other actors." Jet Li did not answer this time. However, this was probably the only way. Favors can be compensated in the future, but if you miss this opportunity, you may never have it again. The two chatted all the way and finally arrived at Daenerys Studios in Malibu. They found the office building where New World Pictures was located and checked the time. They were 3 minutes ahead of the agreed time. Jeremy drove fast all the way and was never late. The secretary outside Danny Morris's office received the two of them very politely. After just a moment, the office door opened and Danny Morris sent out a man and a woman, two middle-aged Asian people, who happened to run into Jet Li and his partner in the lounge outside. They recognized each other's identities, but the atmosphere was a little awkward. The two Chinese people, one surnamed Li and the other surnamed Dong, after all, they had been in the same circle before, and even if they had no intersection, they happened to know each other. The man was an executive of Golden Harvest Film Company, and the woman surnamed Dong was the producer of Police Story 4 that Jack Cheng was preparing. Because of some disputes in previous years, Jet Li did not have a good impression of Golden Harvest. If it weren't for Daenerys Entertainment's matchmaking, Jack Cheng, who has a close relationship with Golden Harvest, probably wouldn't have come to support his Black Mask. Although it was awkward, they were all strangers in a foreign land after all, so they still greeted each other politely. Jet Li also guessed that the two of them were probably here to discuss cooperation with Daenerys on Police Stories 4. In fact, after the success of Rush Hour, it would be a wise choice for Jack Chang to focus all his energy on Hollywood, but in an industry, there are always various inevitable fetters, and you can't do whatever you want after all. After the two left, Danny Morris greeted Jet Li and entered the office together. The three sat down in the reception area, and waited for the secretary to change the coffee and leave. Danny Morris smiled and said, "Jet, I guess a lot of people must have contacted you recently, right?" Jet Li smiled and said, "I would like to thank Mr. Morris again for New World Pictures' efforts in the distribution of Black Mask. This is what we should do." Danny Morris took a sip of coffee, put down the cup, and looked at the two people. "Okay, let's get down to business. Today's appointment with the two of you is mainly to discuss our subsequent cooperation. Jet, this is Simon's personal instruction. I hope we can reach a long-term cooperation agreement." Hearing the long-term cooperation agreement, Jeremy Zao's eyelids jumped. It was not a surprise. Instead, he immediately thought of Jim Carrey's long-term contract. Of course, not all long-term contracts in Hollywood are scams, but, such as the more valuable DC movie universe long-term contract, because the core actors of the current project are basically finalized, and there is no news of the upcoming development of other superheroes, then, apart from this, it seems that there are no other better opportunities. Without waiting for Jet Li to speak, Jeremy directly interrupted, "Danny, can you tell me in detail?" Danny Morris turned to the agent. "Jerry, I know what you are worried about, but Jet is different. We are very clear about his status in the Asian film industry, and of course we will not offer him a newcomer contract. I just said that this was Simon's personal instruction. He hopes that both of us can reach an agreement first to avoid Mr. Li from taking a detour." "Detour?" "Yes," Danny Morris said, "because of the success of Black Mask, I think other studios must have contacted you in the past few days. Moreover, if nothing unexpected happens, the projects involved should all be low-cost B-level films. This is a detour for Mr. Li. If he takes the wrong path, he may only be able to star in such low-cost popcorn B-level films for many years to come, or even his entire Hollywood career. Just like Dolph Lundgren and Jean-Claude Van Damme, they are considered successful in their own fields, but because of the long-term restrictions on their film styles, it is now difficult for them to enter the mainstream, and the chances of becoming big names like Schwarzenegger and Stallone are even slimmer." Now both Jet Li and Jeremy Zhao understood. However, after all, after seeing the world, both of them were very tempted, but they were not impatient. Jeremy Zhao asked, "Danny, since it was arranged by Mr. Westeros himself, can I ask if there are any projects suitable for Jet at present?" Danny Morris shook his head. "Not yet. In fact, I have asked Simon the same question, and he said he is still considering it. You have to understand that with Simon's current position, there are not many things he can consider personally. The original Rush Hour was the idea proposed by the boss himself. Simon has been very busy recently, so it will take some time." The two looked at each other, and Jeremy asked again, "Danny, then, what is the specific cooperation agreement?" Danny Morris said, 3 film contracts, starting salary of $2.5 million US, and then cumulative depending on the situation, up to $5 million US and $7.5 million US respectively." Jeremy shook his head and said, "Danny, I still know something about Jack's salary. Jet and Jack are actors of the same level in Asia. He should not have only half of Jack's." "That's different." Danny Morris waved his hand slightly and said, "Jerry, Black Mask is Jet's first movie released in North America, or at least the first movie that made a name for himself, and Jack has been working hard here for many years. His Asian qualifications don't count in Hollywood." The agent exchanged glances with Jet Li again and said, "We need to increase the profit-sharing clause on the basis of the basic salary." Danny Morris directly refused. "Unfortunately, I also mentioned this possibility to the boss, but he did not agree. In fact, you should be able to see that this is already a very sincere contract. I guess the film company that has contacted you recently will offer you a salary of about this level. As for the future, both of you, to be fair, if Jet can become a first-line star in Hollywood with a salary of tens of millions with these 3 projects, you will be the ones who benefit. There are too many people in Hollywood who can't even dream of this possibility. Moreover, I checked and found that Jet is 9 years younger than Jack and is only 33 years old this year. As long as he is handled properly, he will still have a long peak period." Upon hearing this, Jet Li and the others exchanged glances again. They had to be reserved and did not agree on the spot. Jeremy said, "Danny, we need to think about it again." "No problem, but please give me an answer tomorrow morning." The topic ended here. Jet Li then asked about Black Mask. Daenerys really had no interest in the sequel. It seemed that she also knew about the tragic experience of the Hong Kong producers, or received instructions from someone. Danny Morris stated frankly that the Hong Kong side could handle the sequel matters on their own and would no longer participate. Chapter 941 An Unexpected Meeting. In St. Petersburg, Simon ended his video call with Amy Pascal, dealt with some other work, turned off his computer, got up and walked out of the study. This is a coastal suburb southwest of St. Petersburg. As for how to choose the best residence in a city, it is absolutely right to follow the mansions of the dignitaries or government departments. In the southwest coastal area of St. Petersburg, there are many large and small palaces of Russian dignitaries during the Tsarist period, including Peter the Great's summer palace. Simon began to lay out Russia a few years ago, and naturally chose his residence in St. Petersburg here. Russia is vast and sparsely populated, and the thing it lacks the least is land. Therefore, Simon's seaside manor has a full 100 hectares of land, located between Peter the Great's summer palace and another Constantine palace. It took 3 years to build. The main building in the manor is a 3-story Baroque-style villa similar to the Winter Palace in St. Petersburg, but the exterior of this villa is simple and heavy original lime, not the grass green of the Winter Palace. In order to avoid sand being mixed during the construction process, the building materials and construction team are all from Ukraine. Simon knew the story that the bricks of the American embassy were filled with eavesdropping devices. Ever since the experience at the Plaza Hotel, Simon has always had a shadow on this kind of thing. After leaving the study, Lady A quickly came over with 2 waitresses. The waitresses were holding 2 sets of clothes in their hands. Simon picked one at random, changed it in the bedroom next door, and then went downstairs. The car was waiting outside the villa. Sensing that Simon was going out, a little kid broke free from his mother's arms and ran over. He wanted to go together. Simon picked up the little girl. Seeing Shelshikina coming over to take the child away, he smiled and shook his head, saying to the little girl in his arms, "You can go together, but you must be good." The little girl said sweetly, "Of course, Dad, Nina is very good." Yulia Shelshikina didn't know what Simon was going to do, but she knew it was definitely not an ordinary social event. She stepped forward and stretched out her hand and said, "Sir, give me the child. It's not appropriate for Nina to go." The little girl in Simon's arms saw her mother coming forward and immediately hugged Simon's neck like a koala, and urged, "Dad, go quickly." Shaking his head at Shelshikina again, Simon came to the outside of the villa with the child in his arms. The waiting bodyguards and drivers were a little surprised to see Simon holding a little kid, but they didn't say anything, just opened the car door for their boss. Simon got on the car with the child in his arms, and Girl A followed in. When the car door closed, the little girl immediately made a face at her mother outside the car window. Without reminding the child that her mother couldn't actually see into the car, Simon told the driver to drive. 2 identical black Mercedes-Benz cars passed through the long corridor and left the manor, turning into the highway heading to the city of St. Petersburg. It was already past 7 in the afternoon, and the sky in St. Petersburg, located in a high-latitude area, was still bright. It was expected to be dark after 8 o'clock. Simon dealt with various questions from the little guy in his arms while looking at the city outside the car window. This ancient city located at the mouth of the Baltic Sea can be said to be a witness to Russia's transformation from a backward small country in a remote corner to European power. In the early 18th century, Peter the Great moved the capital of Russia from Moscow to St. Petersburg, and strongly promoted Russia's Europeanization process despite the unanimous opposition of domestic dignitaries, accepting various advanced science and technology cultures, and finally established Russia's status as a powerful country for nearly 300 years until the disintegration of the Soviet Union. Speaking of which, Peter the Great happened to be in the same period as Emperor Kangxi of China, but the two led the 2 countries in 2 completely opposite directions. One forced the promotion of openness and eventually became a European power. The other insisted on closing the country to the outside world, and was abandoned by history. Now, this ancient metropolis, which has experienced 300 years of history, has once again fallen into a period of depression in its life. When Simon's car entered the city of St. Petersburg, except for the asphalt roads left over from the Soviet era, which were still wide and solid, There was a sense of decline everywhere, similar to the Ukrainian capital of Kiev. Many buildings on both sides of the road looked mottled and dilapidated due to lack of maintenance. Coupled with Russia's relatively sparse population, at first glance, it looked like a ghost town. Simon knew that such decline was still not the lowest point for Russia. Although Russia's GDP had fallen from $517.9 billion in 1991 when the Soviet Union just collapsed to $395.5 billion in 1995, a drop of 24%, the real abyss was after 1997. And the turning point was this year. 1996 was not only the year of the US presidential election, but also the year of the Russian presidential election. Yeltsin successfully stole the presidency of this country. Over the years, he completely messed up Russia. As a result, at the beginning of this year, the support rate of the Russian people for this president, who was more of a speculator than a politician, was only a pitiful 3%. It was not 30%, but a negligible 3%. Yeltsin, who knew very well what would happen to him if he lost the election this year, decisively joined forces with the major Russian oligarchs and invested a large amount of money to reverse the situation. The information age had not yet fully arrived. Because of the limited media channels, it was still quite easy to manipulate public opinion. With large amounts of money invested, a few months later, Yeltsin's support rate has risen to about 50%, ahead of his competitors. If nothing unexpected happens, the opponent will be successfully re-elected in the general election in July. Since the oligarchs have given Yeltsin so much support, of course they want to ask for a return. As a result, the second feast of dividing up Russia's state-owned assets became more and more unscrupulous during Yeltsin's second term. Coupled with the impact of the Southeast Asian financial crisis, the Russian economy fell into an abyss from which it could not extricate itself. In 1999, when it was at its lowest point, Russia's GDP was only over $190 billion, a further 50% drop from the current $400 billion. If Yeltsin had not done the only thing right in his last period in power, selecting a qualified successor, it would not be impossible for Russia to rely on selling land again after the millennium, just like it did when it sold Alaska. Simon and his party entered the city of St. Petersburg from the southwest suburbs, crossed the Neva River, and after more than 40 minutes of travel, they finally arrived at another private residence in the eastern suburbs of the city. This is a private residence of Mikhail Friedman, an oligarch supported by the Westeros system in Russia. A small-scale reception for the political and business fields will be held here tonight. The reception was arranged by Simon himself. Over the years, as Simon, the big butterfly, has become more and more influential, many things have begun to turn their backs on the history and memory. After all, according to the butterfly effect theory that people usually understand, two seemingly unrelated things will eventually affect each other under various connections, not to mention that Simon is directly involved in it. So some things are unavoidable. In order to avoid history going in a strange direction that he could not understand at all, Simon decided to gently push the wheel of history at a critical moment after repeated consideration. Just like this time. In Russia, the much-anticipated presidential election is related to the country's political trend in the next 4 years, and another thing, the new St. Petersburg mayoral election, which took place at almost the same time, can be said to be related to the political trend of Russia in the next 20 years. Because it involves a very key person. In fact, the St. Petersburg mayoral election had already ended on May 19, and the current mayor Sobchak lost to his competitor with a negligible 1.5% vote difference. Unlike the United States, where the mayor usually takes office the following year after the election, in St. Petersburg, the mayor will be sworn in on the last day of August and take office in September. If there is no other external influence, the original mayor team is likely to be scattered at that time, going to various unknowns. One of the guys who was entrusted with an important task by the current mayor Sobchak would definitely not be left behind, and in memory, the other party was able to get a vacancy in Moscow in the end, which was actually full of various contingencies. If Simon didn't intervene, it would be hard to say what would happen next. Even if Simon wanted to change some history now, it would be very easy to give the other party a high-paying position in a private company that he couldn't refuse. Then, the future Russia might no longer be the Russia in Simon's memory. Everything would change. Simon didn't plan to change. In the night that finally enveloped the city, Simon had just gotten off the car in this private residence in the eastern suburbs. Mikhail Friedman, who was cautious about the big boss's visit, came to greet him in person, and he obviously had something to say. Simon handed the little girl who was curiously looking around in his arms to the girl A behind him. He didn't need too many hints. Several bodyguards around him stepped back a little. Friedman then leaned close to Simon's ear and whispered something. Hearing what the other party revealed, Simon was also a little surprised, but still said, "Let's talk." Mikhail Friedman immediately made a gesture of invitation. "Simon, this way." The two entered from a side door of the villa. Friedman noticed that Simon's entourage naturally followed. He paused, but didn't stop him. The corridor of the villa connected to the side door was not lit. In the dim light, one could see the crowded cocktail party at the end of the corridor. Simon told the girl A behind him to take the kid to the hall. He and Friedman turned to the stairs and went to the second floor of the villa. The corridor was also unlit. At the door of a room, two burly figures stood on the left and right. When they saw Simon and the others, they looked over here warily at first, and then relaxed after confirming their identities. However, when they saw the bodyguards following Simon and the others, they hesitated again. Simon ignored the two and went straight to the door. One of them hesitated, but took the initiative to help open the door and whispered something to the inside. "This is a study." Only a dim yellow wall lamp was turned on, and the light was as dim as the corridor outside. Simon walked in and saw a short-haired woman in a black business suit sitting on the sofa in the reception area, with her legs crossed and a glass of wine in her hand. It was not until Simon came close that the woman put down her wine glass and stood up leisurely. Although she raised her face slightly because of her height, she held out her hand to Simon with a slightly deliberate pride. "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Simon smiled and shook hands with the woman. "Hello." The woman paused, and then took the initiative to say, "You can call me Tatiana." "Okay." Simon nodded, and walked straight to the single sofa opposite and sat down. The woman just subconsciously tried to figure it out, but now she felt that she was hitting nothing, and she couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Seeing that Simon was still sitting on the sofa, she frowned slightly, but finally sat down with him. She noticed that the man opposite was leaning on the sofa and looking at her very relaxedly, and finally spoke again, pointing to a bottle of whiskey on the coffee table in front of her. "Mr. Westeros, would you like a drink?" "No, you can help yourself." The woman nodded, hesitated a little, and picked up the glass of wine again, and then felt that she was completely at a disadvantage, just like a guilty little girl who subconsciously picked up something to protect herself. After a pause, he put the wine glass back on the coffee table. He wanted to learn to relax and lean on the sofa like the man opposite him, but he finally sat up straight. Simon looked at everything in front of him with a smile on his face, and suddenly said, "Now is the critical moment of the election. If it is revealed that you are meeting with me at this time, it will definitely bring great potential risks to your father's campaign." Hearing this, the woman couldn't help but say, "We are not Mr. Westeros. Wherever we go, people will know. We can still keep the secret." Simon arrived in St. Petersburg in the morning. It was originally a secret trip, and there was no news in the public media. Now that he was suddenly found, it was obviously noticed by many people. Hearing this, Simon just smiled. "So, Tanya, what do you want to talk to me about?" The woman's expression froze slightly, and then she remembered the official purpose of this secret visit. However, she just couldn't help but squeeze someone and changed her tone directly. "It seems. But she is not a woman who drags her feet. In recent months, she has taken the initiative to stand in front of the stage to organize the election for her father, which is very effective." So she quickly said, "Mr. Westeros, my father has always admired you very much. He said that you are definitely the most unexpected miracle of this era." "Thank you." The woman paused again, a little stingy and depressed. Should we be polite to each other at this time? Finally, she regretted her initial deliberate manipulation. In fact, she had read a thick secret file about the young man in front of her in advance, and many things were very detailed. However, when it comes to the other party's personality, the conclusion is unpredictable. It seems that multiple personalities are mixed together. When he is cold, he can start a war without hesitation, and when he is tender, he can even love the little vase he once abandoned. The pursuit of women seems endless, and in the blink of an eye, he can restrain himself to be an ascetic who does not touch anything. This doesn't seem strange. After all, it is well known that someone had been in a mental hospital in the past. Because it is too complicated, it is difficult to set a targeted response. After pondering for a moment, the woman finally said, "Mr. Westeros, what do you think of this Russian presidential election? Seeing that the woman squeezed out another meaningless question, Simon shook his head directly. Tanya, I think we should be more direct. Tell me, what is the purpose of your visit to me? Tanya. Tanya again. Are we so close? The woman complained a little, and finally said, Mr. Westeros, we found that the development layout of Mr. Mikhail Friedman, the spokesperson of the Westeros system, in Russia in recent years seems to be unsatisfactory. And this election, if nothing unexpected happens, my father will be re-elected. So, if Mr. Westeros wants to develop further in Russia, perhaps we can become allies. Simon finally showed some expression of interest. We? Who do you mean? The woman said, the Westeros family, the Yeltsin family. Chapter 942 Way Out. In the dimly lit study, Simon once again looked at the short-haired woman opposite him, who was actually Yeltsin's second daughter, with a slightly absurd expression. Tanya, do you know that there is an idiom in China that fits your mentality at this moment, which means that when you are too sick, you start to look for doctors randomly? Tatiana Dyachenko, who took the surname of her second husband, did not know what it meant to try any possible means, but she could understand that the man opposite was not saying good things. However, after the initial hesitation and confusion, the woman calmed down at this time, thinking of her father's instructions before this trip, and straightened her waist again, looked at Simon's eyes, and said, Mr. Westeros, since you can give such a reaction to my suggestion just now, instead of being ecstatic or hypocritical like ordinary businessmen and politicians, it shows that there is a great possibility that we can reach a cooperation. I know what you want, Tanya, but if we reach a cooperation, how can you be sure that I will fulfill my promise in the future? My father has been observing you, Mr. Westeros, Tatiana said, still looking at Simon. He said that you have now completely left the identity of a businessman and entered another level. The entire Westeros business system is currently an economy that is capable of competing with most countries in the world. However, the position of the Westeros system is actually not stable. That's why you have spared no effort to carry out global layout in recent years, suddenly launched a war in Africa, took great risks to interfere in the US midterm elections, bought a large tract of land in Tasmania, Australia, and operated a base like Rivne Oblast in Ukraine. All of this is actually to consolidate the foundation of the Westeros system. Does this have anything to do with my question just now? Of course, all this shows that you are very clear about your current position, because you have too much. There are always a lot of unknown potential risks around the Westeros system, so you need a deeper foundation and more allies. My family's current situation is indeed not very good, but there are still many bargaining chips that can be given to Mr. Westeros. In the future, if Mr. Westeros does not want other allies to be alienated, he will definitely attach great importance to his promise. Moreover, the key is that you also have enough strength to get rid of the influence of the country's position and fulfill your promise. Simon, leaning on the sofa, listened to the words of the woman opposite him, crossed his legs, and asked in a more casual posture, in this case, Tanya, what kind of bargaining chips do you think you can give me? Russian Telecom Investment Joint Stock Company is preparing for privatization. Mr. Westeros, we know that the main layout of the Westeros system in Russia is the two major fields of telecommunications and steel. If you agree, my father can personally intervene and sell the 25% shares of the company that is planned to be tendered to Friedman's Alpha Group, Tatiana said, and then added, this is just a meeting gift. Simon also knew about this because he had read some overviews of the Westeros system's layout in Russia before arriving. Russian Telecom Investment Joint Stock Company is a large state-owned telecommunications holding company that the Yeltsin government just completed last year. It has more than 20 telecommunications subsidiaries of various sizes, and its status is equivalent to T in the United States before it was split in the 1980s. Therefore, the privatization of this company is a piece of fat meat that all major oligarchs in Russia are eyeing. At this stage, the two most powerful oligarchs in Russia, Berezovsky and Potanin, have secretly begun to compete for the privatization shares of the state-owned telecommunications giant. Given Russia's current chaotic state, getting 25% of the shares and inserting corporate executives is actually enough to achieve absolute control over this state-owned telecommunications giant. Then, whether to choose to continue to erode or quietly hollow out the company depends on each method. According to the information Simon has read, the actual value of Russian Telecom Investment Joint Stock Company is about $20 billion to $30 billion US. Even if the oligarchs have a good relationship with the Yeltsin administration, if they want to take over this business, the price of 25% of the shares must be around $2 billion US. Any less would be treating many people as fools, which would inevitably cause a backlash. A $2 billion US deal is definitely not small for Simon now. And it is just a greeting gift. In fact, from the moment the woman on the other side said that she was seeking an alliance, Simon began to weigh the pros and cons quickly in his mind. As far as Yeltsin is concerned, this behavior is indeed, as Simon said, it is a bit desperate. However, Simon also fully understands the mentality of the Yeltsin family at this time. In the past, Yeltsin frequently changed 6 prime ministers in just 4 years during his second term, which shows that the other party was almost restless and anxious. Why is this so? Because Yeltsin knew very well what he had done in his 8 years in power and how much public grievances and political enemies he had accumulated. Choosing a prime minister is actually choosing a successor. Once the choice is wrong, the Yeltsin family will inevitably be mercilessly and cruelly liquidated after he steps down. This is a major political style of this land. Even Stalin could not escape the fate of being liquidated after his death, let alone others. However, how easy is it to choose the right person? If Stalin had chosen the right person, he would not have ended up being whipped, so it is inevitable to consider other ways out. I don't know why Simon became a target of this politician. In fact, the other party's analysis is correct. Simon has now completely gotten rid of the category of a businessman. The huge Westeros system is now a separate economy that is more powerful and terrifying than the Jebel. Moreover, through these years of operation, the Westeros system also has a significant influence in the political field of countries around the world. Such an independent and powerful force, if it is really willing to take action, will be fully capable of providing the Yeltsin family with sufficient protection in the worst case. Yeltsin certainly would not be stupid enough to pin all his hopes on Simon. However, if certain intentions are really reached, this will definitely be a major retreat for the Yeltsin family. If certain things have not been confirmed, Simon has no interest in forming an alliance with the Yeltsin family. The traditional values of 2 lives made him instinctively hate this family, but Simon was in a position at the moment, and morality and the like really didn't matter. After a brief silence, Simon finally spoke again, but shook his head and said, "Tanya, I am not interested in the privatization of Telecom Investment Company, Limited. I will not do such a useless thing for something that I can barely get but will bring me a lot of trouble and I may lose it at any time." Tatiana was a little surprised and provoked. "Mr. Westeros, this doesn't seem like you should have the decision. Do you think I should fight against the 2 oligarchs Berezovsky and Potanian for the shares of this company? Mr. Westeros, you should know who are behind Berezovsky and Potanian. In Europe and the United States, the strength of the Westeros system is far ahead of those capital consortiums. I'm not talking about the capital consortiums in Europe and the United States, but only in Russia. In my opinion, the greed of these oligarchs has made them completely lose their reason and all. I don't like to get entangled with these people who have no bottom line at all. In fact, the problem lies with your father. As the most powerful person in this country, your father can't even suppress these oligarchs. It's more than just a failure." Tatiana concealed her displeasure, and a hint of weakness flashed across her face. "Mr. Westeros, you should understand that it has not been easy for my father to be in his position these years. If it were not for this country, his health would not be so bad now." Simon heard the woman's words for this country and was too lazy to even mock. His fingers tapped silently on the armrest of the leather sofa, and suddenly gestured to the whiskey on the coffee table. "Tanya, pour me a glass." The woman opposite didn't expect Simon to suddenly say this. The tone of command made her even more uncomfortable. However, perhaps instinctively realizing that things had reached a critical moment, Tatiana hesitated slightly, and finally stood up and poured a glass of whiskey for the man opposite, and asked, "Would you like some ice?" "Okay." So she added 2 more ice cubes and handed it over. "Thank you." Simon took the glass and said so. Tatiana's figure, which was retreating to her sofa, paused slightly, and some of her little resentment inexplicably dissipated a little. Sitting back down, looking at the man sipping the liquor opposite him, with a handsome face, calm temperament and indifferent attitude, for some reason, some other emotions welled up in his heart. The emotions a woman has towards a man. However, of course, she didn't think of expressing anything. She is 36 years old this year. Although she seems to be the same age as someone's wife, Her appearance is much worse. Even if she knows some of the man's preferences in women, she has no confidence that he will be interested in her. Moreover, the other party's status and position are not comparable to those beautiful men who have the intention of clinging to her because of her status. Simon pondered for a moment, looked at Tatiana opposite him, ignored the other party's subconscious shaking and dodging eyes when he looked over, and said, "Tanya, since you know that I will be here tonight, then, are you concerned about the other people in this villa?" Tatiana looked puzzled. Simon smiled and said, "It seems that there is no more." "Of course not. I know the current mayor Sobchak. Mr. Westeros, to be honest, my father doesn't like this man very much. Yes, I also know that the reason why Sobchak lost the election this time is also due to Moscow's intervention. Mr. Westeros, what do you want to say? Talk about your family's way out." "Huh?" Simon took another sip of the liquor in the glass and said slowly, "Let me first talk about my views on the political situation in Russia. Your father will win this election. However, this can only bring temporary stability to your family. If you want a long term, your father needs to prepare for 4 years after taking office. The key is the position of Prime Minister. Because this person will run for election as your father's successor in 4 years, and will bring blessings to your family after success, am I right?" For some reason, Tatiana no longer had any intention of confronting the man opposite her, and nodded frankly, "That's right. Then let's talk about the position of Prime Minister." Simon changed his cross-legged posture and continued, "This is a key point. With the influence your father has now, I'm sorry to say that even if he fully supports you in the future, it may not necessarily help the other party win the election. It may even have a counterproductive effect. Moreover, if this person is not as loyal to your father and your family as you think about Stalin. Even if he comes to power, he may not necessarily protect your family. In fact, it may be the opposite." A trace of fear flashed in Tatiana's eyes. Almost everyone in this country didn't know what happened to Stalin. And Tatiana knew even better that the situation her father and her family were in was 100 times worse than that of Stalin back then. Moreover, Stalin was only liquidated after his death. Yeltsin's family is all alive. Simon continued, going a step further, even if your father successfully helps this person to take power and he is loyal enough, if this person's ability is too mediocre, he may still be unable to protect your family in the future. After saying this, Simon did not wait for the woman opposite to react, raised his free left hand and raised 3 fingers in turn. "Look, 1, 2, 3, Tanya, have you ever played video games? In game terms, 3 consecutive levels are almost nightmare level levels. The probability of passing all of them, in my opinion, is almost 0. Tatiana looked at the 3 fingers Simon raised, and the weakness in her tone this time came completely from the heart. "Mr. Westeros, according to what you said, my family can prepare for exile now. Speaking of exile, those exiled politicians in Africa and Latin America are a piece of fat in the mouths of governments in Europe and the United States. Mr. Westeros, are you raising your price through intimidation?" "Tanya, I'm just analyzing the facts." "Then what?" "That's what happened next." Simon put the wine glass on the side table, finally sat up straight, and said, "Tanya, don't you want to form an alliance? I'll give you a chance, and now let's see how much your family dares to bet. If you bet right, your family will still be able to stand at the top of this country's pyramid for at least the next 30 years, and accordingly, the Westeros system will be able to obtain the benefits it deserves. If you bet wrong, it's a pity. Of course, I won't suffer any loss." Tatiana's eyes widened slightly, and after a brief outage, they instantly became clear, with a slight tremor in her tone. You were right, and you were wrong." Simon nodded, then shook his head and said, "You were right about one thing. Yes, I did have my eyes on a candidate, and he is in this villa now. What you were wrong about is that he is not my puppet. In fact, if he really reaches that position in the future, he will not be anyone's puppet at all, just like you. This time you just want to form an alliance with me, not to depend on me." Tatiana didn't speak, just stared at Simon, as if judging the truth. "I've said that this may be the only way out for your family, because this man is capable and loyal enough, and I have a complete plan that will allow him to successfully ascend to the throne in the unfavorable situation brought about by your father, as well as the entire Westeros system as a backing." Simon said here, leaned back on the sofa again, and continued, "Tanya, I've said everything I want to say. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. After tonight, I will arrange for him to go to Moscow. As for the position, you can give it to him. Your father still has, well, 3 years to observe and make his own decision. Why 3 years? Because he needs to be given enough time to accumulate popularity, and by then, your father will need to give up his position in advance. Tatiana subconsciously said, that's impossible. Simon smiled. I said you have 3 years to observe and decide for yourself. I won't interfere. As for the meeting gift you just mentioned, I don't want it either. It's too hot. In short, these are all your own business. Now, you can leave first. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 943 Counteraction. When Simon appeared at the cocktail party in the hall downstairs, the atmosphere was very lively. A little kid who was not afraid of strangers looked at ease in the crowd. He happened to say something that made everyone laugh. Seeing Simon, the little guy in the arms of Gurley immediately leaned over and shouted for a hug from his dad. The atmosphere suddenly became a little weird. Simon Westeros, of course everyone knew him. Everyone at the scene came for each other tonight. However, no one mentioned that this lovely little girl was actually Westeros's daughter. The guests who knew some of Simon's personal situation were even more confused, but they did not doubt that with this young man's lifestyle, it was normal for him to have 1 or 2 illegitimate daughters. Simon took Nina and saw her put a piece of nut muffin that she had just grabbed in her hand to her mouth, so he ate it in one bite, and bit the child's hand, causing the little girl to giggle. After interacting intimately, Simon whispered a few words to the child. The little girl was actually taught to be very sensible by Shilshikina, but her personality was completely different from her mother's. She was an extrovert, fearless, and liked to pester Simon. However, when she heard Simon solemnly say that he had something serious to discuss, she immediately nodded her head obediently, allowing Simon to send her back to Gurley's arms, and waved goodbye to Simon obediently. After Gurley left with the child, Simon began to greet and socialize with everyone in the hall. The attendees tonight were mainly senior government officials from Leningrad Oblast, where St. Petersburg is located, and the backbone of Westeros system in Russia. Simon was familiar with the direction of Russian history. After the millennium, Russia was basically controlled by the former St. Petersburg gang for 20 years. Therefore, Simon focused the Westeros system's business operations in Russia on St. Petersburg from the beginning, rather than Moscow, where oligarchs gathered. Most of the company's headquarters of a series of industries directly or indirectly controlled by the Westeros system in Russia, including the Alpha Group headed by Mikhail Friedman, were located in St. Petersburg. Over the years, the relationship between the Westeros system and the unformed St. Petersburg gang can be imagined. Because Simon will be present, the major political factions in St. Petersburg, which are already on the verge of a war, whether it is the outgoing St. Petersburg mayor's team or the newly elected mayor's team, all appeared in harmony at this reception tonight. And always pay attention to the movements of a certain young man in the hall. After all, this young man's wealth and power are too great, and those oligarchs in Russia are completely child's play in front of him. In addition, with Simon Westeros's business in Ukraine as a reference, it is difficult to say whether St. Petersburg will become the next Rivne. If this is the case, it will definitely not be bad to make friends with the other party at this time, and the other party's attitude towards everyone tonight may very well represent the future political landscape of St. Petersburg. Simon can roughly understand the mentality of everyone on the scene, but he is more cautious. After more than half an hour of greeting and socializing, Simon finally came to a short middle-aged man with a stereotyped face and sparse hair, and raised his glass to him. "Hello, Vladimir." The middle-aged man did not seem surprised that Simon called him by his name directly, and also raised his glass. "Hello, Mr. Westeros." Simon smiled and got straight to the point. "I know something about you, the Grey Cardinal of the Smolny Palace." "Huh, after Sobchak left, are you sure about your next plan? Stay in the city government, or something else?" The Smolny Palace is the seat of the St. Petersburg city government, where Lenin commanded the October Revolution. The Grey Cardinal of the Smolny Palace is obviously the person in control behind the scenes. This is a nickname given to someone by all walks of life in St. Petersburg in recent years. Because Sobchak was just a university professor and had no ability to govern, many affairs of the city government were actually handled by his former students and deputy mayor. This actually shows someone's ability. When the middle-aged man heard Simon mention the title of Grey Cardinal of Smolny Palace with a hint of sarcasm, he still smiled slightly in a restrained manner and shook his head, saying, "Not yet, but I will definitely not stay in the city government." Simon got straight to the point again. "Are you interested in working for me?" The middle-aged man was finally a little surprised. "Huh?" Simon said, "You know, this is a common practice among Western politicians. They serve the country for a few years and engage in private careers after leaving office. Mr. Westeros, I don't know much about business. Anyone who does anything starts from scratch. There is no one who is born knowing everything. Moreover, to work for me, you don't have to do business." The middle-aged man hesitated slightly, glanced at his mentor Sobchak not far away, and soon looked over again. His expression turned serious and said, "Mr. Westeros, I admit that I am very tempted by your invitation, but if you want me to work for you, you need to agree to one of my requests first." "What?" "Use your influence in Moscow to help Anatoly get out of the predicament he is in now." Anatoly is Sobchak's name. Anatoly Sobchak, although he has not achieved much in the past few years in power, he actually has not too many stains. However, because of his radical political tendencies, he has unknowingly provoked many people, which led to his defeat in the election this time. According to the practice of Russian politics, the next step is to settle accounts. Simon also learned about this matter in advance. Now Sobchak is facing various lawsuits, one of which is conclusive evidence that he used his authority to help his relatives solve the housing problem. Tisk. Compared with the oligarchs in Moscow who are frantically embezzling state-owned assets, the mayor of Russia's second-largest city helped his relatives solve the housing problem. In fact, he bought a public house at a lower price during the privatization process in recent years. Can such a mayor fail a little more? Simon nodded directly. "No problem, but you will do this yourself." "Huh?" Simon said, "I just talked to some people, and someone will invite you to Moscow soon. The position will not be too low. At that time, you can use your authority to help Mr. Sobchak get out of trouble." The middle-aged man was a little unresponsive for a while. Simon raised his hand and patted the other person on the shoulder, saying, "Vladimir, one day you will understand, and then you can pretend that what I just said was not said, or that it was just a joke. However, do not refuse the invitation from Moscow." After saying this, Simon said no more and turned to others. In the past, one of the reasons why someone became Yeltsin's final successor was actually a betrayal. After entering Moscow, in order to help his mentor who was suffering from political persecution escape from prison, he secretly used his power to send the other person out of Russia, and then calmly went to Yeltsin to surrender. Because Sobchak was also an opponent of Yeltsin. As a result, Yeltsin did not pursue the matter. Instead, he saw the other party's loyalty to his former mentor and boss, and finally made up his mind. At this moment, no one knew what this conversation of less than 1 minute in the eastern suburbs of St. Petersburg meant. Simon stayed at the cocktail party for more than 10 minutes and said goodbye. The next day was June 1st. Saturday. Simon set off again early in the morning and flew to the capital of Rivne Oblast in northwest Ukraine. The airport invested and built by the Westeros system has been put into use, and there is no need to transfer from Kiev. Westeros system's weeding operation in Rivne Oblast has been launched before Simon arrived. Unlike Russia, which has temporarily stabilized, Ukraine's economic downturn still shows no signs of stopping. According to Ukraine's domestic economic data for the past few months this year, Ukraine's GDP in 1996 is expected to fall by about 10% compared with 1995. It is always difficult for ordinary people to intuitively understand these economic data, but if you are in it, you will understand what a country's GDP falling by 10% in a year means. Disaster. In Ukraine today, the unemployment rate continues to be high, criminal activities are soaring, and domestic politics are turbulent. People who see no hope at all have fled in large numbers, and their situation is even more miserable than the Great Depression in the United States in the 1930s. In this state, Rivne Oblast in northwest Ukraine has become almost the only bright spot on this country because of the Westeros system's unremitting efforts. For ordinary people, this is the best place to make a living. Therefore, the population of Rivne, the capital of Rivne Oblast, has continued to surge to more than 700,000. After all, although fleeing to Western Europe seems to be a better destination, most people are unwilling to leave their homes if they can stay in the familiar country. On the other hand, In the eyes of some other people, the vibrant Rivne Oblast is undoubtedly a piece of fat meat. Simon only needs to gain the greatest control over this area. As for the benefits, he has never thought of enjoying them alone, and has never even thought of making any profits from this dilapidated land. Look down on it. Therefore, for many projects here, Simon has not given less benefits that he should give. He even deliberately gave more. However, because of greed, some people in this country at this time, like those crazy oligarchs in Russia, are so unscrupulous that they think they can put anything into their pockets. So they keep trying to get more from this area. To be precise. In fact, it is to get more from Simon. In Simon's current position, there is actually no more pursuit of wealth, and Simon's attitude towards wealth has never changed. Mine is mine. If I am willing to give it to you, it is yours. If someone thinks that Simon Westeros has too much and it doesn't matter if he robs a little, then he should be prepared to get hurt or even shattered. When Simon's private plane landed at the Livni West suburb airport, the mowing operation was basically over, leaving only some special matters that Simon needed to decide personally. This time, he did not enter the villa in the south of the city. Simon and his party left the airport in the west suburbs and went directly through the city to the Hot Spring Manor in the north of the city. Because it was summer and Saturday, the prosperity and vitality of this sunny city were more obvious. Also in the sun, some things can't be hidden. For example, on a street in the north of the city that Simon's convoy deliberately passed, the exterior of a 5-story building on the side of the road was still shockingly charred, as if a fire had occurred recently. When passing by, you could press the window and smell the burnt smell in the air. At 2 o'clock in the morning 3 days ago, this building had just experienced an arrest operation. The Rivne police attacked strongly and used tough means to clear out a gang den entrenched in the dance hall inside the building. During the exchange of fire, 1 police officer was killed and 2 were seriously injured. The dance hall also caught fire in the exchange of fire. According to public news, 3 gang members were killed and 7 were injured. The actual situation is probably only known by the incinerator operator of the city funeral home, who was called to work overtime before dawn that day. As for the inside story, Simon is cutting off some tentacles that should not have extended into the city. Before this operation, a deputy mayor who had just been transferred to Rivne at the beginning of the year was arrested by the police. At the same time, Celia Miller personally represented Simon in strong negotiations with Kiev, and finally forced some people to compromise. This is just one of the weeding this time. The key is still the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast, especially UFMS, Ukrainian Front Military Service. Simon's control over this private army is much stricter than in the business field. To put it bluntly, the business layout of the Westeros system in Ukraine is fundamentally centered on this private army. Some people want to make money in Rovne province. As long as it is not excessive, Simon will turn a blind eye. However, if anyone dares to try to mix sand into this private army of the Wei family, Simon will not be polite at all. This is a red line. Therefore, this time, he did not hesitate to clean up a group of restless people again, and 6 of them disappeared directly. Arriving at the Hot Spring Manor in the north of Rivne, this site is ready. UFMS directly dispatched 300 elite soldiers with live ammunition to station around the manor. The manor has also been repeatedly checked by the private security team of the Westeros family, who arrived in advance to ensure that there are no eavesdropping devices or security risks. Simon got off the car in front of the main villa in the manor, and Celia Miller came up with her assistant Emily Joplin. There are also 8 girls standing in front of the villa, wearing Wei family-made uniforms and divided into 2 rows. Just like the scene when Simon first arrived at the villa in the south of Rivne. This is the second batch. In fact, Grace helped to select them. Elite has launched the New Year's Elite World Medal Contest worldwide since April, and the finals are expected to be held in July. Because of Simon's layout in Ukraine, and the high quality of girls in this country, Grace, who follows the footsteps of men, also opened a sub-venue in Ukraine. During the period, I helped Simon pick some girls as collections. These 8 girls are not far away. It seems that the girls are about the same age as the 6 girls at the beginning, just as immature and tall, giving Simon the feeling of a group of young water onions. After greeting them, Simon did not immediately pay attention to the girls, but noticed Celia's expression that she obviously had something to talk to him about, so he took her straight into the villa and came to study. "Boss, before you came, I received a strange call from Moscow," Celia said, and handed over a folder, and then said, The other party said her name is Tatiana, and she just met with the boss last night. She hopes that the boss can take time to go to Moscow after finishing his trip in Ukraine. Simon took the folder from Celia, which contained only one page of paper with a string of time and place written on it. I quickly understood what was going on. Actually, it was understandable. Simon's conversation with the Yeltsin's daughter Tatiana last night was too involved. If you look into it, it's almost like directly controlling the future of a country, and it's not a small, dilapidated country like Ukraine, but a large, powerful country whose foundation and strength cannot be underestimated. This is one aspect. On the other hand, when Simon talked about the future arrangements of the Yeltsin family, some simple words were really hard to convince people. Therefore, some face-to-face communication was needed. The object of communication this time was definitely not Tatiana last night. Since the other party invited Simon to go directly to Moscow, it was obvious who to meet privately. After looking at the address on the document again, Simon asked Celia to find a lighter. Light it directly. No intention to keep the appointment. The choice has been given, and how Yeltsin will choose in the future is the other party's business. Moreover, Simon also believes that someone will have almost no other choice in the future. Now, if you intervene too much, there is a high probability that it will have a counterproductive effect. Chapter 944, Patrolling the Territory. Celia Miller had no idea what happened from beginning to end. After Simon burned the page with the time and place written on it, she tactfully did not ask any more questions. Instead, she waited for her boss to sit down at the desk again and reported another matter. Regarding the suppressed article in Ukraine's rural news, it has been found that it was sponsored by a French-controlled offshore NGO organization, registered as the Eastern European News Transparency Foundation. Currently, 2 employees of this foundation are still active in Kiev trying to find other publication channels, but they are already under our surveillance. The incident happened more than a week ago. Rural News, one of the most widely circulated newspapers in Ukraine, almost published an investigative article titled Rivne Oblast is becoming a colony of the Westeros system. The word colony was directly mentioned in the article. It can be imagined that with the current turbulent and sensitive political situation in Eastern Europe, once this article is published, it will inevitably cause an uproar. With the support of the Westeros system, Rivne Oblast has become one of the regions with the best economic conditions in Ukraine at this time, so even if this article is published, the people in the Rivne region will not actually have much backlash. However, the various benefits that Rivne Oblast has gained in recent years have not fallen on the people of other states and counties in Ukraine. The Ukrainian people, who are at their lowest point, are the most easily incited group of people at this time. Since they have not benefited from it, there is no pity in destroying it. At that time, under the surging public opinion, the Kiev authorities will need to give the public an explanation anyway. No matter what level of explanation, it will inevitably damage the layout of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast. Even if it touches the UFMS that Simon values most, it will be equivalent to damaging the foundation of the Westeros system in Ukraine. France again. Simon pulled the corner of his mouth slightly. After chasing and biting for several years, it's just a flat-headed brother. I'm too lazy to get angry. Moreover, it sounds ironic for a country that still has a large number of French colonies around the world even in the 21st century to jump out and accuse others of colonizing. However, colonies. This is a good idea. Seeing Simon leaning back in his chair, Celia seemed to be thinking about something. After waiting for a moment, she said, "Boss, do you want us to use the materials about Rwanda to fight back again?" Simon was brought back to his senses by Celia's words and nodded. "You arrange it." The idea that had just come up would take more than a day or two to execute. Since the Frenchman was bothering him again, Simon didn't mind fighting back immediately. Since it was still the dispute that started in Rwanda 2 years ago, let's continue. Celia noticed that her boss obviously had other ideas, but she still didn't ask any more questions. She reported the general situation of this mowing operation, which was mainly some open matters that she was responsible for. Some dark operations in private. Neither Simon nor Celia would personally get involved. After all, many things are never foolproof, but as long as they are not directly operated, even if they are exposed in the future, there are too many wiggle rooms, such as the most classic excuse that some people often use whenever a scandal breaks out: "I didn't know. I didn't know. It was all the subordinates who took the initiative. At most, I will resign and change jobs. What else can I do?" It was already noon when Simon and Celia finished talking. After lunch, Simon left the Hot Spring Manor, and his first stop was the UFMS military base. In order to ensure loyalty and build a truly Westerosian private army, Simon launched a plan to train UFMS mercenaries from scratch last year, selecting teenagers over the age of 16 for all-round training such as cultural education and military training, which has achieved some results. Simon watched a group of UFMS recruits with still green faces conducting military exercises, and even communicated directly with some of the best in English. These people will be the real direct descendants of the Wei family private army in the future. However, if they want to officially join the battlefield, they have to wait until they are at least 18 years old, and not all of them can stay. The initial selection is already very strict, and after 2 years, only 1 in 10 can stay. The nature of the Wei family private army is destined to be impossible to grow too large, and they can only work hard on the quality of individual soldiers. Therefore, Simon only wants special forces. Quality is more important than quantity. 2 hours later, after leaving the UFMS military base, Simon went to the Ukrainian Peace Military Theme Park, which had already been officially opened. After more than a year of preparation, this military theme park covering an area of 20 square kilometers quietly opened on April 1st this year. After all, it is different from ordinary theme park venues. It adopts a customized package strategy, mainly providing various military experiences with prices ranging from $2,000 to $10,000 for tourists from Western Europe and North America. According to different packages, tourists can experience projects ranging from the most basic various types of firearms shooting to the top fighter jet flying. In addition to the package, in order to increase the popularity of the theme park, the most basic visiting tickets are also provided to local and overseas tourists. This kind of ticket is very cheap, so you can only visit various military facilities inside the theme park according to the limited route. As for shooting, driving tanks and flying airplanes, you can only watch. Because it is still in the trial operation stage, the park currently only accepts 300 package tourists to book per month. After all, it is not the kind of independent visit like Universal Studios, and it is also dangerous. Therefore, Simon repeatedly asked for only one thing for the operation of this theme park: safety, safety, and safety. Because once an accident occurs, although a complete insurance plan has been purchased, such a thing will inevitably seriously affect the reputation of the theme park. Without tourists, everything else is useless. In order to achieve this, package tourists, no matter what kind of package, will receive one-on-one escort throughout the whole process to ensure safety to the greatest extent. After the official opening, through accurate advertising and marketing operations in relevant military magazines and online military forums in Europe and the United States in the early stage of the opening, as well as word of mouth from tourists who have completed the experience, not only the 300 tourist places in the first 2 months were snapped up, but now the reservations have been scheduled until August. So much so that the person in charge of the theme park has repeatedly proposed to shorten the 6-month trial operation period. But there was no response. On the other hand, in the first 2 months of opening, the theme park's revenue is $1.96 million and $2.07 million respectively. If such revenue data is placed on any Universal Studios under Deanery's Entertainment, it can definitely be described as miserable. For this military theme park, all other shareholders outside the Westeros system were overjoyed, because the cost is really low. The land was directly allocated by the Rivan state government, which basically does not count as money. Weapons, these are the things Ukraine lacks the least at this stage. Many of the military equipment left over from the former Soviet era were directly abandoned. No one wanted to dismantle the scrap metal. The industrial system collapsed and factories were shut down on a large scale. Why would we need scrap metal? Therefore, several troops almost fought to provide weapons to the theme park in exchange for shares. The most expensive part of the expenses was not worth the money at all, and whether it was tanks, airplanes, or several military ships in the artificial lake of the theme park, the equipment selected were the latest and best. Finally, the infrastructure. This part of the funds was taken out by the Westeros system. However, because one of the military shareholders directly transferred a regiment of engineers to come for voluntary labor during the construction process, and even brought their own machinery, even if Simon, a relatively good capitalist, took the initiative to give those soldiers some additional salary subsidies on the basis of providing food and accommodation, The final artificial lake, runway, standard shooting range, leisure accommodation area and other facilities were completed, and the total investment was only $30 million. This figure actually exceeded Simon's initial expectations, but it is still not at the same level as Universal Studios, which costs $1 billion. Moreover, now it seems that the income is also considerable. The trial operation brought in $2 million in revenue in a single month, and the cost of various labor, fuel, ammunition, etc. was less than $400,000, with a gross profit of more than 80%. It is expected that after the official operation, all the initial investment costs will be recovered in the next year. It is simply a huge profit. Simon also knows that this state is unlikely to last forever. Because at this stage, the theme park mainly consumes various materials inherited by the Ukrainian army from the former Soviet era. The exchange rate is almost the same as that of a pack of instant noodles in the former Soviet region in the 1990s. Once these military materials expire, are resold, or are used up in other ways in the next few years, the theme park can only order weapons and ammunition from regular channels if it wants to continue to maintain the current model, and the cost will inevitably soar. However, let's talk about the future in the future. Simon stayed in the military theme park for half an hour, and then went to the nearby hunting ground and the subsequent hot spring resort. The theme park, hunting ground and hot spring resort in the north of Rivne City have been combined to form a large one-stop resort center. You can escape the heat in summer and soak in hot springs in winter. In addition to the hot spring baths, the hot spring resort also has casinos, theaters, bars, clubs and other Vegas-style entertainment venues. All of these are operated by the Westeros system team. Although it has not been open for a long time, it has become famous unknowingly because of its relatively low consumption level and the global marketing of the Westeros system. After leaving the resort area, Simon went to see several important industries of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast, such as a fertilizer plant managed by Ekaterina's father Maxim Noskov, a furniture OEM factory under the Oldek Company, and a Nokia factory that has been put into use in the northern suburbs of Rivne. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when I came to the bustling commercial street where I met Yulia Antonenko by chance last year. Even though the summer days in Rivne are also long, the night has already fallen. Finally, I had dinner in a high-end restaurant operated by the Westeros system on the commercial street. Throughout the afternoon, in addition to Celia Miller's entourage, several core members of the Westeros system in Rivne Oblast, including UFMS Director Klim Derivayenko, Oldek Director Sergei Kimorov, Rivne Media Entertainment Director Alexander Leontiev, and Rivne Oblast Governor Andrei Smirnov, who was personally selected by Simon last year, accompanied him throughout the whole process. Simon was actually inspecting his territory. Like a Lion King. Simon was not enthusiastic about this kind of thing at all, but some things had to be done. Because if he didn't do it, over time, some people might gradually forget who had the final say in this area. Chapter 945 Highlights. Simon and the core personnel of the Westeros system in Ukraine finished dinner and walked out of the restaurant box, chatting and laughing. In the corridor outside the box, in addition to Simon's security team, there was a middle-aged man in his 30s wearing a black suit and a square face, waiting outside. When he saw Simon, he immediately stepped forward a little and stood at the cordon where the bodyguards stretched out their hands to block. I greeted him, Mr. Westeros. The middle-aged man's name is Andrei Vodmilka. I just met him this afternoon. Andrei is the president of Rivne Resort and Entertainment Company, which controls the absolute majority of the shares of the hot spring resort and hunting ground in northern Rivne. Simon was a little surprised to see him, but he still smiled and walked up to him and shook his hand. Andrei, what's the matter? Andrei Vodmilka shook hands with Simon and followed a big boss to the elevator, saying respectfully, Mr. Westeros, you said that if you are free tonight, you will go to the resort to watch the show. I came to see if you are interested in going there after dinner so that they can arrange it in advance. The others followed Simon out together. Seeing that Andrei Vodmilka was obviously the same height as Simon, but he seemed to be shorter when he was with a big boss, no one looked down on him. Instead, they thought he was a guy who could seize opportunities. The influence of the Westeros system in Ukraine is still expanding. Leaving a little impression on the big boss now may become an opportunity to rise in the future. After all, even the smartest bosses often habitually appoint subordinates who are relatively familiar to them. Moreover, since the opening, Andrei Vodmilka, who once graduated from the University of Kiev and decisively abandoned the public office of the Kiev authorities to join the Westeros system, has not only operated the two major assets of the Riven Resort and Entertainment Company, but also managed the resort and hunting ground since the opening, which is enough to prove that he is a very capable person. People who are not lacking in ability and can put down their airs can often climb higher. At Simon's current level, using people is far more important than doing things. For the layout of Ukraine, the focus is actually on using people. Even if Ukraine collapses again, it will not lack all kinds of elites with outstanding abilities. In this country at a low point, the elite class is easier for Simon to use, and the loyalty is relatively high. Andrei Vodmilka, 36 years old this year, happens to be a senior executive in Ukraine that Simon can notice. It was just a casual remark at the hot spring resort in the afternoon. Since the other party came to the door and happened to be staying in the hot spring manor in the north tonight, Simon agreed. After Simon spoke, the others who had been running around with him for the whole afternoon dispersed. Only Simon's convoy and Andrei Vodmilka and others left the city of Riven again and arrived at the hot spring resort about half an hour later. The resort was brightly lit at night. Whether it was overseas tourists who came to experience the military theme park, summer hunting or more other purposes, they usually chose to stay in this resort about 30 kilometers away from the city. With the arrival of summer and the gradual spread of fame, this resort now has more than 600 tourists from all over the world living in it. In just 2 months after opening, the number of guests reached 60% of the resort's capacity of 1,000 people, which is a very outstanding achievement. In fact, many people also know it well. The reason why this place is so prosperous, in addition to the rich entertainment activities, is that it is cheap. And women, just like the truck drivers and even cleaners in Hong Kong and China can go to the mainland to support one or two young and beautiful mistresses, tourists from Western Europe and North America, even if they are just ordinary middle-class people, come to Ukraine and spend 1 or 2 months' salary to enjoy treatment that resorts in developed areas would never dare to think of. Simon had just gotten off the car at an internal parking lot of the resort. Looking around, he could see various men hugging young local girls in the square or corridor not far away. Having lived 2 lives and experienced the lives of almost a dozen people, Simon actually didn't feel much about it. However, Andrei Vodmilka, who got off another car, noticed the boss's gaze and regretted not making arrangements in advance. After all, the young boss's mind was unpredictable, and it was hard to say whether he would be disgusted by some scenes. Fortunately, someone came over soon and diverted Simon's attention. This time it was the person in charge of the military theme park, named Alexander Negiev. Unlike Andrei Vodmilka's handsome appearance, Alexander Negiev, 39 years old this year, was a little bald, but it also proved that you can't judge a person by his appearance. Alexander Negiev's resume was actually better than Andrei's. He had a doctorate in economics from Moscow University in the former Soviet Union, and had studied in East Germany. He also gave up politics to do business. This was actually one of Simon's pockets. Simon retracted his gaze and greeted Alexander. He was quite satisfied that he was here, mainly for Andrei. Before the opening of this resort, Simon had emphasized to the two that they should work together, because this was originally a large resort center connected together. If it weren't for the special situation of the military theme park, Simon would definitely integrate all three into the Riven Resort and Entertainment Company. After Andrei Vodmilka invited Simon, he did not have the opportunity to contact the big boss alone, but called Alexander Negiev together, which shows that the relationship between the two must be very good. This also verified something again. Andrei also noticed the different meaning in the big boss's eyes when he greeted Alexander. In fact, it was mainly because Andrei and Alexander were not the kind of people who were satisfied with the status quo. Of course, they understood that only by working together could they do the best for the project here and get a step forward. Simon's eyes just now made Andrei sure that the big boss understood his intentions. Even if it ended here tonight, it would be a great harvest. After everyone greeted each other, Simon said to Andrei, "Celia and the others have to go back first. You arrange some people to send them off." Celia and Lady A also followed Simon around for an afternoon. This place was a man's world, so they had no intention of joining in the fun and planned to return to the hot spring manor to rest. Simon's motorcade consisted of 3 cars, 2 groups of bodyguards, and Neil Bennett, who was Simon's driver. After all, he was in a foreign country, And Simon would not be so naive as to think that this country was all kind to him, so he would not rashly send his bodyguards away. He could only ask Andre to send someone to escort him. Fortunately, the security team was the most important thing here. After all, if it involved foreign tourists, it would be an international incident if something happened. Andre quickly agreed and ordered his entourage to send 2 cars to escort the 2 ladies back in front of Simon. Simon also asked Neil to be the driver for the 2 women. After all, the team here could not reach the level that he could fully trust. After arranging all this, Simon walked to the nearby resort theater under the personal guidance of Andre. The person in charge did spend some time to judge that Simon might come based on some recent signs, so he invited Ukraine's top Kiev ballet to perform. Simon actually has no interest in professional ballet performances. Well, mainly because of the tutu. However, people around him think that Simon likes ballet very much based on the woman around him and the songbox last day last year. Out of some instinctive thoughts of the superior, Simon will not deliberately explain this misunderstanding. Just like it at the time. Today is Saturday. It should have been a performance day, but the theater with 500 seats did not arrange any program, just to entertain Simon alone. Everyone sat down in the theater. Andre realized that the hall was too empty, but fortunately the big boss beside him didn't seem to care. So he changed the name Simon had just mentioned and said, "Boss, they are already preparing backstage. The Kiev Ballet is best at Swan Lake, but if you want to listen to other pieces, you can arrange it now." Simon shook his head slightly and said, "Let them only perform the 3rd act. The complete Swan Lake has 4 acts and lasts for 2 hours. Among them, the segment in the 3rd act where the Black Swan seduces the prince is the most exciting in terms of plot and technique." Even though Simon is not interested in professional ballet performances, he knows this clearly with so many memories in his mind. Andre actually thought the same way. If his boss watched the 2-hour Swan Lake performance completely, there would be no room for other activities, so he quickly gave the order. It will take some time to prepare for the performance, so of course it won't be a dull performance. Simon took the initiative to ask Andre and Alexander, who were sitting on his left and right, about the management of the 3 entertainment venues. The 2 of them also told him everything they knew and tried their best to perform. "Actually, boss, I think we can plan to expand the hot spring resort now, and the military theme park and hunting ground can serve as supporting facilities. I think that when the reputation spreads further, Rivne will have a good chance of receiving millions of overseas tourists every year. By then, the current scale of the resort will be far from enough." The original hot spring resort was built entirely as a supporting facility for the military theme park. Simon heard Andre directly reverse the positions of the resort and the theme park, and smiled and glanced at Alexander on the other side. "What do you think?" "Boss, I actually think so too," Alexander Najayev said. "The theme park seems to be booming now, but it is actually difficult to last. In comparison, the resort is easier to expand." Simon asked, "So, what do you think are the advantages of developing tourism in a place like Rivne Oblast that is not backed by mountains or water, or what is your highlight to attract tourists?" "Highlight?" The 2 looked at each other, and Andre gave an answer: "Casino." Chapter 946 Affordable. If we talk about the world's famous gambling cities, none of them has worse basic conditions than Las Vegas, located in the western desert of the United States, but no gambling city is more successful than Las Vegas. Since someone can open up such a business miracle in the arid and desolate desert, nothing is impossible anywhere else in the world. When Simon heard the answer given by Andre Vodmilka, he immediately understood that the 2 people around him had obviously thought it over. Located in the heart of Eastern Europe, Rivne Oblast has almost no cultural and natural landscapes to show off. If you want to develop tourism, you can only take a different approach. The gambling industry happens to be the easiest path to success among the different approaches. Because of huge profits. High gambling profits can bring sufficient funds, and then use these funds to artificially create various entertainment and leisure activities to further attract tourists, and then introduce tourists to casinos to form an ecological cycle. The most typical case is still Las Vegas. To this day, although Las Vegas is still a world-renowned gambling city, and the locomotive effect of casinos in the city's economic development has not changed, the proportion of the gambling industry has been decreasing, while catering, shopping, performances and other aspects are becoming more and more prosperous. This actually also represents that the economic structure of this kind of city is becoming more and more healthy and stable. It is a long-term strategy. However, It is definitely not that easy to build a gambling city. There are countless cities around the world that have ambitiously wanted to build a second Las Vegas for decades, but few have succeeded. The most unsuccessful case happens to be in the United States. Atlantic City. This city, located on the coast of New Jersey in the south of New York, decided to vigorously develop the gambling industry in the 1970s, ambitiously wanting to become the Las Vegas on the east coast of the United States. As a result, except for a period of excitement in the 1980s when the U.S. economy recovered, it has been tepid. Many of the capitals that invested heavily in Atlantic City at the beginning are deeply mired in the quagmire. After the new century, more than half of the casinos in Atlantic City went bankrupt, and the surrounding industrial ecology like Las Vegas has not developed. Speaking of which, through the merger and integration of a certain golden hair company, Simon now controls a number of casinos in Atlantic City, such as the most famous Taj Mahal Casino. Although this is a completely useless asset. The current hot spring resort has the advice of the Atlantic City team in the planning stage. In the theater lobby of the resort, Simon thought for a moment and finally said, "Andre, I appreciate your idea, but you have to know that if you want to develop the gambling industry here, and it is not a small fight now, it involves too many aspects, such as Ukraine's general industrial policy, which cannot be effective in a short period of time. In my opinion, if you want to achieve the ultimate goal, it will take 10 years for the first stage. The first problem to develop a gambling city is money. A lot of money. Just like Atlantic City, during the development stage in the 1980s, major capitals poured hundreds of millions of dollars into it, because only in this way can a series of high-end entertainment venues that can attract gamblers be artificially created. Secondly, it is also very important to support policies. At present, large and small gambling halls and small casinos in Ukraine are springing up like mushrooms after rain, but the state level just turns a blind eye to this, just like the video halls everywhere in China, and no special industry regulations have been issued. Therefore, if you want to develop a gambling city, the policy level is definitely an unavoidable problem. And it's not just this problem. Because if Ukraine develops the gambling industry, it must be mainly for overseas tourists, which inevitably involves visa policies, foreign exchange and other aspects. None of these can be accomplished overnight. Again, even if the above two core issues are resolved, the casino may not be successfully developed. Just like Atlantic City. There is no shortage of money and policies, but it just failed because it involves actual operations. The gambling industry is ultimately a business, and doing business always requires skills. Some people make a lot of money, while others lose a lot. Finally, there is the issue of profit distribution, and the impact of Ukraine's future political environment on this industry. If the country falls into turmoil or even civil war again after the new century, even if Rivne Oblast, located in the northwest border, will not be affected, overseas tourists who are very sensitive to the security environment will definitely reduce their visits because of concerns. In short, there are all kinds of entanglements. After hearing what Simon said, Andre said seriously, "Boss, Alexander and I have been studying the development plans of casinos in various countries around the world during this period, and have considered many issues. We have not thought about success in the short term, mainly hoping to get your support." Simon said, "I can only say that I don't object for the time being. As for support and the extent of support, it depends on your work results. Just like the expansion of the resort, you can start planning, but I will definitely not make additional investments for you in the short term. I have already invested a lot here, and it is not wise to expand blindly." The two were disappointed at first, and then they reacted. Alexander asked, "Boss, you said that there can be no more additional investment. Does this mean that Andre and I can use the existing income for continued development?" Simon smiled and nodded, "Yes, but I don't have 100% control of the 3 projects, so you need to convince other shareholders first. Boss, during the lobbying process, can we explain your attitude to other shareholders? Okay, then, you should prepare a detailed written plan for me recently," Simon said, and did not forget to knock. "Also, remember to communicate more with Celia in the future. I don't want anything unexpected to happen." Andre and Alexander agreed immediately. As they chatted, the stage was ready. A staff member came over to confirm. After getting permission, the performance officially began. The story of Swan Lake tells the love story of a princess who was cursed by the devil and turned into a swan and a prince. It was created by the famous Russian composer Tchaikovsky based on a German fairy tale. There have been many variant versions over the past century, especially the ending of the story, which is both comedic and tragic. The third act Simon chose as the biggest conflict turning point in the story. The Devil's Daughter, the Black Swan, tempted the prince to get engaged, causing the prince to abandon his agreement with the White Swan. The lights in the hall dimmed, and when the music sounded, Simon stopped talking to the two people around him. Even if he was not too interested in his heart, Simon would not deny that this was real art, especially for a world-class ballet team like the Kiev Ballet. Every member was carefully selected. Basically, from childhood, the best years of these dancers' lives are tied to ballet. The story begins at the court ball where the prince chooses his bride. Various characters appeared on stage, including the devil and his daughter, and the black swan that looked exactly like the white swan. The most exciting part was the interaction between the prince and the black swan in the second half. And the most famous 32 whip turns. When the ballet's principal dancer on the stage performed this classic move calmly and skillfully, everyone applauded even though there were only a few people like Simon in the audience. After about half an hour of performance, the dancers went on stage to take a bow together. Andrei von Milka finally approached Simon again and whispered, "Boss, do you want to go up and say hello to everyone?" Simon noticed the difference in the expression of his subordinate when he spoke. Looking at the stage, most of the dancers obviously knew the identity of the audience tonight. When they took a bow, they were obviously hesitant and expectant. He smiled and nodded, "Okay." So he stood up and walked towards the stage. Face to face with the legendary Simon Westeros, the dancers on the stage were suddenly at a loss again. Fortunately, Andrei, who is obviously very good at handling things, made a slight gesture, and everyone quickly reacted and applauded. Simon patiently shook hands with everyone one by one, not forgetting to compliment them in Russian. He came to the lead dancer who played the black and white swan, paused for a moment, and said while shaking hands with a slightly cool and soft hand, "You dance very well, can I know your name?" The girl, who looked to be about 25 or 26 years old, looked at Simon and nodded appropriately. "Of course, Mr. Westeros, my name is Katya." "Hello, Katya, thank you for your performance tonight." Simon said this again, then gracefully let go of the other's hand and walked towards the next dancer. The girl named Katya watched Simon walk away, still with a smile on her face, but her eyes flickered. When the man moved further away, there was a little more loss in her expression, and she couldn't help but think of the MV she saw last year. Maybe she doesn't have the luck that some women have. Simon greeted the group of dancers and did not stay any longer. Instead, he went to the resort's casino at Andrei's suggestion. After walking out of the theater, Andrei, who was following Simon, seemed to say casually, "Boss, do you want me to invite Katya for you to have a few drinks together later? Or, maybe the boss is interested in other girls?" Simon just shook his head. They were all very beautiful, but none of them were Simon's cup of tea. Andrei did not mention it again, but he still winked at one of his followers. Everyone came to the casino not far from the theater. It was a 3-story semi-Baroque and semi-ancient Roman-style building located in the center of the resort. Simon and his party entered from a side door and went directly to the second floor where they could see the balcony of the lobby below. The open lobby with a total area of more than 1,000 square meters is divided into several different areas, including slot machines, poker cards, dice rolling and other games. Of course, it is incomparable with those large casinos that are endless, but it is also bustling and lively at this time. Looking around, the second floor is a series of small private rooms, mainly various standard gambling tables. According to Andrei's introduction, the main difference is that the chips in consumption here are higher than those below. There are also VIP halls and some suites on the third floor. But they are not open for the time being. Because the main guests of the resort area here are middle-class tourists from Western Europe and North America at this stage, and there are no top gamblers here, so the third floor is only for some special guests who occasionally appear. For example, Simon. After standing on the balcony and listening to Andrei's detailed introduction, the middle-aged man led Simon to the third floor. First, they arrived at a special hall. The most eye-catching thing was the equipment on one side of the hall that looked like a display cabinet in a clothing store. Simon actually knew what it was. When the light in the cabinet came on, 6 fresh and simple small water onions appeared inside, wearing the same white long skirts, standing in a row obediently. similar to the 8 Simon saw in the hot spring manor in the morning. Andre first observed Simon's expression and confirmed the appreciation in his boss's eyes, then said, "Boss, this is what Alexander and I prepared for you. We have been selecting them since last year to train employees here, but we have only arranged some language training for them. I guarantee that they are all innocent girls." Simon smiled and nodded. "Not bad, I will take them away when I leave." Andre quickly agreed, and then said, "Do you want them to come out and say hello to you first?" "No." Simon shook his head and said, "Take me to see other places." Andre said no more, gave an order to his attendants, and invited Simon to leave the hall. During this time, he exchanged glances with Alexander. This flattery was not wrong. In fact, after secretly studying their boss's preferences at first, the two had planned to select some women with more mature charm, well, probably the type of Celia Miller. They had already started to work on it. Later they gave up. The main reason was that it was difficult to explain some things when selecting this type of woman. If you meet a suspicious boss again, you will end up flattering the horse's hoof. In the end, 6 young girls were selected based entirely on the standards of the girls in the villa in the south of the city. They were all between 14 and 16 years old. There was no problem. As Andre just said, these were all innocent girls, and it would be easy for their boss to prove them. After seeing the casino, Simon quietly passed by other facilities in the resort. During the period, he met the principal dancer of the Kiev Ballet who had just danced for him in a bar. Simon probably guessed that this was an encounter deliberately arranged by Andre. The girl was obviously very enthusiastic, but Simon did not say anything special. Finally, we left the resort. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. After Neil Bennett sent Celia and the other 2 girls back, he rushed over to continue to serve as Simon's driver. However, the convoy on the way back changed from 3 to 5, and 2 of them were filled with 6 Charlottes. When we returned to the hot spring manor, we found that it was also very lively here. Simon would not specifically inform them of his coming, but after getting the information from his father and brother, the 3 girls from the villa in the south of the city all ran over, and the other 3 girls who were arranged to study in London after being cleared by Simon returned to Ukraine during the summer vacation. Because of Simon's attitude, both the 3 girls themselves and others took it for granted that they continued to treat them as Simon's women. In addition, the tall sisters Eve Besanovskova and Ludmila Besanovskova also appeared here. 6 first-generation Charlottes, 8 second-generation Charlottes selected by Grace, and the 6 wild Charlottes that Simon had just brought back, a total of 20 girls. Anyway, Ludmila, with her eyes wide open, felt that she was simply eye-opening. Even Celia showed some helplessness when she saw Simon bringing back 6 more girls. Simon didn't make excuses like if he didn't want these 6 girls, he would be in trouble. He just really liked collecting them. He liked them because he could afford them anyway. Chapter 947 Rainy Day. Although I was pulled to the bedroom to rest last night and couldn't join in the fun, I still watched the videotape until after 1 a.m. In the morning, my sister called me once, but I stayed in bed resolutely. I could hear the sound of rain outside the window in my dream, and I had no reason to get up. It was like this until noon, when the bedroom door was pushed open and my sister called me again. Ludmila Besanovskova stretched out on the big bed reluctantly. She even kicked off the quilt deliberately. Her perfect and slender figure, which she maintained under strict requirements after becoming a professional model, was clearly revealed. Alice. It's a pity that someone can't see it. Eve Besanovskova found some clothes and brought them to her sister. Seeing that she had no intention of getting up, and the weather in Rivne Oblast was still raining and a little chilly, she pulled a quilt over her and covered her with it, then sat on the bed and said, "It's already 12 o'clock, aren't you hungry?" Ludmila leaned over and hugged her sister coquettishly. "I don't seem to be hungry. I may have anorexia. Many supermodels have anorexia." Eve stroked her sister's hair and smiled. "Other people's anorexia is real, but yours is definitely fake. Get up quickly, or there will be no delicious food if it's too late." Ludmila immediately remembered what happened last night. Yes, 20. Sister, how many did he sleep with last night? Eve blushed slightly when she heard this, and was a little disappointed. She gently grabbed her sister's ear and pinched it symbolically. "Don't talk about these things. I'll take you home after lunch. Mom called me this morning and asked me why you were nowhere to be seen after returning from Milan. Dad was angry, and I won't care if I teach you a lesson tonight." "Well, then I won't go home, I'll just fly back to Milan." How can I do that? Don't you miss your mother? I do, but you don't care when my father scolds me. Who told you to be so disobedient? Eve said, pulling her sister up. You can't stay in bed anymore. After all, this is not home. Ludmilla sat up reluctantly and began to get dressed. In fact, she didn't want to go home at all. Even though the conditions of the Besanoskov family have improved a lot, it is still far from being as comfortable as this luxurious hot spring manor. After getting dressed and washing up, she left the bedroom and looked around curiously. The country-style villa, which occupies a large area, seemed very quiet, and it didn't give people the feeling that there were a bunch of girls hidden inside. It wasn't until she came to a restaurant that she saw several girls having dinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These were the 6 Ekaterinas that Ludmilla was more familiar with. However, the 6 girls were also vaguely divided into 2 groups, sitting on both sides of the long dining table. Seeing Ludmilla, Natalia Leontьevna curled her lips. The lazy bum finally got up. Ludmilla was not to be outdone. She came to an empty seat and sat down, and her little mouth hit the point viciously. You look so energetic. You must have slept alone last night. How pitiful. No, Ludmilla raised her chin slightly, but did not explain too much. Instead, she continued to fight back. Some people obviously have nothing to do with this place, but they are still sticking like gummy bears. Why don't you have anything to do with it? I live in my brother-in-law's house. Do you have any objection? Eve happened to come in with a tray. When she heard the words, her face flushed and she glared at her outspoken sister. She hesitated whether to take her sister to other restaurants. Thinking that there were people eating next door, she gave up and sent lunch to her sister and said, "Eat quickly, don't quarrel." Nada provoked it first. She said I was a lazy bum. Eve handed the fork to her sister and said, "Isn't it? Well, I want to break off relations with you, but you are siding with outsiders." Evgenia Kokoshko next to her interrupted and added, "Then you won't have a brother-in-law." Eve felt her cheeks were slightly hot, and threatened without any killing power, "If you keep talking nonsense, I will be angry." After saying that, she walked out, and it felt like she was running away. Eve usually took care of the girls like a real sister. Seeing her run away, the girls didn't make fun of her anymore. Of course, they still couldn't stand Ludmilla. Ludmilla didn't talk much with Ekaterina and the other 2, but looked at the other 3 girls opposite and asked, "Yulia, when will you start school?" Yulia Antonenko and the other 3 girls were actually less familiar with Limitra, but they were not as sharp as Ekaterina and the other 2. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend," so she said, "September, but we plan to stay for a while and then go back to London." She glanced at the opposite side as she said that. It seemed to say that we are not like some people who have nothing to do all the time. Ekaterina, who was sitting opposite Yulia, just glanced at her and continued to eat with her head down. "Humph, if Simon hadn't pitied you, you wouldn't know what you'd be doing now, betrayer." Yulia keenly sensed the meaning in Ekaterina's eyes, opened her mouth, but didn't refute. Ludmilla noticed the spark between their eyes, smiled slyly, and continued to ask Yulia, "Well, what about him?" The girls certainly knew who Ludmilla was talking about. Yulia said, "Simon left early to work, unlike you, who only got up at noon. Hey, I come back to rest. You don't know, when I was the busiest, I could only sleep less than 4 hours a day." Natalia sarcastically said, "How many girls want to be so busy that they can only sleep 4 hours a day, so you should be content." "Of course I am satisfied," Ludmilla said, took a sip of sweet soup, and finally couldn't help asking Yulia across from her, "Hey, last night, how many?" Hearing this question, the girls looked at each other and didn't answer. Ludmilla didn't get an answer, but she was not disappointed. She cut a lemon sturgeon on the plate, took a few bites, and then said, "Don't blame me for not reminding you. There are 14 more girls this time. Tisk tisk, you will definitely fall out of favor soon." These words obviously touched the hearts of the girls. However, the atmosphere was silent for a moment, and Natalia said again, "What does this have to do with you, you?" Natalia stopped talking here. "In fact, I wanted to say that you should worry about your sister first, but Eve was really good to them on weekdays, and Natalia instinctively didn't want to involve her. Evgenia also said at this time, they are just a group of rookies who know nothing. Simon was with us last night anyway." Ludmilla blinked her beautiful light-colored eyes gossipingly, then, "What about before the end?" Evgenia rolled her eyes at her, "Go ask it yourself." Simon is not here, how can I ask? Even if Simon is here, you definitely wouldn't dare to ask? I won't talk to you anymore, it's like a child bickering. So they started to ignore each other. The 6 girls arrived first, finished lunch quickly, and left. Ludmilla chewed slowly for more than half an hour, and even asked her sister to order another serving of grilled steak. After all, there was no agent around, and she planned to eat and drink a lot these days. In fact, I used to eat a lot, and I was the greediest one in the family. Fortunately, I have never been fat since I was a child. This time, the worst thing I can do is exercise more. After eating another steak, she was still a little unsatisfied. She was thinking about whether to order something else. When she heard some noises coming from the corridor outside the restaurant, Ludmilla put down her cutlery and ran to check curiously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. These are the 8. So she approached them very familiarly. The 8 girls didn't know Ludmilla's background, so they were very respectful and cautious. They took Ludmilla to visit their room on the 2nd floor and introduced each other. After getting familiar with each other, they were unknowingly tricked into talking a lot. When the man came back last night, the 8 of them accompanied him to take a hot spring bath. Well, of course, there were some things. Ludmilla could also see that the postures of several girls when they walked were not right. Then, they slept alone. Combined with the above, the matter was very clear. However, if that's the case, the 6 girls he brought back last night did not move, and he hadn't seen anyone since he got up. After asking around, he learned that the 6 girls were taken away by the assistant next to Ms. Miller early in the morning. The girls were talking secretly. Combined with their own experience, they roughly understood what they were doing. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch break, the 8 girls gathered in an annex building next to the villa. A teacher came to teach them. It started with an English class. Ludmilla had no interest in school at all. She just wanted to continue chatting with the girls or saying some nonsense. The 30-year-old female teacher with gold-rimmed glasses and a good temperament didn't say anything special when she saw the extra person. Even if Ludmilla whispered to the girl next to her in front of her, the female teacher just frowned slightly, but the girl who was talked to was a little trembling. Fortunately, Eve showed up soon. She was very happy to see her sister take the initiative to come to class. It's always good to learn more, and the teachers that the man invited for the girls are all the best ones, which she couldn't meet when she was in school before. However, she found that her troublesome sister was more of a troublemaker, so she had to take her away by force. In fact, she wanted to send her home. Unfortunately, the girl refused to obey and only said that she would go back to say hello to her parents when she left. Eve is not the kind of sister who can harden her heart. It had to be like this. In fact, Eve didn't even dare to tell her parents about her sister's stay here. As for her own situation, her family already knew it. After all, her father, brother and even her mother went to work at the military theme park. Her father and brother were in charge of the park's logistics department, and her mother, who used to be a nurse, was in charge of the medical team. They were in all well-paid management. If it weren't for her relationship, how could these positions fall to her family? Now there are people coming to the house almost every day, hoping to get a job at the theme park. This was something that the Besanoskov family, who used to be just an ordinary working-class family, could never imagine. Moreover, according to some people around her, the logistics department that her father and brother were in charge of happened to be the most lucrative part of the theme park, which even made her a little worried. She had to talk to her father and brother openly. After all, the family experience behind the 3 girls in the villa in the south of the city was a clear precedent, and that man was not a soft-hearted person in some ways. If the family did something they shouldn't do, perhaps because of her relationship, the family could escape punishment. But, by then, the Besanoskov family would probably be beaten back to their original form. Fortunately, my father was a rigid and cautious person who was not flexible. He was even hesitant about the job at first. Even if he accepted it, he worked diligently. His brother, who was similar to his father, was basically the same. Eve privately thought that the man probably gave such an important position to his family because of these reasons. The rain outside fell all day long. The summer in Rivne Oblast was not hot to begin with, but because of the rain, the air was even cooler. When night fell, the temperature had dropped to about 10 degrees. Simon did not work too late today, but he was not able to return until 9 o'clock. As long as he could see him, he would feel a little satisfied. Eve personally brewed a pot of coffee and brought it to the living room. She found that her sister had come over. The girl picked a long pink sweater from the other girl's wardrobe in the afternoon. It wrapped her slender body tightly. Her two thin white legs stretched out from the hem directly. She didn't even wear shoes. She straddled his legs face to face, which was quite inappropriate. He also hugged his sister's waist and was talking about something. He wanted to pull them apart, but in the end, he pretended to ignore them and put down his coffee. However, he was too embarrassed to stay, so he quietly left the room. I'll do it. Ludmilla snatched a coffee cup from Ekaterina, who could only sit next to her, and wanted to feed it to Simon's mouth. After being rejected, she blinked, drank a sip herself, and then leaned in again. Simon didn't have this habit, so he raised his hand and pinched the girl's mouth. Woo woo woo. Ekaterina and Natalia were on the left and right, and there were 4 other girls on the sofa around them. At this time, they couldn't help rolling their eyes. This goblin had completely made no secret of her purpose, and Eve didn't care just now. Alice. How can I get rid of her? After some fun, the girl drank a big sip of coffee and talked about some gossip in Rivne Oblast. Actually, Simon, you need to pay attention to those tourists who kidnap people from the theme park. Huh? That's right, those tourists came to play, and when they left, they deceived some female employees. Simon asked with a smile, aren't you always outside? How do you know these things? Ludmilla raised her chin proudly, I know a lot of things, and glanced at the girls on the sofa next to her. For example, if they did something bad, I would definitely know. Natalia immediately refused, we also know what bad things you did. What did I do? You stole our clothes. Here, this one. These were all bought by Simon. Simon bought it for us. Okay, I'll give it back to you. I didn't like it anyway. Simon saw the girl lift up the hem and reached out to hold it down. Okay, wear it obediently. The man spoke, and Ludmilla squinted at the girls around him, leaned closer to the man, and whispered in his ear, Simon, let's go to the hot springs, just the 2 of us, without them. It's still early, let's talk before going to bed. This is considered a tacit agreement. Ludmilla's eyes were bright, and she took the initiative to kiss Simon on the cheek, and then demonstrated to the girls around her. The previous topic was unconsciously skipped. Simon did not ignore it. And he actually knew about it. In the final analysis, the quality of Ukrainian girls is indeed very high, and the more depressed the economy is, the more certain phenomena will often appear. Then, those overseas tourists who come to play naturally can't help but take some away. Similarly, the girls also want to go to Western Europe and North America to live a better life, which is a perfect match. Whether it is a theme park, a hot spring resort or a hunting ground, there is a considerable proportion of female employees, and they are all carefully cultivated with investment, and it is impossible to let them disperse. In order to solve this problem, several responsible persons have recently strengthened the compensation clause in the employee agreement, which is not much, about $10,000. Of course, this is a huge sum of money in Ukraine, and ordinary employees simply cannot afford to pay it. As long as foreign tourists are willing to pay this money, they will let them go. After all, Ukraine is not short of people. If they leave, they can hire new ones. The liquidated damages will also be included in the revenue, which is an additional income. Except for some other women who are just affiliated to provide special services. After all, some things are illegal in Ukraine. Although those women need to be strictly screened to enter the resort circle in order to ensure the experience of tourists, they do not have any official relationship with the company on the surface. If foreign tourists want to take these women away, they need to contact another group of people in secret. In fact, it is even more difficult. After all, women who can be selected to enter the resort circle are cash cows for the underground forces in Rivne State. How can they let them go easily? On the other hand, in fact, there is no underground force in Rivne State that is outside the control of the Westeros system, but the twists and turns in it are not enough for outsiders to know. Chapter 948 Reverse Colonization. The next day, when I woke up, it was still raining in the north of Rivne. After Simon dressed and washed up, he looked at the 2 sisters, one of whom was really asleep and the other pretending to be asleep, and explained to himself. He also kissed Eve on the face. Noticing that the girl's eyelashes were trembling, he smiled and said nothing more, and left the bedroom. We have to leave in the morning. After having breakfast with Celia, the group left the hot spring manor and drove to the city of Rivne. On the way, I was still discussing some work matters with Celia. Celia Miller and Emily Joplin will stay in Ukraine for a while, mainly for a corporate merger plan that Simon came here to finalize this time. The fertilizer business of the Westeros system in Ukraine, which is in charge of Ekaterina's father Maxim Noskov, will expand again, and plans to acquire another large fertilizer plant in Odessa province in the south of the country. Apollo Management Company under Cersei Capital will also send a special team to assist in this acquisition. Ukraine, which inherited a large amount of high-quality assets from the former Soviet Union and should have the potential to become the largest power in Eastern Europe, has been messed up by a group of ambitious people and can only maintain its status as an agricultural power in the future. Modern agriculture is absolutely inseparable from chemical fertilizers. Simon's plan is to control more than half of Ukraine's fertilizer market through continuous mergers and acquisitions. As long as the operation is done properly, it will basically be equivalent to controlling more than half of the country's agricultural production in the future, and it can even expand further to other Eastern European countries. Other aspects. Simon also specifically asked Celia to follow up on the plan proposed by Andrei von Milka and Alexander Nejayev, who are responsible for the resort and entertainment business. There is definitely no extra money, but as long as the two can convince other shareholders, the profits generated by the three resort projects can be directly invested in subsequent expansion. There is also Rivne Media and Entertainment Company, which is headed by Alexander Leontieva's uncle. This is the mouthpiece of Westeros system in Ukraine. At present, the main development goal of this company is to subtly expand its influence in Ukraine, just like the upcoming Saints Group, which is expected to release its first Russian album in the CIS region next month. The cultural and entertainment industry in the CIS region is similar to that in China. They are both deeply troubled by piracy, and music albums don't actually make much money. The core of launching the Saint Girls Group is to increase influence. Just like the big-name entertainment stars in the West, many of them even have the function of guiding the public's political inclinations. As for Oldek, which holds the most assets, Simon has been very confident in Sergei Komorov over the years. The company is currently mainly digesting and developing various industries acquired in the past few years, and further controlling all aspects of the economy of Rivne Oblast. Finally, there are some mowing operations to be completed. The local site is basically finalized. Celia will go to Kiev again to have some necessary communication with the Kuchma authorities. As for the small moves on the French side, Celia is also very efficient. This morning on the east coast of the United States, the New York Times will publish an article that continues to pursue the inside story of the Rwandan genocide, targeting the French government. There will be a lot of excitement next. A French NGO team that is still jumping around in Kiev will also be cleared out of Ukraine. Moreover, Simon was still thinking of another plan in his heart, so he changed his original plan to return directly to North America and planned to go to Italy again. Arriving at the airport west of Rivne, in addition to Simon's private Boeing 767 that was already waiting for takeoff, most of the core senior executives of the Westeros system in Ukraine came to see him off. Simon greeted everyone one by one and then boarded the plane. It was around 9 o'clock in the morning in Kiev, Ukraine. Shelshikina and her daughter stayed in Russia to accompany their family a few days ago, and Celia and her small team also stayed in Ukraine. The Boeing 767 took off. In addition to the security, waitresses and crew team, there were only Simon and Gurley in the cabin. Ukraine was an hour earlier than Italy. Rivne is only more than 1,000 kilometers away from Milan. Simon arrived at Milan Malpensa International Airport at more than 9 o'clock in the morning local time. He had been to Italy a few days ago. Sofia Fessi, who was in Milan recently, was very happy that Simon had returned. Even if Simon frankly said that he was going to arrange some bad things, it didn't matter. She deliberately turned down today's work and accompanied Simon to do bad things in the mountainside villa on the shore of Lake Como in the northern suburbs of Milan. It was just that she obviously couldn't understand the man's operation. Contact political consulting agencies to investigate France's immigration policy, including the main individuals, organizations and political parties that support and oppose the relaxation of immigration policies. Summon the Westeros family's intelligence network in Europe to investigate the illegal immigration network in France, including illegal immigrant gathering areas, illegal immigrant survival modes and various underground groups that support illegal immigrants to survive in France. Activate the dark forces of the Westeros family in Europe, cooperate with the intelligence network, and investigate the smuggling network from all over the world to France, including human traffickers, smuggling routes, smuggling costs, etc. This continued until the afternoon. French President Chirac personally called Simon here. The reason was that at about the same time this morning on the east coast of the United States, the New York Times suddenly published an article from the Rwandan official titled "Rwandan prosecutors found new evidence of French military involvement in genocide." Although the Rwandan civil war ended 2 years ago, follow-up investigations into the genocide that shocked the world have been ongoing. This article, which is accompanied by a photo of the mass graves at the massacre site, said that through the interrogation of some war criminals, Rwanda once again confirmed that a brutal massacre 2 years ago was planned and instigated by the French military, and the French army was directly involved in the killing of Rwandan Tutsi civilians. The Rwandan government therefore called on the international community to pay attention to this matter and hoped that the International Criminal Court in The Hague would intervene in a joint investigation of the genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes and aggression committed by the French army in the Rwandan Civil War. After the New York Times article was published, several major portals such as Igrit Portal and AOL Portal reprinted it as the first headline. Since the end of the Rwandan War, accusations that the French government was involved in the massacre have never stopped. In the original time and space, even decades later, every time the anniversary of the massacre was held, the Rwandan government would habitually mention the French government, and then the French side would often deny it resolutely with a red face. Then there would be basically no more. Without Simon's participation, a small country in Central Africa would not have caused any waves in Western society, no matter how you accuse it. But now it is different. Led by a large newspaper with international credibility like the New York Times, and jointly promoted by several major portals with hundreds of millions of users around the world, this piece of pornographic stuff, no matter what it is equivalent to directly smearing the face of the French government. No matter what the result of this article is, it will be a heavy blow to France's international image, and its influence will far exceed the article that the French side failed to publish accusing Simon of opening a colony in Ukraine. In fact, it is conceivable. Once such public opinion ferments repeatedly, it will define the negative image of the French government. Then, in the future, when someone mentions France, it will not be a gentleman, not Paris, but the warmonger who created a racist massacre in Africa. Just like until now, when many people mention Germany, the first thought of many people is still the Nazi Holocaust, Auschwitz concentration camp, etc. At that time, some people want to travel to Paris, think about the anti-human atrocities committed by France, forget it. Some people want to buy French products, think about the racist massacres in Africa, forget it. Some people want to cooperate with French companies, but think about the possible international impact, forget it. Even France itself. President Jacques Chirac, who just took office last year, is a tough right-wing politician. He proposed the governing policy of Chiracism and tried to promote France's all-round recovery in politics, economy, military and other aspects, and once again expand France's influence and voice in the international community. According to Simon, this is almost exactly the same as the slogan of a certain golden retriever in his memory, "Make France Great Again." Now that there is such a commotion, you are a warmonger who has created a racist massacre, and you are still great. What you should do is to kneel down and apologize to the hundreds of thousands of civilians who were massacred in the Rwandan war, like Willy Brandt, the Prime Minister of West Germany. The most critical point is that the Westeros system really has some substantial evidence in its hands. The French military advisory group captured in the Rwandan Civil War 2 years ago, although the private army of the Westeros family did not hand over to the Rwandan government, also ignored the rules and conducted private interrogations, and even used torture, leaving a series of videos and written confessions that were enough to make the French government mired in the quagmire. This was Simon's most powerful bargaining chip. The so-called new evidence mentioned in the New York Times article was not groundless. Therefore, it is conceivable that Chirac was furious during the call with Simon. Simon did not show any weakness and demanded that Chirac give him an explanation for the continuous small actions of Ukraine, otherwise he could not guarantee that he would not do anything irrational. After hanging up the phone, Simon walked to the sofa next to him, hugged Sophia, who was leaning over, and watched the TV screen broadcasting the emergency press conference of the French government. The scene was in chaos and very lively. Sophia leaned in Simon's arms, one hand stroking the man's waist, and said, "I think some senior French military officials are unwilling to accept the setbacks they suffered 2 years ago, so they have been pestering me." Simon nodded, I'll have someone check it out, but perhaps Chirac will soon take the initiative to give me an answer. In any case, you have pushed the French authorities into a corner this time. Simon said, they have been pushing me, just like a mangy dog, otherwise who would be in the mood to pay attention to them? Sophia leaned on Simon's shoulder. Then aren't you worried about what's going to happen next, such as the various businesses of the Westeros system in France? This is what I'm least afraid of. When it comes to doing business, is there anyone in the world who can be more successful than me? If they target my business, I will target their business, Simon said, and a light flashed in his mind. He looked at Gurley, who was sorting documents in an office not far away. I remember that the federal government has an Anti-Foreign Corruption Act, which was just revised 2 years ago. Find me a copy. Gurley agreed and continued with the work in her hands. Sophia waited for Simon to regain his attention and asked, what is this bill? Simon smiled and said, it's a very interesting law. Seeing Simon's mysteriousness, Sophia rolled her eyes at him. Luna, the cow cat that Gemma bought for her mother last year, happened to walk over. After calling her, the little 1-year-old girl lightly jumped onto the woman's lap, looked at Simon, and then rolled into a ball lazily to rest. Stroking the cat in her arms, Sophia said again, I suddenly understand why you want to investigate those things, about immigration. Huh? Sophia rolled her eyes at Simon again, you are really bad. I just remembered a term I saw in a magazine by chance, called reverse colonization. This was a discussion article in a right-wing newspaper when France abolished birthright citizenship 3 years ago. You plan to reverse colonize France. Reverse colonization, as the name suggests. Hundreds of years ago, a group of European imperialist countries colonized the world. Hundreds of years later, the residents of those territories that were once colonized moved to various developed countries in Europe in turn. In the end, the guests became the hosts. Simon is not sure about other aspects. Anyway, France later became a model of reverse colonization. The most obvious example is the French football team. If you don't know, you would think it is an African football team. In particular, France has a law prohibiting racial statistics, which has led to the French themselves not knowing how many foreigners there are in their country. Simon intends to speed up the reverse colonization process against France. If others attempt to do this, they will definitely be overestimating their own capabilities. Simon has this ability. His plan is to quietly invest hundreds of millions of dollars every year to promote it in all aspects, such as changing France's immigration policy and subsidizing illegal smuggling networks. Simon is not short of money or patience. Just like a Silicon Valley tycoon spent 10 years bombarding a website that once exposed his negative news through lawsuits, Simon can afford 10 or 20 years. Imagine that in 10 or 20 years, France will be covered in black. Tisk tisk. Referring to the collapse of South Africa, plus some other means, such as using a long-arm jurisdiction law to suppress and dismantle French corporate giants, Simon does not believe that the Gallic black chicken can still support the shelf of a developed country. Simon is not a grudge holder. However, as long as they remember the grudge, with the current strength of the Westeros system, there are not many people who can afford it. However, he suddenly remembered that Sophia beside him was French. Hearing the anger in the woman's words, Simon said, I almost forgot that you are from France, Sophie. If you think it is inappropriate, beg me and I will let them go. My nationality is Swiss now. Sophia continued to follow the cat on her lap, but her eyes met Simon's. Besides, you are my man and the father of my child. No matter what you do, I will support you. Simon looked at the woman's still charming face and watery eyes, and moved to kiss her on the lips. The cat meowed in dissatisfaction and jumped away. Gurley in the office area not far away glanced over, then retracted her eyes as if nothing had happened, but her cheeks flushed a little. Moscow. It was also afternoon. In an office in the Kremlin, Yeltsin listened to his subordinate's briefing on the recent Rwandan public opinion incident against France, sent the other party away, and looked at his second daughter Tatiana, who stayed in the room. So, Westeros didn't come to Moscow. Yes, father, he went to Milan this morning and he shouldn't turn back. Yeltsin picked up a personnel file on his desk, opened it, glanced at the photo of a middle-aged man with sparse hair, then shifted his gaze to the content of the file, and asked, what do you think of what happened just now? The French government must have done something to anger Westeros. Father, if you think it's necessary, you can have someone check it out. Tatiana paused slightly here, and then said, But I think this actually proves once again that Westeros is a worthy partner. I think the French government can only swallow its anger this time, and perhaps pay some price. At least it will spend money to appease the Rwandans and stop them from making trouble again. Yeltsin turned a page of the file in his hand, raised it slightly, and asked again, "Where's this person?" "I have studied his files repeatedly in recent days and collected some other information. This is indeed a very capable person. Sobchak is a scholar who can only talk nonsense. In the past 5 years, he has handled most of the municipal work in St. Petersburg. He has also helped Sobchak resolve several crises, so he got a nickname, the Grey Cardinal of Smolny Palace. I think he meets the 2 necessary conditions for his father to choose a successor, as Westeros said. One is loyal enough, and the other is outstanding in ability." Yeltsin looked up at his daughter, Tanya. "He is loyal to Sobchak, because Sobchak was his former teacher and promoted him. Do you think he will be loyal to me? You know, Sobchak and I are political enemies." Tatiana knew that her father had been tortured by the chaotic situation and became more and more suspicious, so she said patiently, "Father, this is a very pragmatic person. I don't think he is the kind of ignorant loyalty to Sobchak who does not know how to adapt. As long as your father does his best to support him in the next few years, with his character, he will give us corresponding rewards." Yeltsin pondered for a moment again, and looked at his daughter again, with gentleness in his eyes, but cautious tone. "Tanya, you have to understand that I am old, and this way out is more for your safety. There can be no mistakes." Tatiana nodded and said, "Of course I know, Father, but compared with those guys in the Kremlin who only know how to fight for power, I found that perhaps he's the most suitable one." "But, Father, you said it yourself, Simon Westeros's position has gone beyond the scope of the country, so he may be a puppet of Westeros, but he is definitely not a puppet of the US government. Moreover, I think what Westeros said in the last meeting was also right. He was a very smart guy. He said that as long as this person ascends to the position of President of Russia and becomes the master of the Kremlin, he can't be a puppet of anyone. In that case," Yeltsin thought for a moment and finally said, "let him serve as Deputy Director of the Presidential Affairs Bureau that Borodin is reorganizing. The Presidential Affairs Bureau is equivalent to the housekeeping team of the Kremlin. This position is not on the core of Moscow, but it is very close to the president and has some real power, can do things, and is easy to replace, which is very suitable for nearby attention and inspection." When Tatiana heard Yeltsin say that he accepted the position, she knew that her father had obviously considered it in detail, and nodded, "Father, I will inform Borodin now." Yeltsin nodded, watched his daughter leave, and looked again at the file in his hand that he had read over and over again. But his thoughts were not on it. Instead, he was thinking about the most critical link that the young man mentioned. Loyalty is there. Ability is there. Finally, how to push the other party to the position. Yeltsin knew his situation very well. It was very difficult for him to win the election this time. It would be even more difficult to push a successor in the future. At that time, it would be inevitable to rely on someone's help. No one knew the final outcome. However, now he could not care so much. Protecting himself and his family was the most important thing. Chapter 949 Yuan Blue and White Porcelain. It was not until dusk that Simon and Sophia walked out of the master bedroom of the villa on the hillside by Lake Como. After dinner, Sophia dressed up carefully, and the two rushed to Milan together, intending to participate in a red wine auction at Christie's Milan branch. After acquiring Christie's for a few years, Sophia not only managed this old auction house to flourish and expand its business, but also perfectly matched it with Melisandre's business, making it a brand marketing platform with a locomotive effect. Melisandre's clothing, jewelry, watches, red wine and other companies all auction treasures on the Christie's platform from time to time. In the subconscious of most people, things that can enter the auction house will always be higher in value and style, so the brand value of Melisandre's subsidiaries has been virtually improved. I have set up a buyer team for Chinese cultural relics. Currently, we mainly collect calligraphy and painting and porcelain. I have to say that there are really many Chinese cultural relics scattered all over Europe, and the prices are very low. I recently bought a blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty. I remember you mentioned it before. It only cost about $30,000. The seller is an ordinary old man in the UK. He said that his father brought it back from China. In the car rushing to the city of Milan, Sophia and Simon talked about some business matters about Christie's. Large auction houses auction not only treasures provided by various collectors. In many cases, they may sell them by themselves. Of course, on the surface, it will definitely not have much to do with the auction house. Simon accidentally mentioned to Sophia that they could collect Chinese cultural relics in Europe in advance and hoard them. When the Chinese economy develops further, there will definitely be more and more rich people turning to the field of collection in pursuit of connotation and background, just like the Japanese tycoons who bought most of the Western Impressionist paintings in the 1980s. At that time, Christie's can take the opportunity to ship them and make a fortune. At this time, when he heard Sophia say that she had just bought a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain, even with Simon's current wealth, he still became interested in hearing about this kind of porcelain that was hyped up in his memory. What exactly is it? Sophia said, it's about a 2-foot-high jar. I can't tell you the details. It has Chinese dragon totems and peony patterns on it. Anyway, it's very well preserved. The expert from China said that if it were in China, it would be the kind that could be exhibited in the Palace Museum. Well, it's the same level as the British Museum. In short, it's very precious. A 2-foot-high yuan blue and white porcelain jar with peony clouds and dragons. It's a national treasure level in the Palace Museum. Simon compared the possible price in his memory and was slightly shocked, and a little emotional. 2 feet, about 60 centimeters, but this size is very rare. After all, the larger the porcelain, the harder it is to preserve. I really don't know how those guys brought things back to Europe across the ocean thousands of miles away. And? Simon asked again, $30,000, are you sure? Sophia smiled and said, it's at least $2 million now, so I mentioned it to you specifically. I'm good at business, right? Simon kissed the woman's face in praise, and then warned, don't sell it within 10 years. Sophia was a little confused. The operation cycle is too long. Any business is considered successful if it can get the highest return in the shortest time. Investing $1 million, making 30% in a year and making 100% in 10 years, it seems that the latter is a little more, but compared with the former, it is a complete failure. Simon also knows that in the field of cultural relics speculation, unless it is a real collection, the operation cycle is as short as 2 or 3 years, as long as 4 or 5 years, and it is hard to say if it takes longer. After all, no one knows whether the collection hotspot will shift in a few years, just like the Impressionist paintings that the Japanese liked very much in the 1980s, and now the prices have generally fallen sharply. The yuan blue and white porcelain that Sophia just mentioned was stored for 4 or 5 years and sold around 2000. Compared with the current market valuation, it must be no problem to double it several times, but it is still not the best time. Simon did not explain too much, just said, just listen to me. Also, where's the porcelain? I'll take a look when I have time. In the underground vault in Geneva. If you want to see it, I'll have someone send it to North America. Forget it, let's go to Switzerland next time. Think about it. If a yuan blue and white porcelain worth hundreds of millions of RMB in the future goes wrong during transportation, even Simon now will inevitably feel pain. Okay. Sophia certainly would not object, so that the man can come more often, so she also made up her mind to buy more Chinese cultural relics that the man might be interested in. The two continued to chat, and the car entered the city of Milan, and Sophia's mobile phone suddenly rang. After answering the call and chatting with the other party for a few words, he hung up and said to Simon, It's Johnny Agnelli and his wife will come over later, and they want to talk to you. Johnny Agnelli, the head of the Fiat Group. Simon probably understood what the other party wanted to talk about. Sophia also said, it should be that the Fiat Group intends to enter China, but is undecided, and wants to get some information from you. The aftermath of Simon's last visit to China is still continuing. Although he rejected the Apollo management team's proposal to invest in Geely, other overseas automakers that were originally hesitant have accelerated their layout. For example, General Motors began negotiations with SAIC last year. Before that, they had been stumbling. After Simon's visit to China, the progress of the negotiations between the two parties accelerated sharply, and it is expected that a formal cooperation agreement will be signed in the near future. This is a full year ahead of the original time and space. As for the Fiat Group, thinking about some of the information in his memory, Simon couldn't help shaking his head. 2 consecutive attempts to enter China ended in failure. This can only be Fiat's own problem. However, because of the deep layout in Italy, The Westeros system also has many cooperations with the Agnelli family, which is known as the Italian royal family. The other party came here specially, of course, they have to give face, and casually said, "Then let's talk." Sophie noticed Simon's expression and asked, "Don't you want to contact them?" "No, I just don't think Fiat will enter China." "Why?" Simon said, "Besides Italy, do you think Fiat has been successful in any other overseas market?" Sophia thought about it, but really didn't find it. The Fiat Group is a typical local snake in Italy. Through the Italian government's overt or covert favoritism for more than half a century, it has occupied 90% of the country's automobile market. However, overseas, except for some luxury car brands under the Fiat Group, there is no business to show. Moreover, even the luxury car brands under the Fiat Group, such as Ferrari, Maserati, and Alfa Romeo, have not been operating well in recent years. Because of losses, brands such as Maserati have been repeatedly resold and merged. In the final analysis, the Fiat Group is too comfortable being a local boss in Italy and has lost its enterprising spirit. Given the current seller's market in China's auto industry, if Fiat operates seriously, it will easily occupy an important position in the future Chinese auto market. However, combined with the information in my memory, Fiat obviously lacks this mentality, but strictly controls technology research and development and automobile production, always guarding against partners stealing its technology, and operating regardless of the actual situation of the Chinese market, only knowing how to take without wanting to pay even a little more. In short, it is arrogance. How does that sentence say it? Weakness and ignorance are not obstacles to survival, but arrogance is. Therefore, the Fiat Group tried twice in 1999 and 2010, and both were good times for the development of China's auto industry, but the results were dismal. Later, the Fiat Group, which had entered a trough, merged with the Chrysler Group, which had also fallen from grace after several twists and turns in the United States. After this transaction, it seemed that the Fiat Group still dominated, but in fact, the Italian automobile market was successfully infiltrated by American capital and lost its independence. Arriving at Christie's headquarters in the center of Milan, the auction would not start for more than 10 minutes. Simon and Sophia were temporarily waiting in a VIP lounge. Johnny Agnelli and his wife Marilla Agnelli also arrived early and happened to meet. Johnny Agnelli is 75 years old this year. Since he became the chairman of the Fiat Group in 1966, he has been in control of Italy's largest industrial group for 30 years. The other party also has a younger brother, Umberto Agnelli, who is 62 years old this year and is the CEO of the Fiat Group. In the original time and space, after Johnny Agnelli's death, the power of the Fiat Group fell into the hands of Umberto. Because Johnny Agnelli's only son committed suicide in 2000. This young man was also mentioned in the Italian movie The Great Beauty that Simon likes very much. Unlike the low-key German business families, such as the Agnelli family, the Gucci family and even the Versace family, the family stories behind these old Italian companies are enough for Hollywood to shoot for 30 years, and they are all wonderful. Johnny Agnelli came to meet Simon specifically to enter the Chinese market. This Italian business tycoon has also started to pay attention to China recently. However, due to some inherent concepts of Westerners, even with Simon's demonstration, the other party still has various hesitations about investing in China. Simon also spoke frankly, "Johnny, the current cooperation model of China's automobile industry is usually that Western car companies provide the necessary technology and core components, and the Chinese side provides funds. Therefore, if Fiat enters China, it will only pay for the technology, and the import of parts can also bring you additional income. Moreover, in terms of technology, you don't even need the latest one. Just like the best-selling Santana sedan that Germany's Volkswagen cooperated with China, the latest model in the Chinese market is 2 generations behind Europe." Johnny Versace leaned on the sofa in the lounge with a cigar in his hand. Perhaps because the young man opposite had no intention of smoking, he did not light it and shook his head slightly. "Simon, this is what I am worried about. Don't you realize that China's target is our technology? Once China has mastered the technology, then, do you think they will leave us behind? This is probably a common concern for many overseas companies cooperating with China." Simon just shrugged slightly. "Or, Johnny, you can also think of it this way. If Fiat Group does not cooperate with China, when the country's automobile industry develops, the market will definitely belong to other first-mover companies, and it will be very difficult for you to enter. As far as I know, General Motors is about to reach a cooperation agreement with China, and other auto giants are also testing it. There is not much time left for a fiat. So, Simon, why did you reject the plan to cooperate with Chinese auto companies? Simon was stunned for a moment before he reacted. It was still the cooperation plan with Geely. Simon was not surprised that Agnelli knew about this. Just like Simon was not surprised why Agnelli knew his itinerary as soon as he arrived in Italy in the morning, this is the background. After all, when Simon entered various countries, he must report to the customs, and he did not mean to hide it deliberately. This is also the reason why Yeltsin's daughter was able to find him easily a few days ago. With the current power of the Westeros system, if Simon wanted to hide deliberately, no one would be able to find him. However, this trip to Europe was not only to Ukraine, but also to other regions. In fact, it was meant to inspect the territory. Of course, everyone who should know that Simon Westeros had appeared. Thinking of this, Simon said, "This is different, Johnny, because the Westeros system has not yet been involved in the automotive industry. Moreover, at this stage, China's automotive industry is monopolized by state-owned enterprises, and the cooperation agreement is for a private enterprise. If I do this, it is likely to cause resentment from some Chinese state-owned enterprises, and China's state-owned enterprises and China's top leaders are closely connected. This is not worth the loss." Simon explained this, and Johnny Agnelli immediately understood. Local snake. Because the position of the Fiat Group in Italy is like this, other overseas car companies want to enter Italy, either cooperate with the Fiat Group, or they will inevitably be strongly suppressed. Putting the unlit cigar in his mouth and pretending to take a puff, Johnny Agnelli pondered for a moment and said, "Simon, how about our cooperation?" We can cooperate to enter the Chinese market together. You have to know that I have many concerns about that side. I can feel more at ease if you participate. After all, you already have a good network of contacts in China. But, Johnny, in this case, the two of us can only get a maximum of 50% of the shares in total, 25% each. Are you satisfied? Johnny Agnelli smiled and said, "Of course, as long as the project can be successful." "Forget it," Simon refused with a smile. "Johnny, if you plan to enter the Chinese market, I will give you some advice. Don't be too cautious or too harsh. In my opinion, the potential of the Chinese automobile market may be comparable to that of North America in the next 10 years and reach the tens of millions level. Don't doubt it. You can check the growth data of some other industries in China. The country has great potential. As long as Fiat is willing to place a heavy bet now, China will inevitably become Fiat's largest overseas market in the future." A gleam flashed in Johnny Agnelli's eyes, but he quickly said, "Then why can't you join us?" Simon looked at Agnelli and said, "If you are willing to give me the control of the project, I am very happy to cooperate with you." Johnny Agnelli shook his head subconsciously. Simon smiled and said, "So, we can't talk about it. Frankly speaking, I will enter the Chinese auto market, but not now, because the Westeros system has no foundation in the auto industry. After a few years, when a layout is completed, the time will be more mature. According to what you said, maybe I should wait a few more years, such as when China joins the WTO. Of course, this is a good time." Simon nodded, remembering that Fiat's first entry into China was at the threshold of joining the WTO, and said, "However, if you do this, I can only feel sorry for you, Johnny, because with the conditions of the Fiat Group, there is no need to wait, and you have missed a very precious opportunity to make arrangements in advance." At this time, the staff came over to remind them that they could enter the venue. The two stopped talking at the right time. It was obvious that Johnny Agnelli was still hesitant. Simon had said everything he needed to say. He didn't care what the other party would choose. If Fiat's two attempts to enter China had not ended in failure, and if Johnny Agnelli was not so hesitant, Simon would not mind cooperating with him, even if it was just a pure investment without control. In this situation, he had no interest at all. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.